1300 736 736 to give us a call, or on the Tennis Direct text 0433 98 11 16. Australia's favourite online tennis store. They've got fast delivery, great prices, free delivery on orders over $150. You can log on and visit their website, tennisdirect.com.au right now. And First Serve listeners, because you've been very loyal, can get a 10% discount store-wide. The week that was on tour across the globe. We'll wrap it up for you very shortly. We'll catch up with esteemed world tennis commentator Nick Lester, who covered the Big 500 for the men in Rotterdam the past 7 days. And 13 months in the making, the week has arrived for the return of Roger Federer this week in Doha. Just close your eyes for a moment, unless you're in the car. Commentator disbelief and crowd euphoria.
It was a winner, that return.
That's not cruel. That's a great tennis shot.
Oh, it's exquisite feel from Federer at precisely the right time. It's impossible.
Oh, my goodness. This has to be get of the year.
Oh, stop that. That was ridiculous.
Almost bluffed himself here, Federer.
Oh, that's exquisite from Federer. Incredible skills.
This is pure genius. You can't teach shots like this.
Oh, wow! 37?
Come on.
Come on! Yes, I know I'm the greatest. Oh, Roger, we've missed you. And Roger's coming back this week. I said just close your eyes for a moment. Now, that's not great necessarily for radio, but just go on YouTube. Just get some Roger back in you. Some of those unbelievable moments that he has graced us with over such a long journey. We're going to hear in depth from Roger Federer a little later on this hour, who is back, of course, this week. 1300 736 736. Would love your tennis calls tonight. Plenty of great prizes to give away, thanks to Sunblest Sunscreens. They've got their First Serve tennis sunscreen that is designed specifically for tennis. You can order yours at sunblestsunscreens.com.au using that discount code SEN. Also, thanks to Australia's hype sneaker label Athletican, available exclusively online at athletickan.com. Use that discount code First Serve 15. You'll get 15% off. Magnificent sneakers to the value of $129. I've still got a few books left too, signed by the author, Richard Norton, copies of Daphne Ackhurst, the woman behind the trophy. Get involved with us tonight, 1300 736 736, and be in the running for some great prizes. One day in June 1992, a skinny 5-year-old boy stood behind the fence of a tennis court in a very small mountain hamlet in Serbia, watching a junior tennis clinic. The coach, Jelena Gencic, had a background in art history and moonlighted producing arts and culture programming for Serbia's state-owned television network. Gencic invited the boy to join the clinic. She knew talent when she saw it. Gencic coached Monica Seles early on in her career. By the end of his first afternoon of drills, as the story goes, Gencic knew she had a world-class talent on her hands. The boy's name was Novak Djokovic, and his parents owned a pizzeria and pancake restaurant across the road from the tennis courts. As Chris Bowers reports in his book Novak Djokovic, the Sporting Statesman, Gencic marched the boy over to his parents' restaurant and told them, "You've got a golden child. By the time he's 17, he'll be top 5 in the world." Now, Novak blossomed later than she predicted. His ranking ranged from number of 515 in the world to 128 at the age of 17. But just consider how audacious Gencic's prediction was. At the time, Yugoslavia had splintered, and the Balkan Wars of the 90s would cripple the region for most of the decade. By any measure, Serbia was a poor country at that time. But here we are, nearly 30 years later, confronting a remarkable feat that even Gencic couldn't have imagined. The boy from a humble background who emerged from war-torn Serbia, as of today, as of today, March 8, has now been the number one player in the ATP rankings for an astonishing 311 weeks, longer than anyone else in the sport, with more records certainly to be broken. Well, let's head to the winners list, shall we? And take a look at the highlights from the week that has just passed on tour.
Andrei Rublev is the champion in Rotterdam. The Russian claims a fourth 500 series event in a row. An extraordinary stretch that he's on. He's able to overcome the qualifier Marton Fucsovics, who played outstanding tennis today, but has come up just short. It's Rublev that's the champion in Holland.
That backhand rocketed through the court. Diego does it. There was heartbreak for him in Buenos Aires 2 seasons ago when he lost the final. Last season had to pull out injured.
Petra Kavitava, champion in Doha for the second time. A performance of the very highest order in this final as she takes down Garbiñe Muguruza in just over an hour. And for the Czech, it is a first WTA title in almost 2 years. Welcome back to the winner's circle, Petra Kavitava. One of the great champions of the tour.
Welcome to the big time, Clara Tauson. A first WTA Tour title for this exceptionally talented 18-year-old Dane. And you get the distinct impression it is going to be the first of many. She had to come through qualifying. She won 7 matches in a row. She won 14 sets in a row. And she breaks into the world's top 100 for the first time as well.
Certainly a big winners list this week on tour. Let's pull it apart for you. Andrei Rublev, the man who won more titles than anyone on the ATP World Tour last year with 5, the Russian. He's so likeable, this guy. He's got a great game on court. It's ruthless. It's high octane. There's not a lot of subtlety to the Rublev game, but it's working for him. He's a man who's cemented inside the top 10. 7-6, 6-4. But I do want to mention his opponent, Marton Fucsovics, Hungarian, who's just really worked hard to get inside that top 50 of men's professional tennis. He's superbly fit. It's tough to go toe-to-toe with him through any match. His matches are tight, and he doesn't give you anything. Great effort to debut for the first time in a 500 final. Beat Chorich in the semi, 6-4, 6-1. So he's gone up 13 spots to 46 in the world. Has been as high as 31. Andrei Rublev, well, he certainly is making a habit of winning these events at 500 level. So the next stage for Andrei is to go on and win a Masters 1000. And then go a little deeper at the slams. 3-time quarterfinalists at Grand Slam level. But he's building nicely, steadily. Beat Tsitsipas 6-3, 7-6 in the semi-final. He was terrific. Let's have a listen to Andrei Rublev speaking post his latest victory on the ATP Tour.
Great moment for you. 5 titles last year and already another one here in 2021. How do you feel after that?
I feel really happy. I mean, I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's been a really great week. I mean, it's been great last year and a half. So we'll see if I can keep improving, if I can keep this level of competing, of being a top 10. So we'll see.
And you had to be at your best in that final. That was quite a contest between the two of you.
Yeah, it was tough match. Especially the first set was really mental. Was so close. Both of us had a lot of chances. He had first game a lot of chances. Then straight away me had chances. Then we were so close all the set till a tiebreak. And even a tiebreak was so close till 4-3. Was like almost point. Was so long rallies, tight points. But I think was nice to watch.
And you're running 500 events in particular, 20 matches in a row now. That goes past Rafa Nadal. That's a great stat for you, isn't it?
I mean, I was not even thinking till this week that they were starting to put on internet like 16 matches, 17 matches, 18 matches. I mean, of course it's a great number, but I don't know, I was not even thinking about it, but because I was losing anyway, it's not in a row. I mean, it's in a row 500, but if you count the tournaments, I was losing a lot. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a great feeling that to know that I did something that not many players did.
There he is, Andrei Rublev. He's quite understated at times. He's got one of those infectious smiles. He's charismatic. His tennis is brilliant, and he's getting the results. So we're going to continue to follow Andrei, who's there. And interestingly, in that same tournament, Daniil Medvedev went out first round as the top seed, and the man that obviously defeated Andrei at the Australian Open, who's certainly been able to achieve things that Andrei hasn't just yet, making the 2 Grand Slam finals. So he went out to Dusan Lajovic, but you can't have a good week every single week on the tour. But well done to Andrei Rublev. Diego Schwartzman, who doesn't like Diego Schwartzman? Aslan Karatsev didn't like him at the Australian Open. Absolutely pantsed Schwartzman. But he'd never won on home soil in Argentina. And for tennis players who travel the globe all year, they get their little window to play at home in front of their home fans, family. And little Diego was able to salute at the Argentina Open over the weekend, early hours of this morning, 6-1, 6-2. How about the fortnight from the two brothers? It was this time last week we were talking about Cerundolo, the Argentinian qualifier, Juan Manuel, and his brother, Francisco, who's ranked higher, was also a qualifier, made it through to the final. So he's gone up 25 spots to 112 in the world. And poor old Albert Ramos-Vinolas, he's had to play both brothers in consecutive weeks. The wily left-handed Spaniard who must be thinking, I never want to see those brothers again because they've made me look silly. Well done to Diego Schwartzman. He got the result done. I just want to mention James Duckworth on the ATP Challenger Tour. Watched all of Duck's matches last week. He was the Aussie that went the deepest, making the quarterfinals in Kazakhstan. He had some tough matches that were certainly on his racket at times that he let slip, and certainly that match against Gunneswaran, the Indian left-hander who was the 8th seed in that tournament. He should have won that match in the end, and it was a tournament there that was certainly there for the taking as the 4th seed. So that's the challenge for James Duckworth, who certainly has got all the components there. You know, it's small margins in men's professional tennis. There's no doubt about that. So it's just trying to beef up the serve a little bit more. It's just trying to just finish off those points to take away, some of those long rallies that, it's a little ball left or right that, costs you down the stretch. So looking to see if Ducks can go to the next level because he's got all the tools, I reckon. I love a couple of good stories. This on the Challenger Tour from the week. A wild card enters the event in Spain. Carlos Germano Valero, who was a wild card, 6-4, 6-2, he got up. Just shows the depth in Spanish tennis. They are producing just a huge production line. They have for some time in tennis, up 105 spots to 295 in the world. And another qualifier won on the Challenger Tour. Zizou Bergs, who's a Belgian qualifier, got through 6-4, 3-6, 6-4 to win the event in St. Petersburg in Russia. What is coming up this week as far as the men are concerned? Well, the highlight is going to be Qatar and the return of Roger Federer, who will play either Jeremy Chardy, who he's got a 4-1 head-to-head with, or Dan Evans. And Dan Evans is probably not the player Roger would want to play. He slices, moves the ball around. That'll test the knee of Roger. And I think Dan Evans has certainly gone and trained with Federer and done some blocks with him over the years. So we'll get through that match first. Dominic Thiem's back this week, so he'll be the top seed. And great to see Chris O'Connell qualify overnight. Just needed the one qualifying match. It was a small qualifying field for Qatar, and he will play Vasek Pospisil, the Canadians. That's a very winnable match for Chris O'Connell. If he could get through that, he would play Denis Shapovalov in the next round. So Chris on the verge of the top 100. Gee, if he can do nicely in an event like this, where there's some good points up for grabs, we'd love to see him in double-digit figures getting through Fabiano last night in qualifying. We're in Marseille for the men this week. Daniil Medvedev will be the top seed. Stefanos Tsitsipas will be the number 2 seed. Khachanov, Humbert, Sinner, Nishikori. That's a pretty good field in France. And Mark Polmans unfortunately didn't get through qualies overnight, but Matt Ebden did, and he's got to get through one more qualies match to make it into the main draw. Now, we've been talking about Matty the last few weeks. He's putting together some good form, particularly in doubles, but made that quarterfinal in Kazakhstan in singles. So hopefully, Matty can put together a few good results and get that ranking down where it should be. And we're in Chile in South America this week. Christian Garin, a bit like Diego Schwartzman, has never won on home soil in Santiago, so he'll be back. He missed the Australian Open, of course, but we know he had that great stretch of form across the clay courts last year. Benoit Paire. Where do we go with Benoit Paire? I've got to say, I've had a gut full of Benoit Paire. Now, I know people find him entertaining, and all the dummy spits. Go on YouTube. There's a rap file there for Benoit Paire. It's boring, Benoit. It's boring, mate. I mean, to do this every week, dummy spits, racket throws, abusing everyone left, right and centre, spitting on the court. I mean, come on. I mean, you're a huge talent, but to go on with all these antics week in, week out, it actually gets boring. I'd like you to just have a few weeks of normality, and then if you want to drop it in occasionally, well, that's who you are. But come on, Benoit, just get out and play some tennis. So that's what's happening in Chile this week. James Duckworth will go from Kazakhstan to a flight to Biella in the north of Italy. He will be the top seed for the Challenger this week. So come on, Ducks. Let's lift. He's got a qualifier in the first round. Alexander Vukic will also be in that tournament, the Aussie. Akira Santalan, he's still alive in qualifying. And we've got, of course, the event back-to-back weeks in St. Petersburg. Unfortunately, Harry Bouchier, the big Tasmanian, lost overnight in qualifying. So that's the men. We might squeeze in a break. We'll come back and have a listen to Petra Kavitava. We'll pull apart the women's tournaments that have gone and that are coming up this week. Hume Tennis and Community Centre is one of Australia's premier tournament and training venues. Just 15 minutes from Melbourne Airport, 16 ITF-sized courts and accommodation available. It's a mini Melbourne park, ideal for the travelling coaching groups and families. Check out humetennis.com.au. We'd love your calls, 1300 736 736. Nick, Lester to come. We'll hear from Roger Federer as well here on The First Serve.
Good evening, crews. Returning a crash in Mitcham Road at Springfield Road, also in Yarra-Glen, Eltham, Yarra-Glen Road near Mount Wise Road. There's been a bingle in Belgrave Hallam Road at Park Drive. Also a crash in Templestowe, Williamsons Road at Porter Street. And in Malvern, East Dandenong Road near Poth Road. Looking for the best sleep at the best price? Come discover huge discounts at the 40 Winks Blackout Sale. You'll get dramatic reductions store-wide. Hurry ends today. 40 Winks, serious about sleep. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Waking you up every morning. Breakfast with Gary Lyon and Tim Watson. Weekdays from 6 on your home of sport, 1116 SEN.
Easter is about hitting the road on holidays. Before you go anywhere, think safe and visit Tyre Power. Massive Easter sale now on. The NBL Cup. All GA tickets now only $10 each. Get tickets now via Ticketek.
Looking for the best sleep at the best price? Come discover huge discounts at the 40 Winks Blackout Sale. You'll get dramatic reductions store-wide. Hurry ends today. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Setting up your four-wheel drive? Petra's Track Rider four-wheel drive products offer a total undercar solution, complete with nationwide warranty. Petra's, the four-wheel drive undercar experts.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
The new 50-metre free kick rule will take some getting used to. But Glowbird Energy's free 50 rule is one you'll love. If you don't save on electricity, you'll get $50 free. You can't lose. Talk with the Melbourne team on 13 3456. Free to join, free to leave. No lock-in contracts. Join the Glowbird team. Save on electricity or get $50 free.
Visit glowbirdenergy.com.au for full terms and conditions or call 13 3456 for advice on the best plan for you.
Group 1 racing is back and Betfair wants you to win. Yep, you heard right. The Betfair Hub is packed full of tips and tools to help you sharpen your edge this autumn. There's a weekly form guide, race previews and pro punter insights. And of course, Betfair's better odds. All this combined means Betfair is offering you better opportunities to win. Betting on racing this autumn? Bet with Betfair. Visit betfair.com.au.
Always gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
The right equipment is integral to your business efficiency. Whether you need to acquire new or used equipment or generate working capital for your business, Morris Finance offers cost-effective and strategically structured asset finance. Morris Finance understands your business needs, offering the right solutions to grow your business to the next level. Morris Finance. Finance. More experience, more options and more time to talk. Call 1300 4Morris or visit morrisfinance.com.au.
ACL 395249.
Soldiers means no one left behind at the table. Soldiers means feeling fresh with rice paper rolls from Rolled Vietnamese. For a limited time only, enjoy 4 rolled soldiers for just $12.50 or 8 for only $20.50. Soldiers, the ones of the front line. Feeling fresh value deals? That's how we roll. Rolled. Fast, fresh Vietnamese. Order yours today in store or via the meals deals section on rolled.com.au.
Don't chase the dream, own it. The 2021 Harley-Davidson motorcycles have arrived at Harley Heaven. From the all-new Street Bob 114 to the Milwaukee 8 touring models, Harley Heaven has them all. There's no better time than now to own that Harley-Davidson you've always wanted. Book a test ride now at Harley Heaven, Melbourne's home of Harley-Davidson, Melbourne, Dandenong and Ringwood. Find out more at harleyheaven.com.au.
First Serve Tennis Sunscreen. A quality Australian-made sunscreen to protect those that love their tennis at sunblesssunscreens.com.au and GLG Green Life Group, your open space specialists, providing landscape, horticultural and environmental services throughout Australia at glgcorp.com. The First Serve, your home of tennis.
It certainly is. Brett Phillips in the chair. Great to be here talking the world of tennis as we do every Monday night. We are earlier tonight with the footy on after us, but we'll get back into that sort of regular 8 o'clock slot. Would love your calls, 1300 736 736. Got the Sunbless sunscreen to give away. We've got the Athletican sneakers. We've got copies of Daphne Ackhurst's book, which is outstanding. I've read quite a bit of that. 1300 736 736. Anything you'd like to talk about in the world of tennis, you can get us on the Tennis Direct text 0433 98 11 16. I think we had a couple on the text just asking for that discount code, because Tennis Direct is the only place you should be going shopping if you love your tennis. You'll get it delivered to your front door, so log on now, tennisdirect.com.au, and you can get a 10% discount, and you just need to use, where have I got it here? I've got so many codes going. What is the, did I mention that a little bit earlier? Here we go. Free delivery on orders over $150. I think I've taken it off my run sheet. I will dig that up. That fine person who sent the text in, I should know that off the top of my head, but I'll dig that up very, very shortly. In the meantime, let us focus in on the women's events from the week. Petra Kavitava, one of the nicest people you'd ever meet on the tour. 28th WTA career title, saluting in Qatar over the weekend. Defeated Garbiñe Muguruza. Petra also defeated Jessica Pegula in the semi-finals. Great to see her kick on from a really impressive Australian Open. So no flash in the pan for Jessica Pegula. And the quality of tennis she played here in Melbourne, we were keen to see, once she left our shores, if she could continue that momentum. So really good week for Pegula, who, if she continues playing that brand of tennis, she could find herself seated at maybe the remaining majors, the French, Wimbledon and the US, as she creeps up towards that top 30. But Petra, let's have a listen to her speaking on court after saluting at the WTA 500 event in Doha.
Petra, 3-time finalist, 2-time Qatar Total Open champion. Did you think you'd be hearing those words when you first arrived at Hamad International at the beginning of the week?
Well, definitely no. I mean, it's been a great run for sure. Really tough conditions even in today's match. But anyway, well done, Garbin, for the great week. And I'm sorry for the second time, but I hope that we can meet another final somewhere else as well. And yeah, it's been great whole week. I mean, I would love to say thank you for the tournament director, Sad, and for everybody who made this possible, for the Total as well. I mean, this is a really difficult time, and I'm really glad that we are able to play in front of you guys as well.
It's a little different than Australia. We're socially distanced. We're wearing masks. But how valuable has that fan support been for you this week?
Yeah, it's been great. I was very happy to see fans in the stands again. After Australia, it felt a little bit normal as before, but of course the last year was really difficult, and playing like without the fans, it's very sad. So I'm really glad that this time we were able to play in front of you.
A common question that we keep asking you every year is, how do you explain the success on this court? To reach 3 finals and 3 appearances and win the title twice is an outstanding accomplishment.
Well, it's a good question. I'm still trying to find the answer, but I don't know. I just feel like home a little bit. You know, I love the court. I love everything. Actually, the people are very friendly to us as well. I don't know. The court just suits me probably. And one more thing, I can't forget to say thank you to Misha for being here for whole week with me.
Very nice work by Petra Kavitava, saluting in Doha over the weekend. That promo code, I did dig it up, I should know it off the top of my head, for Tennis Direct, first serve 10. You will get 10% off. You can do all your tennis shopping there. It'll be delivered straight to your front door for a couple of those people that have been inquiring on the Tennis Direct text. The other event on the WTA Tour this week was in Lyon, a WTA 250 in France. Now, this young girl made a real impression on me, Australian Open 2019. She won the juniors here in Melbourne. Clara Tausen, she's from Denmark, 6'4", 6'1". So she's now at 18 years of age, inside the top 100 for the first time. 96 in the world, just her third main draw appearance. A former junior world number 1. And didn't lose an entire set, won 14 sets coming from qualifying all the way through to the final. Defeated Victoria Golubic 4-6, 6-love, 7-6. But she knocked out in the first round Katerina Alexandrova, the top seed, and she just went on to steamroll the draw through there. Beat Timea Babos, Camila Giorgi, Paula Bardosa, the Spanish player who tested positive here in Melbourne, the one player who had to go the extra quarantine through the Australian Summer of Tennis. So she is absolutely on her way. Won on her 6 championship points. So she had to certainly earn that title in Lyon, but just put a little asterisk next to Clara Tausen of Denmark. And if she can follow in the footsteps of Caroline Wozniacki, she's going to have a very, very fine career. What's in store this week? Dubai. It's a big field for the women. WTA 1000 event. So Alina Svitolina will be the top seed. Karolina Pliskova will be the second seed. Sabalenka, Kvitova, Bertens, Bencic, Azarenka, Iga Swiatek, Muguruza, Mertens. This is a really good field. Madison Keys missed the Australian summer. She's been back the last couple of weeks. No Ash Barty, as we know, and probably some doubt with Ash maybe for Miami coming up in a couple of weeks' time. So the other event is going to be played in Mexico, where good news for Astra Sharma, the Australian who's been able to qualify overnight, and she'll take on the lucky loser, Harriet Dart of Great Britain. So I've been looking here at Astra's draw. If she could get through that, likely she'd play the young Canadian, who's a genuine young star of the game, Leylah Fernandez, who's inside the top 100. But, gee, that's a week where Astra could win maybe 2 or 3 rounds and start to push her claims to be a regular inside the top 50, or top 100 certainly, and then maybe top 50 a little down the track. Remember the name Lee Tu. Now, Lee Tu got that last qualifying spot at the Australian Open when Andy Murray couldn't make the trip out to Australia. It certainly created a little bit of controversy because he had great success in the UTRs. He was a really good junior prodigy, went on the tour at a very young age, didn't quite work for him. He came back to Australia and he went into coaching, was still playing locally, and then he had this breakout period through the UTRs last year when all the Australians had to stay home, and he put together some unbelievable results. So they gave Lee Tu the wild card instead of giving it to another Aussie who hadn't been knocked out in qualifying. Lee Tu, I spoke to him this week. So he got $100,000 for being in that first round. Lost a tight one to Lopez and certainly had his chances and played some great tennis, I thought. But right now he can't travel. He has no official ranking. He has to wait for the Australian Pro Tour to come back, and we're still waiting to get some confirmation on that. I did put a couple of calls into Tennis Australia on Friday, and we're still wanting some information of when the Pro Tour will resume, because that's where he needs to really relaunch his tennis career and get some points, get his ranking so that he can then start to travel around the globe. So we'll keep an eye on the Lee Tu situation. And just before we go to the break, we put that article on our website last week. Should racket abuse incur a larger penalty? From the beginning of the Melbourne summer, it was evident at this year's Australian Open more than ever that the chair umpires were calling warnings for racket and ball abuse. There was a long list of warnings issued through the 3 weeks at Melbourne Park, not to mention the ones that were not called either. It got a lot of traction, certainly on our First Serve social media throughout the week. And I got this into the First Serve mailbag from Michael Craig, who doesn't always catch us live, but certainly catches us on the podcast. My idea would be for the player who smashes the racket to be automatically required to clean up the mess as part of their fine. I thought of this when seeing the bald kid with the dustpan and the brush at the AO after Djokovic destroyed a racket this year. I'm pretty sure the humiliating thought of being on your hands and knees sweeping up a few bits of graphite would automatically reduce the number of times that we see players smash their rackets in the first place. If it did happen, of course, it would be hilarious for the spectators as an added bonus. Wouldn't work so well on a clay or grass court, of course, but I think most racket smashes tend to take place on hard courts. You know what, Michael? I actually don't mind that. I'd love your thoughts on it. 0433 98 11 16 on the text. We'll take a break. We're going to get across to Nick Lester. He's a great tennis commentator. To wrap up Rotterdam from the week, look ahead to Roger Federer and a few other tennis topics bubbling around here on the First Serve.
Evening, the Hume Freeway remains heavy southbound from Wallen down to Donnybrook. Also absolutely chockers on the South Gippsland Highway and Bass Highway, leaving Phillip Island up to Cooey Rup. The Princes Freeway slow Melbourne bound through Pakenham and Officer. The M80 Ring Road closed overnight between the Hume Freeway and Edgars Road from 9 p.m. tomorrow till 5 a.m. Wednesday. Visit bigbuild.vic.gov.au. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
He's the voice of sport, chatting to the people that matter. Join Gerard Waitley tomorrow morning from 9 on 1116 SEN.
Family safety comes first. That's why Tyre Power offers the free 5-minute tyre safety check. Get the power of expert advice at Tyre Power. The NBL Cup. All GA tickets now only $10 each. Get tickets now via Ticketek.
Werribee Isuzu is Victoria's #1 selling Isuzu Ute dealership, and it's easy to see why when you see their massive range of brand new D-Maxes arriving, with incredible drive-away deals and a free tow pack with every 4x4 MUX. Plus, they'll pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. They make buying new cars easy and delivered to your door. Drive in to Werribee Isuzu, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or visit werribeeisuzuute.com.au.
LMCT 114.
Soldiers means no one left behind at the table. Soldiers means feeling fresh with rice paper rolls from rolled Vietnamese. For a limited time only, enjoy 4 rolled soldiers for just $12.50 or 8 for only $20.50. Soldiers, the ones of the front line. Feeling fresh value deals? That's how we roll. Rolled. Fast, fresh Vietnamese. Order yours today in store or via the meals deals section on rolled.com.au.
The right equipment is integral to your business efficiency.
Whether you need to acquire new or used equipment or generate working capital for your business, Morris Finance offers cost-effective and strategically structured asset finance.
The process is simple. By providing fast, easy to apply for asset finance at competitive rates, they give you back your time so you can get on with business.
More options, less hassle. Experience the Morris Finance difference. Call 1300 4MORRIS or visit morrisfinance.com.au. ACL 395249.
What is it about Australians and blue? We're girt by blue seas, blue skies, blue ass flies, blue tongue lizards, blue rinses. Oh, and when we need a little boost, we just pop a cheeky little bluey. And we love a blue. We even call our redheads blue. And our best mate. And when we bet with Blue Bet, the 100% true blue Aussie bookie.
Visit bluebet.com.au or download the apps today. Gamble responsibly.
For respirator fit testing, contact Identifiber, identifiber.com.au. Their qualified expert team can conduct respirator fit testing for a range of elastomeric and disposable respiratory protective devices. For the safety of your staff who are required to wear respirators, get an independent Identifiber fit test and report. For respirator fit testing, asbestos and other OHS and environmental needs in your business, Identifiber have you covered. Identifiber.com.au.
Hungry Jacks NBL 21. Expect superstars, expect fierce rivalries, and expect non-stop entertainment.
Take the shoot, the three! Don't miss this big NBL Cup doubleheader at John Cain Arena this Wednesday. The best bid, all GA tickets at $10 plus booking fee. Watch the New Zealand Breakers battle the Cairns Taipans, while Southeast Melbourne Phoenix clash with cross-city rivals Melbourne United in Throwdown 6. The NBL Cup. Buy $10 GA tickets now at nblcup.com.au.
First Serve Tennis Sunscreen. A quality Australian-made sunscreen to protect those that love their tennis at sunblesssunscreens.com.au and GLG Green Life Group, your open space specialists, providing landscape, horticultural and environmental services throughout Australia at glgcorp.com. The First Serve, your home of tennis.
Great to be with you on a Monday night. Brett Phillips in the chair as we talk at the world of tennis. 1300 736 736 or on the text 0433 98 11 16. We're going to get right across to Europe. Esteemed tennis commentator Nick Lester, who had his ATP media hat on the last week as we took in his commentary on beIN Sports here in Australia for coverage of the ATP 500 in Rotterdam. Nick, it's great to have you back on the First Serve.
Yeah, nice to be here, Brett. Nice to be here.
And I was singing the praises, Nick, right at the start of Andrei Rublev. He's one of the most watchable players. He's charismatic. I love the Russians. They just give you plenty. They can be over the top at times. They can be quite sort of deadpan. But his tennis, he's just building nicely, isn't he? And his challenge is now to try and take that to another level at Masters 1000 level, 3 Grand Slam quarters. So, but he's building just nice incremental steps he's taking in his career.
Yeah, he's got a burning desire, Brett. I think that's one thing he's always had from a very young age. You know, I think it's the big thing for him was challenging the emotions, because if you look back at him late teens, early 20s, he really struggled to kind of keep the emotions in check. He wanted it so badly that it almost sort of hindered him a little bit. It got in the way of actually him allowing him to play his best tennis. He's made so many improvements, Brett. His serve is just a different particular part of his game that's come on leaps and bounds from what it was a couple of years ago. He had big vulnerabilities in terms of his serve. That's improved a lot. Defensively, he's improved a lot. And as you say, really, you look at his run in the 500s. I mean, he's now won 4 500s in a row, which is pretty remarkable in itself. And you have to kind of feel the way he's going, it's going to translate into a Masters and probably another very deep run in a major, sooner rather than later.
Andre, if you were looking at sort of one part, Nick, I mean, he plays not with a lot of subtlety. It's high octane. It's great to watch. But if there's what's the one area that can get him to that next level? Is there one, or is it just sort of overall across the board, just trying to fine tune all parts of his game?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Brett, I actually think we saw quite a lot of it this week. I mean, he's moving forwards a lot more and with a lot more consistency than he ever was, Brett. I think he was something like 85% of points won at the net this week, and he was coming in a fair bit. He was coming in 15 to 20 times every match. That's something you would never have seen from him 2 years ago. He wasn't that sort of player.
Yep.
I think defensively, Brett, you know what it's like these days. The best players in the world are all the best movers, Brett. They're all the best athletes. You have to be able to defend well. And I think Rublev has become a more solid and a more sensible defender. You might have seen him a couple of years ago try and pull the trigger from a ball out wide where it's not looking likely. But nowadays, he's able just to keep the ball in play. He's got much better use of the slice backhand than he had before as well. That's a shot that he's developed. So, to be honest, I think the evolution of his game, it's so easy to look at Rublev and think he's a ball basher, because the way he plays, the racket head speed that he has. But he's becoming a lot more than that, I tell you, and I think mentally his ability to put disappointment behind him mid-match. It was a big match yesterday for him. You could just tell he was a strong favourite to win that final. You could tell there was, Fucsovics has had a good week. And I thought he kept it together very well in the end, because the Hungarian was outstanding, really, I thought, all last week.
Yeah, I want to get onto him. I've been following him for a while, and there's certain players Nick, who are going to get to the top echelon of the sport. You can sort of see it from a young age, and there are others who take longer. And then just by pure reward for hard work and dedication to their craft, and he's a super fit guy who can go the journey. His matches go long, they're long taxing points, and he often has been the last few years, as his rankings got better and better, he's been on the better end of those rallies because he just keeps so many balls in court, and it's sort of credit to a guy who's just worked really, really hard to cement himself. He will never probably get right to the top end of the sport, but he's carving out a terrific career.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Brett, he was probably one of the guys that actually suffered a little bit from being as good a junior as he was. Him and Rublev were both in the same boat. Rublev's transition to the senior game was a quicker one. But sometimes, as you well know, what can happen with the juniors is they win a lot. They get to play the senior game. He was world number one junior for a year, Fucsovics. He won junior Wimbledon. And I think he got to the senior game, started losing and thought, well, hold on, my game isn't holding up here, and then had to deal with the disappointment. And it was just a much longer journey. I think it was something like 6 years for him to become a top 50 player, 6 or 7 years. So, he had his ups and downs. I think game-wise, as you say, physically, he's always been very, very good. I think, the physical side obviously being as important as it is nowadays, he's now developed weapons. His forehand is huge. He's got a big forehand. He was matching Rublev yesterday in terms of ground stroke speed off the forehand, and that's pretty hard to do given how big Rublev hits the ball. So there's that. I think he's developed a good slice backhand. It certainly was too good for Borna Coric on Tuesday, on the Friday night or Saturday. That was the one shot that really unpicked Coric, that slice backhand. So, he's got that bit of variety to him. I know what you're saying in terms of where he goes, but you know what? There's been plenty of players, Brett, who've got to kind of 28, 29 and really made a big push. They're feeling as though they're spending more time at the deeper end of majors. They're missing. They're just more confident. Fucsovics didn't get his first top 10 win until last October. So, the belief that is going to give him as he moves on, I think has to serve him well. And I think he's going to be something like 45 in the world now. It's been harder, Brett, as you well know as well, to move up the rankings the last 18 months because of the nature of the ranking system. It's been a lot harder. So for some of those guys, it has been a bit tougher.
It certainly has. Nick, before I let you go, we're going to hear from Roger Federer in just a moment. It's just great to have him back this week.
It is. Everyone, a guy, as we all know, that certainly moves the needle in ways that perhaps others haven't. The irony, of course, is that he's actually spent 2 weeks training with Dan Evans, and he could face Dan in the first round, or second round. So that's irony. Yep. Is he going to win the tournament this week? Probably unlikely, but as you say, it's great for the sport.
It is. Nick, we'll do it again. Really appreciate the chat. Love listening to you, of course, at all the major tournaments around the globe, and we'll look forward to chatting to you frequently here on The First Serve.
Anytime, Brett.
Nick Lester, who was on deck in Rotterdam last week covering the ATP 500 and the continued emergence of Andrei Rublev. We'll take a break. We're going to come back, have a listen to the great man, Roger Federer, speaking in Doha ahead of his comeback this week.
Evening, the Hume Freeway remains heavy southbound from Wallen down to Donnybrook. Also absolutely chockers on the South Gippsland Highway and Bass Highway, leaving Phillip Island up to Cooey Rup. The Princes Freeway slow Melbourne bound through Pakenham and Officer. The M80 Ring Road closed overnight between the Hume Freeway and Edgars Road from 9 p.m. tomorrow till 5 a.m. Wednesday. Visit bigbuild.vic.gov.au. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
During the massive Easter sale, Tyre Power are rolling out the deals. Catalogue online now, tyrepower.com.au. The NBL Cup. All GA tickets now only $10 each. Get tickets now via Ticketek.
Top Sport is bringing you something that's better than the best and better than the rest. It's best of the best multis. Your top odds are guaranteed. Just place a best of the best multi across any Saturday Metro meeting to score yourself the top fluck or top dividend from the 3 national totes on each leg. How's that for top dollar? Download the app today and bet your way. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Best of the best, not available WA races. Gamble responsibly.
The all-new Canon dual cab ute is on display at Essendon GWM Haval, featuring 8-speed auto, diesel motor, alloy wheels and a 9-inch touchscreen with Apple CarPlay. All from just $33,990 drive away, including a 7-year GWM warranty and 5 years capped servicing. There's easy finance, and don't forget the instant instant asset write-off is available.
T's and C's apply.
Essendon and GWM Havel, 600 Man Alexander Road. Call 90 80 11 11.
LMCT 10092.
Morris Finance takes the hard work out of your next plant and equipment purchase. Whether you're investing in vehicles, equipment, trucks or machinery, Morris Finance has the right solution for you. Morris Finance makes the process simple, providing fast, easy to apply for asset finance at competitive rates, giving you back your time to get on with your business. More options, less hassles. Experience the difference. Call 1300 4Morris or visit morrisfinance.com.au. ACL 395249.
Soldiers means no one left behind at the table. Soldiers means feeling fresh with rice paper rolls from rolled Vietnamese. For a limited time only, enjoy 4 rolled soldiers for just $12.50 or 8 for only $20.50. Soldiers, the ones of the front line. Feeling fresh value deals? That's how we roll. Rolled. Fast, fresh Vietnamese. Order yours today in store or via the meals deals section on rolled.com.au.
Hungry Jacks NBL 21. Expect superstars. Expect fierce rivalries. And expect non-stop entertainment.
Take the shoot, the three!
Don't miss this big NBL Cup doubleheader at John Cain Arena this Wednesday. The best bid, all GA tickets at $10 plus booking fee. Watch the New Zealand Breakers battle the Cairns Taipans, while Southeast Melbourne Phoenix clash with cross-city rivals Melbourne United in Throwdown 6. The NBL Cup. Buy $10 GA tickets now at nblcup.com.au.
Footy's kicking off, and Telstra's giving you $10 off.
That is awesome.
Yep, $10 off.
Inspirational.
This is massive.
That's right, $10 off.
That's off the scale.
Stream the 2021 Toyota AFL Premiership season with KO Basic for just $15 a month for 12 months. For Telstra consumer customers, redeemed by 31 May 2021. Roll under standard fees after 12 months. Minimum cost $15 for 1 month minimum term.
First Serve Tennis Sunscreen. A quality Australian-made sunscreen to protect those that love their tennis. At sunblesssunscreens.com.au. And GLG Green Life Group, your open space specialists. Providing landscape, horticultural and environmental services throughout Australia. At glgcorp.com. The First Serve, your home of tennis.
Great to be here. Brett Phillips in the chair. We had one off the Tennis Direct text I wanted to get to from Dean. Andy Murray's cooked. Do you think he'll be back? I think he may, but not sure if he'll go far. Yeah, it's interesting to watch Andy over the last few weeks. I mean, he lost to Rublev in Rotterdam, 7-5, 6-2. Had that big first-round win, 3 sets over Robin Haase of the Netherlands. Of course, made the final of the Biella Challenger. I think went out first round in Montpellier in France. Look, he's sort of... I mean, Andy's always had that, that taxing game, isn't it? I mean, he plays big points. He never moves like a gazelle. But geez, he gets to so many balls, and he's been a brilliant player. I mean, his determination will take him a long way, Andy Murray. It's a great story. If you haven't seen I think it was on Amazon Prime, the documentary about... I think it was called, resurfacing after all the hip surgeries. I mean, incredible that he's still got the desire to play, but that's his life. He loves tennis and he doesn't want to bow out on a really bad note. He's doing everything he can to get back. So it'll be interesting to follow. Not sure at the moment. It's going to be tough to certainly make up the ground to get back up amongst the real top end of tennis, but we'll wait and see. I want to play a little bit of Roger Federer because he has spoken in Doha in the lead up to his comeback. Let's take in a little bit of the great Roger Federer.
It's been a long year in some ways, especially rehabbing, being on crutches once and then for a second time. And finally I'm back on the tennis court again, working out, playing sets, playing points. It's a true pleasure. It's a privilege, actually, after all this time. I didn't expect it to go as long as it did, but it did. Now we are where we are, and I'm so excited to be back on a match court, in a few days here, and I'm really curious to find out how it's going to go. There's still obviously amazing amounts of question marks surrounding my comeback for me personally, and don't know what to expect. I know that the expectations from my side are extremely low, and I'm just very happy that I'm playing a tournament again, regardless of the outcome of this event.
For the fans that might not know exactly what that injury was, can you kind of explain it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I was unhappy with my knee for some time, for years actually, and after the Australian Open and the match for Africa in Cape Town again especially, I got back to Switzerland, I just thinking like, I can't keep on playing with this knee, you know, it's just I'm not happy with it. So talked to the entire team, spoke to doctors, and did the operation thinking I was going to come back for Wimbledon, but I had somehow the knee wasn't fully, happy. And after a month or so, unfortunately, came to the conclusion, unfortunately, I have to do another one. There needs some more fixing in the knee, some other things that must have happened, even though I never really felt them happening during my rehab process. And I also don't think I pushed it too hard, to be quite honest, in the beginning. So then that's when I had to do my second knee operation on the same knee. Yeah, and then from then on, obviously, you know, crutches once, crutches twice, muscles go down, and you lose everything. And that's why it was a beginning from scratch again. And that's why also I think the road till today was long and slow, but I'm happy I made it to today.
You mentioned it, crutches once, crutches twice. You kind of lose everything a little bit. What was that process like, trying to get it back, trying to get match fit?
I enjoyed the challenge, you know, to be honest. I don't mind rehabbing because I see the positive and the bright side of it, that training is not so hard and you don't go to the edge of things because let's say that body part, let's say that knee, for instance, in my example, doesn't allow me to do more anyhow. And with the pandemic and with the knee issues anyway, it kept me home. I was happy after being 20 plus years on tour, just being home, you know, with the family, not having the stress of the next match. Actually was quite enjoyable. Sure, I would have liked things to be different, to be on tour, or at least be back playing as quick as possible after the pandemic then. But you know, I followed a lot of the tennis matches and had a chance to reconnect with my Swiss friends, you know, that maybe I didn't get that much time from our family because of all the world tours that we went through for so many years. So there was also positives besides the lows, obviously, that come with a surgery.
You mentioned the lows. Was there any moment where maybe you thought you had a little doubts about coming back?
You always do have doubts, you know, when you have surgery. There's always days that you feel better and worse, but I think overall I'm a very positive person. I have a great team around myself, wonderful family. So I'm also very distracted, and you know, the idea was to be fully fit again one day, for life or for tennis. So equally important to me. Actually, life's a little bit more important to me. I want to go skiing and play basketball and go playing ice hockey and play tennis in the future with my children, or exhibition matches, you name it. So it's definitely worth it to go through all that pain, you know. But the goal was, you know, this is not I'm going to go out. I'm not happy with my knee. We're going to fix it and we're going to come back. For me, there was no other story to it. And rehab wasn't as hard as maybe people make it seem, even though the people around me are very impressed how I go about it. But for me, it's only but normal to be really, really professional about it.
You mentioned you wanted to get fit, not just for tennis, but just for life in general. Is that what was motivating you during that time to keep getting fit?
No, it's just, I mean, look, it kept my day busy as it was. I wanted to get off the crutches. I wanted to get back, you know, so I could play tennis again, jogging again. The simplest thing, you know, jump over one hurdle, then maybe jump over two hurdles, and then do the first sprint. These are all nice moments. And while I was doing that, I had a lot of time for other things, you know, for projects, for the foundation, for things with my wife, my life, things to reorganize, reshuffle, figure things out at home that maybe I didn't have time for, that you always you know, let somebody else take care of it, but now that you're home you can do it. And so my days were really, really busy, and no problem for me to go twice or three times to the gym quickly to work on my knee. It was actually a pleasure to quickly move around a little bit.
Well, that was the great Roger Federer having a chat in Doha in the last week, so we'll wait for his match, which will probably be Wednesday evening, I think, our time. All thanks to Melbourne's leading synthetic grass court surface and construction specialists, ASTI Tennis Courts. They are trusted by Melbourne tennis clubs and councils. Check out their website, aste.com.au. Damien has joined us here on the First Serve. Good evening, Damien.
G'day, BP. How are you?
Very good, thanks.
thank you for the tennis stuff that I got a few weeks ago. I really appreciate that.
No problem at all. Magnificent first serve tennis sunscreen. You've got to get it. And they've got lawn bowls, cricket and golf at Sunblest Sunscreen. So they've got every sport covered. What do you got for us, mate? We've got about a minute here.
I want to talk to BP about Nick Kyrgios.
Yep.
I didn't get a chance to go to the Australian Open this year. Never been before. Hopefully I can go next year.
Mm.
But I thought he didn't do too bad, the Australian Open.
Well, I think
Kyrgios. I thought he had his moments, didn't he?
Well, I think he did what we'd expect him to do, and that's about third, fourth round. He's sort of like the warm-up act for the real stuff, Nick, isn't he? So is it going to get any better in 12 months' time? Is he suddenly going to be second week at the Australian Open and really doing some damage? So, yeah, he is where I think we expect him to be, and I don't know when he's going to jump back on tour again. He certainly indicated that he's not keen to travel extensively while this pandemic is still occurring around the world, and his ranking will stay where it sort of is, and we know that he can do anything, but it's whether Nick really wants to do it, and there's not a huge desire to be absolutely at the top of his game. He's quite happy sort of being the entertainer and being a tennis player at the same time. That's fine if he wants to do that, but we shouldn't put him in calculations to win majors. Let's rule that out for now. You just don't get through on your natural talent winning majors. It takes a hell of a lot more work than that. Tennis Direct, Australia's favourite online tennis store. Make sure you shop there during the week. Free delivery on orders over $150. Tennisdirect.com.au right now. Use that promo code FIRSTSERVE10. We've covered a bit of ground. Good luck to the Aussies competing on tour this week. There's a few of them around. Let's hope they can certainly go through a few rounds and maybe even possibly register a victory. Check out our website, thefirstserve.com.au. Check out our socials. Plenty of tennis content right throughout the week. We'll do it again next Monday night at 8 o'clock.
Breakfast with Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
Passionate Dockers supporter Narrowly Meadows joined us for the unconventional preview of the Fremantle Football Club.
I know he's not a new recruit this year, but Michael Frederick, because last year he played a handful of games and the excitement that he provided, he has got some serious talent and the smile on his face when he does it as well. Second year, fitter, bit more experience.
We're back racing strong. Visit country.racing.com.
Weekdays from 6 on SEN.
Take charge of your yard with 0% interest across the entire Toro range. Get 6 months interest-free on the all-new 60-volt battery range, including the Toro Tough Mower, string trimmer, chainsaw, hedge trimmer and leaf blower. Plus, get 1,000 days interest-free on all Toro zero-turn mowers, such as the Time Cutter MX5075 and the new Titan 54-inch. Find your local Toro dealer at torocatalog.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Fees, conditions and a minimum finance amount applies. Credit by Hum Cards Australia. Offer ends 31 March 2021.
Soldiers means no one left behind at the table. Soldiers means feeling fresh with rice paper rolls from Rolled Vietnamese. For a limited time only, enjoy 4 rolled soldiers for just $12.50 or 8 for only $20.50. Soldiers, the ones of the front line. Feeling fresh value deals? That's how we roll. Rolled. Fast, fresh Vietnamese. Order yours today in store or via the meals deals section on rolled.com.au.
Don't chase the dream, own it. The 2021 Harley-Davidson motorcycles have arrived at Harley Heaven. From the all-new Street Bob 114 to the Milwaukee 8 touring models, Harley Heaven has them all. There's no better time than now to own that Harley-Davidson you've always wanted. Book a test right now at Harley Heaven, Melbourne's home of Harley-Davidson, Melbourne, Dandenong and Ringwood. Find out more at harleyheaven.com.au.
Grab the golf clubs and head to Club Mandalay, the must-play course in Melbourne's north. Enjoy 18 holes of golf midweek for just $99 for 2 players. This includes a cart and drinks. Happy days. With its championship golf course and beautiful clubhouse, Club Mandalay is your must-play public access course. So grab a mate and head to Club Mandalay for 18 holes of golf with a cart and drinks midweek for just $99. Book now at clubmandalay.com.au.
Humans have been farming since we became
Well, human. From grains to sheep, farming's come a long way. Farm World's back in 2021 at Lardner Park, showcasing the latest farming technology, equipment and more. Chat with experts, get up close to animals, discover Farm World's fittest farmer and enjoy the Telstra Women in Ag Lunch. Farm World at Lardner Park, Friday to Sunday, March 26 to March 28. Due to their COVID-safe contact tracing requirements, tickets are only at lardnerpark.com.au.
Why haven't you heard of a grand utility vehicle until now? Introducing the all-new 8-seat Kia Carnival with a bold and modern SUV-inspired design, class-leading tech and advanced safety features. Don't compromise on space, comfort and style. We didn't just make an 8-seat family car. We made a grand utility vehicle. Book a test drive and experience the thrill of the all-new Kia Carnival GUV.
Kia, movement that inspires.
I'm Gerard Waitley for the cutting-edge analysis of the modern trends.
Are we seeing the Martinising of a few players? Looks to me like they've signed off on this. Dustin can do it. Well, let's just challenge these guys to be able to do it as well.
And fearless predictions to spark debate.
The pressure goes up another 10% when there's someone in the waiting ready to come back into coaching. I've got no doubt Ross will be coaching in 2022.
David King with the means tests tomorrow from 9.
Born and bred in Melbourne. That's Red Energy. Welcome to the 2021 AAMI Community Series.
Curls it into the pocket. Cameron wants it. Cameron gets it.
Martin Jackson. Martin's got it. He scored. He shoots. It's the stuff of legend.
AFL Nation. For McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. Available 24/7.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome along. It is the final game of the AFL Community Series on this Monday night. Metricon Stadium, the venue. It is the Gold Coast Suns and the Brisbane Lions to do battle. Brett Phillips in the chair tonight, of course, thanks to McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. It is available 24/7. Magnificent to have the Brownlow medalist Adam Cooney alongside me as we just get a little bit of pre-season rust out of us, Coons, and
Yes.
gear up for round one in about a week's time. Good to see you.
Good to be with you, as usual, BP. Your first one, so I've had a couple of hit out. This is my third, but I've still got a little bit of rust to get out. But we'll forgive you if you make one or two blues, but it is...
Well, I was just seeing Joe Danaher at number 3. That is a very different look. He does look good, Joe.
Well, he looks good if you're a Brisbane supporter, not so much if you're a Bombers fan, particularly all the positive news about Joe Danaher over the summer. Out on the track, body is feeling really good and dominating in some of those pre-season scratch matches. So all positive news for Joe Danaher, not so much for Essendon fans, but you move on, don't you?
Indeed. Well, you've got to, players moving left, right and centre. There's big Oscar McInerney, 204 centimetres. Tom Fullerton, also 200 centimetres. We get a good look at him for the Brisbane Lions tonight. Oleg Markov will be the new recruit on show, the former Tiger, who looked pretty good in the scratch match last week, coming off half back. It's a nice addition. Obviously, there's a few, not too many. Rory Atkins not playing tonight from the Crows. Of course, Isaac Rankin just tweaked the ankle slightly at training. They want him ready for round one. Pretty much, though, the Gold Coast are close to full strength.
Yeah, it's good. When you look at the Gold Coast Suns lineup, usually there's 5, maybe half a dozen that don't really stick out off the page, and there's been a couple of occasions where we've gone into games thinking, who is this kid? And there's 3 or 4 of them, but it looks a more settled lineup now, particularly over the last 1 to 2 seasons where they've been able to get some really high draft picks in and playing 30 or 40 games, and some good recruits too. I mean, Brandon Ellis and Hugh Greenwood just made a huge difference to this midfield in season 2020. They started really well. Traditionally, they do start the season quite well, the Gold Coast Suns. They've been 3-1 in 2016, 2019, and also last year. The problem is, in the back half of the year, they've faded away, and faded away badly. So the challenge for the Gold Coast is to, again, start well in season 2021, but then once you get to that midway point, find a way to refresh and kick again, because it's about that time now where some of these players are starting to get to their peak of their powers. Stuart Dew's 4th year as senior coach. It's about time they get up to 8, 9 and even double-figure wins.
No doubt about that, and we just saw a bit of Matty Rowell in the background just going through the midfield drills at the moment. I think you and I were at GMHBA Stadium last year when they came into that big game against the Cats. They'd started well, as you said, and then Matt Rowell does that injury, doesn't play for the remainder of the year, so it's great to have him back playing senior footy with the impact he made in the early part of the season. Another young one to look at for Brisbane tonight is Harry Sharp, wearing the number 22, Caulfield Grammar boy, and there's some good raps on this young man, and he does look a really good size.
Yes, he's one of very few that are going to get an opportunity to play and put your hand up for round one. This is a very settled, very experienced Brisbane Lions team who had a poor half in the prelim in season 2020, but beat Richmond in the first final at home. So they know, they've got belief that they can win against the best. They had a really good run. Let's not sugarcoat it. They had a dream run in 2020. They were probably the only people who were happy about COVID because they got an unbelievable dream run at home. They played some games at Metricon as well. So this year is going to be tougher for them. Most are expecting them to make the grand final because of just the natural improvement of this group, hungry, the way that they play. They're well coached. They bring Joe Danaher into this side, Cockatoo as well, who's been injury prone. But everyone is expecting the progression from the Brisbane Lions to make the grand final. And it's not going to be that easy for them. It's going to be a tougher season. They're going to have to travel, factor that in. They had a dream run with injuries as well. So there's going to be some challenges in 2021. They're not going to be gifted a top 4 position, that's for sure.
No doubt. Looking at their lineup tonight, no Darcy Gardner, who's been a regular member of their S22 for a few years. Noah Ainsworth, who's played a bit of senior footy. Daniel McStay is the interesting one. He's going to miss the next 3 to 6, strain that medial ligament in a training mishap last week. So he has avoided surgery. We know that Chris Fagan has sort of liked to play the 2 ruckman and resting forward with a young developing McStay and Hipwood. You throw Joe Danaher into that forward mix, and how all that's going to work and whether all the talls can play.
It's a good headache to have, isn't it? I mean, Oscar McInerney put his hand up to be the number 1 ruck, and Steph Martin obviously has gone to the Western Bulldogs. Do they go with the big 3-pronged attack, or is Joe Danaher the backup ruck? I mean, it makes sense for Oscar to run around and rest at times in that forward pocket, but do they want Hipwood, Danaher, Oscar McInerney, or the other resting ruckman down there? It's a big game for Tommy Fulton, as you mentioned. If he can put his best foot forward, and then that's more selection headaches for Chris Fagan and the Brisbane Lions, because it's a good problem to have, but you don't want to be too tall in the forward line.
No, you need those crummers, Coons, those the buzzers.
The little Charlie Camerons of the world.
Buzzing around, getting those crumbs.
The Zorkos when he's down there. Well, we're just having a look on screen at the moment. The International Women's Day, so all the Brisbane Lions players have written their significant others and mothers and girlfriends and wives and daughters possibly on their hands, so that's brilliant.
Good stuff. That's all been shown on the big screen. We're just trying to work
hopefully
out who
not
all
wife
these
and girlfriend.
Actually are. Hopefully no mixed messages going out to anyone who might be taking in those little wrist bandages.
It's like the NBA. I think it was the NBA Awards where Drake sang a song about the side pieces. And all the NBA players were sweating in the crowd. So hopefully none of that out there.
Metricon Stadium, I tell you what, it had a fair bit of action on it last year, and it took a little bit of wear and tear. It looks like it's had a little bit of good recovery.
Yeah,
nice and green.
Curators have done a magnificent job getting it nice and green. All right, it copped an absolute pounding, Metricon, last year, but held up well, and thankful for everyone in Queensland, particularly the Queensland government, that allowed football to roll on in 2020.
Absolutely. Earlier today, of course, the Bulldogs looked pretty good. Your old mob, Coons, 15-16, 106, defeating Melbourne 10-7, 67 at Marvel Stadium. What do you think?
Oh, I'll tell you what. It was a dominant display by the Western Bulldogs midfield. Jack McRae had it nearly 40 times. Bontempelli had 34 and kicked 3 unbelievable goals. So he's wasting some of his best stuff in the pre-season. Lockie Hunter. Josh Dunkley snuck up to over 30 disposals as well, and did a bit of pinch hitting in the ruck, which was one of the reasons why he wanted to get out of there. But it looks like Bevo's going to throw him in there. But, they look pretty dangerous, and with Adam Treloar to come back into the side. Some of the younger players played really well too, so they've got selection headaches of their own, particularly through the middle of the ground, because there's younger players. Riley West had a crack today, and he's one who would probably be a walk-up start from most other sides, but because of the depth of the Western Bulldogs midfield, they're just going to have to fight it out.
No doubt. I was asked by someone to give me my top 8 today, and I looked at it and I thought, I could see the top 8 staying exactly the same.
I think most people, it's hard because there's only really one, maybe two vulnerable sides. I actually wrote down my 18 this afternoon, but I didn't want... you can't really throw Port, Richmond, Geelong, Brisbane out of there, and then most of the other sort of bottom are like the Dogs. I think are a lock. I think St Kilda are a lock for the 8.
I agree.
West Coast are always hard to beat at home.
Yep. So the only one is
and then you're
probably
up
Collingwood.
to 7 or 8 already.
The only one is maybe Collingwood, but you still look at even though they've lost some of the cavalry over the summer, you still look at that team and you think, well, it's probably good enough.
Yep.
To still make the 8. So let's see what the clubs underneath. And Melbourne have disappointed today. I mean, the Giants are the interesting one if they can regain their mojo that they lost last year.
Actually, just on paper, had the Giants in the 8.
Yep.
So I had Collingwood sliding pretty significantly, but then again, that's only basically because I see just a couple of small weaknesses there that could possibly be exposed, but they could go the other way and finish top 4. I mean, we haven't bounced the ball, obviously, to start the season yet, but it's an interesting one. Generally, two teams duck out and 2 slide in, but they look pretty settled, the best 6 teams in the comp. But then you've got Fremantle who are improving, you've got Carlton who are improving, Melbourne people expecting to bounce back, so it'll be the most even season we've had in a long time.
Oh, we're looking forward to it, and of course this is the final match of the AFL Community Series. We'll get underway with the opening round in about a week or so's time. We're here thanks to McDonald's, smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. It's available 24/7. We bring you the Gold Coast and Brisbane tonight. What's the next step, the Gold Coast? So they won their most games under Stewie G last year, 5, and they were in so many games where, that could have been maybe 8 or 9, small margins. What's the pass mark for Gold Coast this year, do you think, Coons?
I think the Gold Coast Suns have got to win at least 9 games. And whether or not they have the talent to do that, and now they've got the nucleus of this side. But they were pretty thin in terms of body size through the middle of the ground season 2019 and before that. So, but with Hugh Greenwood, Brandon Ellis, Matty Rao coming into the club, Noah Anderson up and down on the wing, it's a star-studded midfield, and they're getting to that stage of their development now where they have to win 9 or 10 games.
Yep. Gee, they're really part of last year. It was dynamic footy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great to watch. They're my third favourite team.
Yeah.
They'd be on your podium as
right
well?
Up there, yeah. Well, I mean, it's my nature. I sort of, I love the underdog. I like the teams who are trying to make their mark. And, last year it was brilliant stuff from end to end.
I like teams that play positively as well when they do that. They're not afraid to take the game on. They come back the other way and they got hurt at times, and that'll happen with a young team. But as they develop and Stuart Dew continues to tinker with those defensive mechanisms, they'll get better defensively and they'll start to score because of that natural talent in there.
Yep, no doubt. We mentioned Tom Fullerton, we mentioned Harry Sharp, some of the fresh faces for rolled, fast, fresh Vietnamese. And we're going to see plenty of young stars right across the competition. Not so many on the Gold Coast side tonight. It's a fairly settled lineup that we're probably going to see for round 1. You throw in an Isaac Rankin, Rory Atkins. I don't know.
Where's he at?
I'm not sure. I don't think he's anything long-term there, injury-wise. So not taking his place. We're going to get this one underway. McInerney and Witts to go at the middle. Jared Witts, I mean, he's not missed a game, Kearns, for about 3 years. Mr. Durable, the co-captain.
Star.
As McInerney won the tap, Neil had a first touch on it. Rayner starting in the middle as well. Off half-back, the Lions trying to build something. Mark Taken here for the Gold Coast. Ballard. Little chip. Now they start to run. Ellis. Nice little hit up to half forward. Charging hard at that footy was Sam Day. Not able to complete the mark, and now the Lions are looking to clear. Mark Taken here by Eric Hipwood, pushing it right up the ground towards the wing. Hipwood.
It's just a bit dewy, it looks like. Players just struggling a little bit. Ball is quite slippery at the moment.
Drilled that one right through the hands of Joe Danaher. Darcy McPherson at ground level to Miller. Escaped the tackle away to Greenwood on his left boot. Looking to go to Ballard. Hipwood got the interception. Now they can go to work. Just losing his footing on that occasion was Jared Lyons. We got a kick inside forward 50. Messy ball coming in for Brisbane. Now the Gold Coast through Powell, who was slung in the tackle. Almost could have been penalised. Off hands, out of bounds. Brisbane have crept inside 50.
That was it. First look we had of Joe Danaher, and absolutely laced out by Eric Hipwood to Joe. He couldn't believe it. Went straight through his fingers. I did say it was dewy, but it went straight through because he would have wheeled round and had a shot from 55.
Witts with the front position. And Ian McInerney going at ground level. Rao, quick hands, lightning hands there from Ellis to Jared Harbour on the non-preferred right. Here's Ainsworth looking to feed it back inside. Ellis, tight traffic to work with in here. The Gold Coast back to Harbour on his trusty left. And he kicks that down towards Day. There's a free kick. It will go to Sam Day. It was just held in that marking contest. As Day will move the Gold Coast forward. Trying to find some space towards half forward. Swallow had a piece of it. Here's McPherson, stood up nicely, kept his feet in the tackle. High ball inside 50, trying to come from behind King. All loose here, about 60 metres out from the Gold Coast goal. They feed it out nicely. McPherson to Miller. Lowers the eyes. Daisy cutter inside, a half volley ball for the Suns on that occasion. It will come back. Yeah, just to Ainsworth.
Push in the back. Just fell in the back of Ainsworth, who gives it off to Weller.
Loves kicking long goals, Lockie Weller. Bit out of his range that time. Geez, Brisbane defenders getting right in front of King, and there's one down just on the ground there to the side of that contest, backing back into the pack. We'll get a closer look at that on the replay. Jack Payne just feeling a little worse for wear at the moment.
Yeah, he's still down on one knee, so I think it was friendly fire. Backing back into a pack, and teammate collected him in a big contest in the forward pocket with King. But Gold Coast Suns just controlling the footy now. Bit of slow play here.
Markov to Harbrow. Lukosius, who can thump it back inside 50 for the Suns. Looking for a big mark. Hitting the pack hard was Day. Now they go to work at ground level. That ball is underneath a big pack of players at the moment. The umpire leading this role. He'll eventually come in and take it about 30 metres out from the Suns' goal. No score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Witts and McInerney go at it again. Birchall deflected out to Rich, who just got a ball outside the danger zone. Juggling mark, good one too, taken by Powell. He's quick to play on, brings it more centrally into Miller. Trying to find a good entry inside forward 50 here for the Suns.
The blokes who had great seasons in 2020. Miller
pops it up, about 25 metres out from goal. McInerney attacked it nicely. McCluggage got hands to it, and now a thumping, spiralling ball into space just beyond the wing, and the foot race is on. Buderick went through him. Here's Charlie Cameron going to work at ground level. Tough one down the ankles for Joe Danaher, who's besieged by two, Collins and also Buderick. Berry, McCluggage. Now Brisbane with a tumbler inside forward 50. Not quite taking the mark on the stretch. There was Lyons. Giving good chase was Ellis. 2-on-2 contest. Little fend off here from the Brisbane Lions. Little soccer towards goal. Miller, though, trying to get through the traffic. There's just not a lot of room to work with in here. Outside of the boot from Bailey. He's kicked the goal for Brisbane. Had to work overtime, but he got it on the boot nicely. And it is quite dewy at Metricon Stadium. Tough one to handle at ground level, but the Lions strike first on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your premiership favourite for Toyo Tyres. One straight, the Gold Coast, yet to score.
Yeah, it's pretty slippery. I think we're going to see some scrappy footy, particularly in the first quarter. It might even get worse as the night wears on, but it was just a long kick outside Brisbane's defensive 50. Everyone had pushed up high. The ball came back, and Buderick was in best position, but as the Sharon can do, she bounces all sorts of ways and danced around him. Joey got his hands on the footy, and then a quick kick inside 50. Lions had worked really hard to make position inside there. Ball cut out to Miller. He turned it over because it was a bit slippery, so it just slipped off the knuckles, and Zach Bailey, who's a goal sneak, was in the right spot at the right time. A crafty little finish on the outside of the boot.
Very nice finish indeed. Brisbane won straight, the Gold Coast yet to open their account in this opening quarter. From the cafe Barista Made Coffee, we bring you the footy on a Monday night. Not a great bounce from the umpire. Witts was able to win it down to Miller. Quick clearance here for the Gold Coast on the non-preferred left. Alice, just a tumbler inside 50, and it'll be Richard will mop up. Threw on the boot quickly, back in towards the middle of Metricon Stadium. Loose ball up for grabs. Great take by Matty Rao, who tries to find some space. Great ball, juggling mark taken by Day. And he'll line up here 35 metres out.
Well, I think that kid can play, Matty Rao. He's already had a couple. His first two disposals were under real immense heat.
Yep.
And he was strong enough through the core to be able to just give it a little handball out. On that occasion, he was first to the footy and danced around Oscar McInerney. Had two steps, and he was away and laced out Day.
So Sam Day will go past the 50, get a nice little skip up here, right behind the kick. It holds its line beautifully, never in doubt for Sam Day. And Gold Coast get the reply. A goal apiece here in the AAMI Community Series on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Well, if he stays fit, he's been crunched into $17 for the Brownlow Matt Rao. the Rising Star Brownlow double. People think that he could possibly achieve both. It's unbelievable for a player who has only played 4 games. He's 3 Brownlow votes for his first 3, but I'll tell you what, he's got every attribute that you need. He's hard, he's tough, loves his footy, clean below his knees, uses the ball really well. You can't fault his game. Maybe the only thing is he tucks his shirt in and pulls his pet shorts up too high. That's
fairly noticeable. The rest of his contemporaries.
That's the only fault, really. I mean, he's got gorgeous red hair, so that's another tick.
No wonder you're just...
Oh, I'm a fan like everyone else. I'm a fanboy.
Well, fingers crossed that his season goes the duration this year. Witt's a little flick over the shoulder. It was Berry that sharked it first to Bailey, the goal kicker for Brisbane. Tumbling left-footer towards half-forward. Cameron out of position. He and Harbrow give chase. Collins the extra number. The ball will travel over the boundary line about 60 around from the Brisbane goal.
Good match up there. Harbrow and Charlie Cameron both going at the footy pretty hard. Love to see Gold Coast Suns have some success for a player like Jared Harbrow, who left the Dogs and was a foundation player. He's done some hard yards.
He has.
Up there, he's a Cairns boy, and love to see him have some form of success before he finishes up.
Witts wanted down. It was Anderson attacked the contest. I didn't take it with him. Rao then was set upon. Brisbane win possession. Nice little chip inside to Hipwood. He's not on the best side here for a left footer. Eric Hipwood to have a shot at goal unless he's going to try and find someone short here.
It's just a stoppage. Matty Rao got his hands on the footy, and big Witts, he just almost got in his way and tried to wrench the ball out of his hands. It fell to the deck, and nice kick out to Eric Hipwood on the lead. Started well, Hipwood.
94 games, so he's been in the system a while now, and it's only going to get better, you feel, Eric Hipwood. As he lines up, he's going to send that one across the face. It'll just sneak in. Oh, gee, it looked like it drifted, and just at the last minute, Kearns, I reckon it just snuck into that right goalpost. Well, there wasn't huge celebrations from Eric Hipwood, but good result for Brisbane. 2 straight. The Gold Coast 1 straight on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
He didn't look at all confident, and it did look like it sort of faded, drifted across the face of goal, and the umpire was 100% certain on his decision either, to be honest with you. He was a bit red-faced when he called it, but it was Birchall just as a half-back coming up to that stoppage. The ball ducked out the back, and nice crafty finish from Birchall. Does use it well. Let's have another look. Oh, gee, I reckon that's gone the other side of the post.
We need the other angle there.
I think we need to have another look at that. That needs to get sent upstairs. Well, can't do that in the pre-season, as we saw Geelong versus Essendon. No. Aaron Francis marked the ball on the line, if not in front. Goal umpire made a blue.
Brisbane by 1 straight kick. The double fister there from Jared Witts. Nicely sharked by Will Brodie. Big year for Will Brodie to try and establish himself in this Gold Coast midfield. Beautifully taken by McPherson. Got the crumb. It was partially smothered off the hand there of Harris Andrew, and diving in, Ainsworth gets it over. They're already deep in attack here, the Gold Coast. Only about 15 metres around from their goal.
Yeah, huge year for Will Brodie. There's a bit of trade talk involved after last year and needs to cement a spot. He's got a big body, and that was a really, really nice clearance. Just put the one Duke out, took it nicely, so he can get a few more clearances like that. He'll put his hand up for round 1.
Try and play that inside mid-roll. Just the 9 games the last 2 years. Mitch Robinson trying to thump out of the danger zone. Lukosius came hard and he was pummeled into the turf. McPherson's been busy early. McCluggage right on his ginger. He'll get this over the boundary line. Basically in the same spot where the Gold Coast got their entry.
Good contest between Lukosius and Daniel Rich. Both players going pretty hard. Lukosius won the footy and took the tackle well.
So Gold Coast trying to make something out of this stoppage. Umpire tosses it back in. Only 15 metres around from their goal. Witts worked his way to the front. Does the follow-up stuff as well. Berry. Here's Oscar going on the right boot. That one's just going to pitch inside the boundary line and taken over by Markov. So they get it outside defensive 50 Brisbane. Chris Fagan, that looks like he
on the pine.
Probably continue his tradition. He's been on the pine for a while, hasn't he?
Doesn't mind it down there. Loves a bit of FaceTime, face-to-face action with his players to get the message across.
Umpire reloads from the boundary throw-in. Witts Working hard as he does. Brodie was strong there. Rowell escaped the tackle. You can't pin him down. Witt's got a kick inside forward 50, but only as far as Ryan Lester. Away to Rich with that damaging left. This one a shorter one to a more 50-50 contest. Berry came hard. Brodie wrapped him up. Nicely done.
They're the things that you want to see from Will Brodie. There's a nice clearance out of the centre after the last goal, and then backed it up with a big tackle. McPherson came in and he'll get the footy, but it was Will Brodie who laid the big original tackle to stop Berry in his tracks.
McPherson has been everywhere as well. It was that initial tackle in the follow-up. Good pressure from the Gold Coast around the ball carrier there. Runs on that right arc with the man not able to move from the mark. Opened up the angle, long to King. He got hands to it. Rich at ground level. They'll start the mop up for Brisbane as they look to hit a target. Zorko, he's that target. About 35 metres out from his defensive goal.
Joe getting involved. He is the outlet kick here. He's inside defensive 50. So I haven't seen him down there for many times in his career.
Gee, doesn't quite hit Zorko. Taken on the half volley, but they can switch direction right across their defensive goal to Harris Andrews. Got a little bit of time and space here to hit up his next target. A one-on-one. Going back, it was Mitch Robinson almost completing the mark. Good pressure there from Ellis. Trapped it just inside the boundary line. Back to Weller. Tumbler. Sexton. Good link up here. Ellis. Noah Anderson. Little step inside. Almost going too far. He was then just not able to execute the kick efficiently, and that's just a little slide on him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just that finish.
One step too many. Had some players on the drive-by too for a handball receive, but chose to take it on, and if you do, deliver better inside 50 than that.
Now Brisbane can go McCluggage, Berry. They shared around by hand. Rich took it from Leicester. That thumping left all the way inside forward 50. A free kick has been plucked out here. It's going to go to Brisbane. Going to go to Charlie Cameron. Just buffeted out in that marking contest. We'll get a look on the replay.
Wasn't happy, Charlie. So it was the umpire that was about 50 metres away. Both. As soon as they see the jumper separate from the body, they're always going to pay it. Now, he had a handful of Harbrow's jumper as well, but the non-officiating umpire, he is officiating, I suppose, but he was not the closest to the action.
Third, Cameron directly in front, steers at home. No problems there. Regulation for Charlie Cameron. And Brisbane to kick three. 3 straight, 18. The Gold Coast 1 straight on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your premiership favourite for Toyo Tyres. More of Adam Cooney with his thoughts on this opening quarter, Coons.
I feel like it's been pretty close between the two sides. I mean, Gold Coast Suns have certainly had their opportunities inside 50. They've had 10 for the game. The Brisbane Lions have only had 4, but they've scored 3 times out of that 4. So that would make my mathematics at 75%. They're scoring every time they go in there for a goal. So they've been a bit wasteful going inside 50 Gold Coast, and Brisbane have just made the most of their opportunities for the limited numbers that they've had in there. But a positive start for both sides. I mean, Stuart Dew would be happy with the effort and the endeavour of their side. It's just that entry inside 50 that's costly. And Chris Fagan would be happy with their efficiency inside 50 at the moment, Brisbane.
No doubt. Charlie Cameron, their leading goal kicker last year with 31. Looking for that sort of output in 2021 for Brisbane to go a little higher. So Sam Day comes into this ruck bounce with Danaher in the middle. Hands on it from Lyons, who got it forward here for Brisbane. It's a 1-on-2. The Gold Coast get some numbers around the footy. Markov, good hands. Swallow, back to Markov with that acceleration off half-back. 2-on-3. Now it's Sexton who gets the crumb. Low daisy cutter ball inside. Tough one for King. He's got Payne right there with him as the Gold Coast try and keep this ball inside 50. Well done by Brisbane, who get the clearance out. And there's a hold here. It'll be a free kick. It'll come back to the Gold Coast. We'll go to Sam Collins.
Yeah, just too strong. Man Mountain is never going to be moved. And a clear free kick. Just great work from Markov, who was really clean and followed up. And again, just a kick inside 50. But King does not want the Sharon at his bootlaces. He needs it above his eyes.
Here's Butterick with a kick towards half forward. Days on the end. So started at half back with a nice transfer and switch of direction for the Gold Coast. They opened up that far side. Now Day. The last kick inside 50. Brodie hands on it. Rayner with the spoil. Here's King going to work on the ground. He's hooked it too far. It'll sneak him for a behind. The first blemish of the evening for either side. 117 the Suns. Brisbane 3 straight 18 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Better build up from half-back, the switch, identified the open side of the ground.
Oh, no, Birchall is going to give it away. King's going to just sneak it in with a dribbler. And Grant Birchall, with a kick that didn't hit his teammate, a half-volley ball, he was tackled immediately. Ball spilled. King got the crumb. And the Gold Coast cut the margin to 5 points. 2-1-13. Brisbane 3 straight 18.
Well, it's a pre-season, and I don't think I've ever seen Grant Birchall kick the ball as poorly as that in his career. So lucky it wasn't the real stuff, but just a one-step kick out of full-back, still inside the square, and it was a half volley to Starcevic. Fumbled, coughed it up. King was running the other way, and I'll tell you what, if he missed that one on the dribble, there would have been certain members of the media fraternity which would be on Cocoa Bananas, but just snuck it in. Leading goal kicker from 2020, Ben King. Alex Sexton with 19, so expecting another big year for Ben.
Yeah, he and Max, they make you go to the footy, don't they? The big tall forwards, and
good to watch, aren't they?
Their journey's going to be terrific to follow for both. So 5 point margin here. Brisbane lead it. This opening quarter of this final match of the AFL Community Series. Oscar McInerney, nice little flick down towards Bailey. Rowell, Anderson right there with him. Now Brody comes to meet Bailey. Just couldn't trap it. Anderson got it to Swallow. He's kick inside forward 50, but coming out is Payne, who takes the mark. Doesn't hit the target, though. Alive here for the Gold Coast. Lukosius lost his footing, copped a high tackle at the same time. Ball spilled to Berry. Berry looking for a target. That's Lyons between halfback and wing. Wants to get it moving quickly. He coughed it up, though. An interception here from Markov. Can they make them pay? Ainsworth. He's kicked a dribbler. Wouldn't I say it's the best minute that we've had? Oh, there's another shake. Ends of a nice lace-out drop punt, please. And then Bailey's pulled down the tackle. Swallow had him. Gold Coast will go the other way. Will Brody trying to lower the eyes. His kick's been smothered by Grant Birchall. And it's, tell you what, getting a little bit of the rust out here early in the season. Ball still alive for the Gold Coast, right on their 50. Big tackle by Ainsworth, and the ball stops as we try and sort of dissect that last minute and a half.
Well, if Shaquille O'Neal was here, he'd be putting that on his Shaq Tin, on his on his Instagram page. That was just a comedy of errors. No one could hit a target. I think there was about 8 to 9 kicks that just either were smothered, went along the ground, shanks inside of the boot. It was just a horror passage of play for a minute.
Berry got the clearing kick for Brisbane towards the wing. Now the contest is on. He's Rao. Look at the pickup, the acceleration, the hands to Markov. They just had to track back just to keep some good possession here. Back to Collins, who's gone further back. And now the Gold Coast looking to attack. Low ball down towards Witts. McInerney was right there. Berry got the crumb to Archie. He's trying to get past Witts. Good pressure from the co-captain, who's worked overtime this opening quarter.
Oh, stayed in.
Ball still alive right on the wing. Rowell and Co there around the footy. He's Berry. He's got a couple behind him. Archie, McInerney. Good hands. Berry working through the congestion.
Been everywhere, Berry.
Left boot towards half forward. Where will it sit here? There's a couple of Gold Coast sons. One is Charlie Ballard. Not a great kick to Miller. He's set upon immediately. Gave it to Ballard. Little toe poke forward. Anderson here needs to get below his knees. Nice little inventive toe poke out to Ellis. Now Ellis will look to hit a target inside forward 50. He goes wide. King! He had just about all of it. I think he's going to be paid the mark. He did have a fair chunk of that mark. Tight angle. Right on the boundary line at right half forward, right on the 50.
Really smart play from Noah Anderson. He had a man coming at him. The ball was on the ground. If he picked it up, he would have been tackled. Just a little bit of Cristiano Ronaldo skills out to the free player in Ellis, who kicked inside 50.
So Ben King, right on the 50 now. That one hanging out a long, long way, and that's not going to register a score.
No. At least the ball was up where he could take it in front of his eyes. It was a great kick inside 50 from Ellis. It's not where you want it as a full forward generally, kicking outside the boundary line from 40, but at least the ball was up where he could actually have a crack at marking it.
So Brisbane now will try and clear their back 50. Fist in there from Ballard. Anderson through the congestion. Slapped on the boot quickly. 2-on-2 at half forward as they go to work at ground level. Swallow giving chase on Lester. He was good enough to get his handball. Starcevic, who now clears, but he's gone too wide with the kick, and now it'll be the Gold Coast to try and get it back in deep through Collins. 3 straight 18 Brisbane. The Gold Coast 2-1-13. Still got over 7 minutes to play this opening quarter. McCafe Barista Made Coffee bringing us the AFL Community Series here on AFL Nation. That kick just long up the line. Gets a bit of meterage towards half forward. We'll have it tossed in right on the 50 for the Suns.
You mentioned Jared Berry being prolific. He's up to 10 disposals already. Brandon Ellis been huge as well with 9 and using the ball well forward of centre. But, geez, the games are long, aren't they? If we go back to 20-minute plus time on quarters, there was a Carlton and St Kilda went for about 4 days. That was a test match.
Still going.
It was epic. Yeah, it's long. It's a fair adjustment too, going back to normal quarters and then dropping the interchange to 75. I see some tired boys for the first month or so.
McInerney, the big left slap from that boundary throw, and overrunning it was Powell. Bailey's on it here, trying to flick it out to a voice on the outside.
Oh, what a voice, Matt Rao.
Well covered, though. It was the Gold Coast who worked in numbers, got it towards Swallow at half forward. Day trying to palm it on. Nicely done by Ainsworth. Away to Swallow towards the goal square. King trying to get position. Little soccer by Sexton. He's just gone across the face. Charging hard, the Suns trying to make the most of that scoring opportunity.
Well, they're absolutely dominating at the moment. It has been all Gold Coast. Brisbane can't get the ball in their forward half at the minute. They're just keeping it. They're doing it really well, and they've turned it over again.
He went up the middle with the kick, but Powell's on the end of it here. Miller, who now pops it up within 30 metres of goal. One for the high flies. King, he got up, went right through his hands. Anderson lays a good tackle on Harris Andrews. He can't get clear. Gold Coast Smalls are swooming here about 30 metres out from their goal. Now King goes to work at ground level. Berry, nice pick up. Payne. And now the Lions can look to build something. Rayner off half-back, keeps it central, lowers the eyes. It's a good hit up too to Hipwood. Pushing up the ground as he has done, Eric Hipwood. He's already on the scoreboard tonight. Sweeps that ball, that beautiful left boot inside 50. Goes over the back. He's, well, I wouldn't say he's charging at a big Oscar McInerney, but he had to make up some ground. He gave it to Joe Danaher, who's copped up.
No.
Some high contact from Collins, according to the umpire.
No, umpire. Joe Danaher took the footy, buried the head down, almost rugby league style, straight into Sam Collins. So the umpire fell for that one. Should have been holding the ball, because once you have your prior opportunity and choose to duck your head into the tackle, he drove the head straight into Collins, and he wasn't happy, Sam, and rightly so. But Joe will have a shot.
Well, we saw Hipwood as a left footer. Ran at the same spot, kick a beautiful goal. That one from Joe, though, has missed everything.
That's trademark Joey, isn't it?
Yep.
Straight off the side of the boot. Just made it back in play before it went out of bounds on the forward. Walked the tightrope along the boundary and ended up in the stands.
2-2-14 the Suns. Brisbane 3 straight 18. Adam Kearney and Brett Phillips with you. Covering this one from Metricon Stadium. Switching the ball here, the Gold Coast. Of course, their defensive goal, Power with a nice kick to Ballard. Wants to laid off by hand, but he'll go by foot. It's a good one too to Harbour. Wants the runner coming past. Butterick. They link up nicely here. Miller on the jug. Oh, McCluggage giving chase. Sees him off. Gives it back to Butterick. Can he hit a target inside 50? You bet he can. Nice hit up to Sexton. And Alex Sexton, we certainly knows where the sticks are.
Gee, that was a great build-up by the Suns.
Fantastic.
Nice switch. Great foot skills.
Yep.
Took Miller ran really hard, and then the overlap from Butterick, who ran from defence, and a nice kick inside 50. That's been an issue for them. They've had 20 inside 50s already in this match, and they haven't been able to hit many targets in there, and that was just a beautiful lace-out kick to Sexton. He'll kick around the body.
He's going to kick around the corner. Can he get the accuracy, and can he get the elevation? And I'll tell you what, he's got both. Great goal from Alex Sexton. Never looked in doubt. And Gold Coast take the lead here at Metricon Stadium. 3-2-20. The Lions have been stuck on 3 straight 18 for a little while now. Still 4 to play in this opening quarter.
That's good to watch. It's good football. Right from deep in the back pocket, they just hit target after target. Players had worked really hard to get wide. Harbrow made space on the wing, and Butterick and Miller, they provided the overlap run. Nearly got chased down, but great follow-up from Butterick, who, as I mentioned, delivered lace out to Sexton. And as soon as he got that footy, he was calm, relaxed, knew he was ready to take the shot and take it on. He likes that one around the body from 30, Sexton. He feels really comfortable rather than the drop punt. A lot of players do, but he executes better than most.
Yep.
And he's been a proven goal kicker. The greatest season in 2020, so he'd look to get back to sort of 30 goals plus this year.
Yeah, no doubt. Absolutely. This is, as we said at the start, a fairly full-strength Gold Coast team, so we're getting a real look at close to their best 22. Witts won the palm down, but Rayner was able to shark it nicely here for Brisbane. Hooks on that left boot, inside forward 50. Game back. Butterick takes a nice mark.
He started well, hasn't he?
Been terrific.
He was a revelation. Third last year. He was a terrific young player.
Will Power too.
Yeah, had a great
really
year.
established himself in that back six. Harbrow took it from Markov, who's like Harbrow, giving that that dash and run. The 360 turn from Jared Harbrow.
The double step had Joe going this way and that way.
Miller lowers the eyes. Good ball used to the wing so far. McPherson, he's just going to square it back to Markov.
They've just steadied up in the last couple of minutes. It was a bit helter-skelter the first half of the first quarter and a lot of balls hitting the deck, but they've really cleaned up their foot skills in the last 3 to 4 minutes, Gold Coast.
Nice ball to Ainsworth, who's right on the true wing position. Just goes to 15 to Powell. So they're keeping possession here, the Suns. Brisbane pushing the numbers back. Now trying to work through the maze here. Keeps it low. Good ball too to half forward. Mark taken by Greenwood. Now the last bit of the chain here for the Gold Coast to hit a target. They're going to pop it up right down towards the hot spot. There's a few high flies down there. Day, King, Witts roll down there. Big tackle here from the Suns. They're going to get rewarded. Hugh Greenwood, the tackling machine. McCluggage was on the bottom of that pack. And a shot at goal coming up here for the Suns. So we'll go to McPherson, it was, in that maze of players.
Yep. Yeah, we mentioned the kicking inside 50. That kick was to a contest, but to a really dangerous position. And it doesn't matter who you are. If you're in the back 50 and you get the footy, you tend to panic. And McCluggage got the football front and centre and had two arms free. And as soon as the umpire sees the arms free and you get tackled, well, that's your opportunity to get rid of the footy. So pinned one arm after that, and then we'll have a shot for goal.
So Darcy McPherson got plenty of the upper ice to have a look at here. Gets the skip up, 30 metres out. Should be able to steer it home. It's hit the post. Never quite looked like it off the boot. They're doing all the scoring, though, the Suns on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. 3-3-21, Brisbane 3 straight 18.
If you had no scoreboard, you would think that the Gold Coast Suns would be well in front in this game, but just their efficiency going forward, Brisbane, is what's kept them in this contest. They've only had 6 inside 50s. The Gold Coast Suns are up to 22.
Unbelievable.
In the first quarter, they just can't kick a snag.
Rich to Birchall to McCluggage.
Should have 10 goals.
Neil is Zorko at half-back. They've kept possession here, Brisbane. And a great kick there from the skipper. Half volley to McCluggage. Then was under pressure when he kicked. Miller came hard. Now the mop-up starts for the Suns behind the footy. Holding the man here. It's going to go back to the Suns or go back to Swallow.
Yeah, they've managed to turn the footy over again, Suns, through really poor execution. Dane Zorko's got to be better than that. It's just an 8-metre kick that hit the deck before it got to his teammate. So they've been sloppy and they've been really scrappy. I think they might even cop a miniature spray here in a pre-season from their coach, Chris Fagan.
Early Fags spray.
He doesn't give them out too often, does he?
No, very selective. When he gives them, though, he gives them. Good switch of play from the Gold Coast. Right across the half-back. They've got it to the wing to Collins. Now, broadcast side goes in short to Weller. So good patient stuff. Going at full tilt when they need to, when the opportunity presents. But this sort of footy where they can also keep possession. Just go a little slower. Here's Brodie trying to run onto the footy. Just couldn't quite take it. Foot over the boundary line.
Yeah, I think it's a sign of maturity from the group to know that they've had all the play and they've been running pretty hard for the last sort of 5 minutes, and time to slow it up. 1 minute to go. You don't want to get scored against. You'd rather take it into slow play, get the ball in your forward half, and then give yourself one last crack at scoring without giving the opposition a go.
Inside the last minute. Just outside 50 here for the Suns. Witts got hands to it. McPherson in there. Greenwood as well. McCluggage, he was tackled immediately by Greenwood. Tough in the clinches to win this footy. Brodie going in hard as well. Ball ricochets out. Good pick up, Lukosius. Fed it to about that 40-metre region. They're queuing up here, the Suns. Lukosius just needs a little bit of room. He got on the boot nicely, but pulled it right across the face. Out of bounds on the full.
Good step, though, from Lukosius. A nice bit of poise. He didn't blaze away. He actually took his time. He just didn't hit it right.
So Harris Andrew will just go safe to here up the line. Last 30 seconds. Don't want to cough it up here. Front position. Lukosius on the juggle. Almost had the mark. Weller stripped of the footy in a good tackle. Bailey. McCluggage got to track back to go forward here, Brisbane. They do squeeze the kick outside defensive 50. Going back with a flight, Collins. 10 seconds remaining here. Not a great kick, though, right through Markov. Still maybe a little opportunity for the Gold Coast Suns. They're queuing up at half forward. Going to get a kick on quickly. Brought down Lukosius on the siren. And that'll be all she wrote for the opening quarter here at Metricon Stadium. The Gold Coast 3-3-21. Brisbane 3 straight 18 on the Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert scoreboard. We'll come back with some analysis from Adam Cooney and some numbers as well. Here, all part of a community series for McCafe, barista-made coffee.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. 3 votes during the massive Easter sale.
Soldiers means no one left behind at the table. Soldiers means feeling fresh with rice paper rolls from rolled Vietnamese. For a limited time only, enjoy 4 rolled Soldiers for just $12.50 or 8 for only $20.50. Soldiers, the ones of the front line. Feeling fresh value deals? That's how we roll. Rolled. Fast, fresh Vietnamese. Order yours today in store or via the meals deals section on rolled.com.au.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaint section at sen.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have slashed the price on DIY Kimberley hybrid flooring to an unbelievable $29.95 every day of the year. That's right, DIY lay and click Kimberley hybrid flooring slashed to $29.95 every day of the year. Go online now at nationaltiles.com.au and save on Kimberley hybrid DIY lay and click flooring. It's child's play. National Tiles. Now you can.
I plan everything down to the last detail. I plan the show each day with my producers. I plan events, celebrations with the family. So when I thought about how I'd celebrate my life, it made sense to take out a fixed price funeral plan with Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change. My life will be celebrated my way and my family won't have to worry about a thing. So celebrate your life the way you want. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Are you living a life of grime and grime doesn't pay? Get rid of it fast with Spitwater, Australia's #1 pressure cleaners. Right now, the tax man is on your side too with the instant tax write-off. Instant clean, instant write-off. Get it? Be quick or you won't get it. Clean to the max and get the tax. Call 1-800-SPITWATER now.
That's what it does.
Many of us go through challenges every day. Family issues, job and financial problems, health trauma, and loss of loved ones. But for every person, one thing never changes. No matter what, there's always hope. I'm Richard Fox and my entire team at messagesofhope.org.au are here for you. In your toughest time, Messages of Hope can inspire with real stories of hope and provide practical tools to get you through. To learn more, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
G'day, it's Russell Robertson here letting you know Fight MND's Sock It to MND round is back on June 19 and 20 in 2021. And the socks are on sale now. Whether you play football, netball, soccer, hockey, basketball, any sport at all, Sock It to MND is open to all clubs around Australia of any age or level. Purchase the famous blue Sock It to MND socks for $15 a pair and wear them with pride at your club in 2021. Order now. Head to fightmnd.org.au for more information and let's sock it to MND.
Leading recruitment agency Cornerstone HR is looking for assembly and production workers for a large manufacturing company in Dandenong South. There's currently 50 positions to be filled. To become part of the team, apply now. cornerstonehr.com.au.
Want to win free coffee for an entire year? That's a lot of lattes. Just order a McCafe coffee on the My Macca's app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. But hurry, limited time only. Ends 23/03/21. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
You're listening to AFL Nation for McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. Available 24/7.
New contest, little fend-off here from the Brisbane Lions. Little soccer towards goal. Miller, though, trying to get through the traffic. There's just not a lot of room to work with in here. Outside of the boot from Bailey. He's kicked the goal for Brisbane. Had to work overtime, but he got it on the boot nicely. Welcome back to AFL Nation on this Monday night at Metricon Stadium. 3-3-21 the Gold Coast. Brisbane 3 straight 18. The goal kickers for the Suns, Sexton, Day and King. For Brisbane, also individual goal kickers, Cameron, Hipwood and Zach Bailey, as you heard there in the highlights with the opening goal. Brett Phillips alongside Adam Cooney, the Brownlow medalist, with all these thoughts on the opening quarter, Coons.
Well, it was a dominant performance from the Gold Coast Suns. They were ahead in just about every major stat, and that's what you want to see. Inside 50s was the major discrepancy between the two. Just the 6 inside 50s to the quarter for the Brisbane Lions. 24 for the Gold Coast Suns, which is a huge number. 124 disposals to 88. So they really did dominate just about every facet of the game. Stoppages were pretty even in terms of clearance numbers, but Brisbane looked really sloppy and really scrappy. A lot of one-step kicks, balls hitting the ground and turning the ball over time and time again in their back half, which allowed re-entries for the Gold Coast Suns. Just that last kick inside 50 has been the main issue for the Suns. When they hit a really dangerous position 15 metres out from goal, good things happen. When they try the worm burner pass, the lace out, the miracle one, it has not worked for them so far. So it'll be a bit more predictable the way that they go inside 50, and they'll certainly score because they've had a dominant first quarter. Chris Fagan, maybe a miniature spray early on in the AAMI Community Series, but they've got a bit of work to do. Brisbane, they are the most efficient team in the competition at scoring when they go inside 50. They are the best in the comp, and they've showed that with 3 goals from 6 entries, but they'd want to get a lot more opportunity to hit Wood and Joe Danaher if they are going to win this pre-season game. No doubt about it. Jared Berry's had the 11 disposals in that opening quarter. Tuke Miller and Oleg Markov have had the 10. He'll be a good addition, Markov, off half-back. Oh, he's been really clean. He's had a couple of passages of play where he's used the ball well, makes good decisions, and just one of those players who would be in the best 22 at any other team except for the Premiers from the last couple of years. So found himself squeezed out and will get plenty of opportunity at the Suns and looks really good. You feel pretty confident when the ball goes in against that back 6 for the Gold Coast. They're going to put up a pretty good showing, aren't they? They're pretty solid in that area. Led by Collins. He is just a man mountain back there. It's just getting that connection right through the rest of the ground as Witts working as he does for 4 quarters. Jared Witts doesn't take too many spells. He's Lukosius. Miller, a little inventive poke, but it went out of bounds on the full. They worked it to the wing, trying to find some space, the Suns. That one coming off the boot, so it'll be a Lockie Neal free kick. Yeah, the handball was just out in front of Miller. I could see what he was trying to do, but the only issue is we've got no one to fetch the share in here. There's no one in the crowd over the other side. No, we need someone to jump the fence. The trainer's obliged. He's been required to do extra duties. Might have to send in a separate invoice. That wasn't part of my job description. But he was nimble. He got there. There's Lockie Neal. Between halfback and wing, he's just going to work this one up the line. Big fly. Mark not taken there by Danaher. Nicely sharked here by Rao. Good little ball inside to Lukosius. So they're at halfback here, the Suns. The Matty Rao Brownlow watches. He's had 2 clearances, 7 disposals and 6 contested. Plenty of air in the Sharon on that occasion. Going back with a flight, Leicester couldn't take the mark. Good tackle there. Swallow Harris Andrew underneath that pack, ball stops. So Gold Coast have got it to about 55 metres around from their goal. They've sold him short here. He's had 8 disposals, Matty Rao, and a couple of clearances. Umpire to throw it up. McInerney, big slap. Miller trying to shark it. Nicely done by Bailey. Worked it out to Leicester. Trying to stand up. He lost his footing, then copped a high tackle there from Lukosius. So it'll be a Leicester ball here at halfback for Brisbane. Just going to chip it short. The required 15 to Zorko. He goes on his non-preferred left. Measures one nicely to Mitch Robinson. He's away from Miller. Drills one towards half forward, but going back with the flight was Markov. Takes the mark for the Suns. Just another poor kick going forward from the Brisbane Lions. On that occasion it was Mitch Robinson. Just again tried the Hollywood one, lace out. Just put a bit of air into it and let your teammate run onto it. Good cut off. So marked by Markov. In possession with the Suns here. Witts. Nicely done to Lukosius. Low ball inside 50. King there. Payne. He's the crumbing for Day. McPherson. They're queuing up here. Ainsworth. Now feeding it back to Weller. He wants to get back on that right boot. Hooks around the body. They're queuing up. Day. He's going to take the mark.
They were everywhere, the Suns. Stayed to line up 30 metres out directly in front.
So they've bet the third or fourth passage of play from either in defensive 50 or at half-back. They've used the ball really well and just cut straight through the Brisbane Lions midfield. And they even had extra numbers forward of the footy. So Weller had worked really hard for midfield to come down and get on the end of it. And a nice finish. Just saw Day at the corner of his eye.
Looking to convert his second, Sam Day. Should be fairly straightforward from here for the man who spent plenty of quality time in the forward half. Umpire just arched the back. Little neck pivots, and I like that one. Thank you. Gold Coast kicked their fourth. 4-3-27. Brisbane 3 straight 18. Dominating the inside 50s and around the ground as well.
They are absolutely dominating the inside 50s, up to 25 now. So they had plenty of representation at the fall of the ball too. Ainsworth would work down, Weller, McPherson. So they could have raffled. They did well to get out of trouble too. Brisbane finally came in, laid some pressure, but good to see Day fully fit. He's had some horror injuries. And if he can string together 15, 20 games this year, hoping he kicks a couple a week, and this is a great set shot. Looks really comfortable over the ball. Nice strong mark, and it's just been his body that's let him down over his career.
Yeah, he and King in that forward half standing up. If they can do that, although he's just gone off the ground, Sam Day at the moment.
I think he's just got a bit of blood on his knee that getting attended.
McInerney won the tap. Miller was first there. Greenwood. The tough inside mids here for the Gold Coast towards Swallow. Tough one to take. Lester was right there. Gave it to Robinson, who's threw it on the boot. Foot race on. Here's Harbrow going to work. Did he cop a bit of a shove? The advantage he did. And all the running here with the Gold Coast. Away to Rao. Rao's kick inside forward 50. Charging hard was King. Ainsworth looking for the crumb. Couldn't take it. Birchall mops up to Archie. Now Archie clears it. Might be coming back in a hurry because Greenwood's on the end of it. Almost like there's 36 Suns out here at the moment. Markov away to Lukosius. Going to hit the top of the square here. Might be one coming over the back to Ellis. Doesn't get to him though. And Harris Andrews off the spill. Gets the left boot. Clears the back 50. Foot race on. Cameron right there with him. It was Butterick on that occasion. Ball over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Again, they set up really well coming out of defensive 50. Brisbane just look up and all they see is Gold Coast Suns Guernseys. And they've turned it over, got some inside 50s. I think there must have been a word from Stuart Dew to the team about the entries inside 50 because the last couple have been given a lot of air to King to be able to run onto it.
Here's McPherson, took it from Witts, front position, low darting ball in. Brody's on the end of it here for the Suns for another shot at goal for the Gold Coast. Well,
just a good clearance. Got on the end of it. There was a scrubby hack kick, but good forwards, always playing front. McPherson it was who just slammed the ball on the boot. Inside out, left foot barrel, mind you.
So Will Brodie, as we've mentioned, just the one game last year. He's only played the 9 in the last 2 years. Needs to kick these sort of goals that's gone left.
Yeah, you're spot on.
For a behind.
He does need to kick those because you look at your stats sheet the next morning and you've got 1 or 2 next to your name to go. We say 18 or 20 disposals. It's almost a walk-up start for round 1.
Not to be. Gold Coast 4-4-28. Brisbane 3 straight 18 for tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. Here's Grant Birchall out of the back half for Brisbane. Buries the target, but Witts is the bigger man in that marking contest. He's swept across the front. Jared Witts. That's his standing work ethic. Not the greatest kick on that occasion. Put Greenwood right under the punt. Markov comes in to lend a hand. Then Greenwood goes to work inside, trying to bullock his way through. Rao. Hard to pin those hands to Ellis. He flicked it out quickly. Little fumble twice there from Brodie. Third time he does pick it up. Have it back to Markov. Plenty of air in the Sharon inside forward 50. Birchall, Swallow at front position. Set upon there was Daniel Rich. Look at the hook here from Weller. A beauty. Lockie Weller, who set up the last scoring opportunity for Sam Day. And Weller kicks one of his own, and the Gold Coast dominating here at the moment. 5-4-34. Brisbane 3 straight 18.
Gee, absolutely they're dominating. Again, it was Birchall coming out of half-back, usually so adept with ball in hand. Turned the footy over. Witts did really well to get across and take the intercept mark. It was a shocking kick from Big Witsy, but Hugh Greenwood followed up, did really well. They won it back. Scrub kick inside 50. Weller, who's a really good game. I'm loving his progression as a player. I think the whole footy world was stunned when they gave up pick 2 for him, but you can just see what he's got. 128 metres gained. He's had 7 disposals, kicked a goal as a midfielder that can push forward. He's a great player and really good foot skills left and right. So, again, the domination continues here from the Suns, and Brisbane look a mile off it at the minute. 29 inside 50s now. Yet to have one in the second quarter. The Brisbane Lions still stuck on 6.
Yeah, Chris Fagan, Dane Zorko just having a lengthy chat on the boundary line. Got to get some clearance here. Witts up against McInerney. Witts won the palm down again. Neil was first there, overran it. Beautiful hands by Anderson to Brodie. Can hit a target inside forward 50. Long down towards the hot spot to Greenwood, who was at full forward. Birchall now through Bailey. Brisbane will clear that back 50, but only momentarily, because it's straight down the throat of Will Powell, who gave it to the running Jack Bowes, who's come off half-back. Thumper inside 50. King with a big fly, looking for the crummer at the front. And that's where McPherson parks himself. Flicks out the handball to Lukosius. Centering ball right down towards the goal square. Greenwood can't quite make up the distance. And it was Mitch Robinson who sat underneath that footy. Cleared it to Berry. Berry's kicked towards the half-back. Here for the Brisbane. Little daisy cutter finds Charlie Cameron.
First time in about 6 minutes that they've got the ball past halfway now.
Cameron directing traffic. He says, Rayner, run on. I'll put into the spot for her. He did, Cam Rayner. Now he wants to get moving quickly. Tries to come centrally towards half forward. He gets through a maze of players. Hits up Joe Danaher, who wants to wheel on that left and launch. He just didn't quite have enough room. They closed the space on Joe, who thumps one down towards full forward. There's a good juggler from Ballard.
It was really smart play from Jared Harbrow. He knew exactly what Joe Danaher wanted to do then. Marked at 55 out. You could see him just wheeling around and pumping it on the left, and he was right onto it, cut across and forced the error.
So Noah Anderson out of the back half here. Bowes grabbed a good contest. Brodie involved in that chain. Here's Bowes. They're running off half back. Alice, look at Markov. He's the one who can put the afterburners on. Flicks the handball over the top to King. He knew he had to get rid of it quickly, King. Long down towards full forward. 1-on-1. Sexton. He'll get the free kick. He worked his way to the front on Rich and got the high contact. Alex Sexton already kicking a great goal. And you think he'll go of the similar nature here, Coons?
Yeah, he might.
Or he'll go the regulation?
Nah, I think he might step around, curl this one around. Worked nicely for him in the first quarter, so he'll go with that again. Geez, really smooth transition from defence again from the Suns. It's running in waves, a bit like GWS back when the tsunami was up and about.
Sucks in the deep breaths, never in doubt. Hooked on that right boot. Couple of steps around the corner. And they power away here, the Suns. Dominating possession, inside 50s. It is that tsunami. 6-4-40. Brisbane, 3 straight 18 for tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts.
It was a super grab from Ballard. He was the one. The Joe Danaher kick came in. He got it going back the other way. And Markov and Ellis have done some serious damage in this game. They put the burners on. They just want to run. They're outworking Brisbane at the moment. There was 2-3 of them just running. They back their teammate in to win the footy, and then they get forward. And again, from deep in... Ballard marked the footy 12 metres out from goal, and from there the transition as smooth as you'll see from one end to the other, and King made a good decision, identified he had a 1-on-1 inside 50, and Daniel Rich is their quarterback, but he doesn't want to be in that position.
No.
One out defending, so just the left arm over the shoulder from Sexton, who's a really nice finisher.
So good to watch here, the Gold Coast Suns AFL Community Series on AFL Nation from McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. Available 24/7. Witts, Anderson, going to work at ground level. Ainsworth came off the square. Ball spills to Ellis. Left foot, inside forward 50. There's the fist in from Leicester. Ground level ball first there, Brodie. Nice handball on the up, trying to fend off here. Ellis, he's pinned in the tackle by Zorko, though. He did nicely. The skipper on that occasion.
He's a pretty hard player to fend off, Dane Zorko. He's a tackling machine.
Zorko, eyes darting board. He had to work it through a maze of players. Beautifully done by Berry. Away to the sprinting Rayner. Trying to hit a target. Went wide, though, the kick. Doesn't sit up for McCarthy. Not the best ball inside, but they have got it inside for a rare time, the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah, the kick was poor, but at least they get a chance to set up a stoppage and try and get their defenders up the ground now and lock the ball in their forward half, which they haven't been able to do at all.
Just their second inside 50 this quarter. It's a 22-point lead to the Gold Coast. About midway through this second quarter, ball off hands will go back over the boundary line and we'll reload from the boundary throw-in.
Having winning, what did we say, 9 or 10 games was acceptable for the Suns. But a play like this, might be a couple more than that. It's been very impressive and a very flat Brisbane Lions outfit at the moment, it must be said.
They're very watchable, the Suns, if they can have a good run at it with their list this year. Witts worked his way to the front again. McInerney in a good contest. Ball spills to Rao. Had to throw it on the boot pretty quickly. Is there a free kick? It is to Day, who was just held in that marking contest. Right on the wing here for the Suns. As they charge forward again here. Day, little short ball to Ellis. It's certainly been noticed, wasn't it, Coons? Yeah, we've made a comment a few times. Just the tempo. They've just been able to adjust the tempo.
Yeah, bit of slow play now, but still just hitting targets as they go forward here.
Butterick. Mark taken by Noah Anderson down low. He's quick to wheel on that right. Shanked the kick, though. And is, in fact, I think he was dealt with pretty heavily when he kicked that footy. Has it come downfield? Was there a little reversal here?
He's certainly on his haunches. I think he might have copped one.
It was just off the ball that we didn't quite get the angle on.
After he disposed of it, so sucking in the big ones, but he's up and about. He's okay. So free kick downfield.
Yep. Sucking the deep breaths, Noah Anderson. He shanked the kick, but he was heavily dealt with. So now the Gold Coast through Rao, puts it right towards the hot spot here. Big McInerney got the fist. The Smalls will go to work, and the Talls as well. Big Witsy, nicely done. Greenwood.
Nowhere, Witsy.
Had his handball cut off there, Greenwood. Ball spills towards half forward here. Nicely done by Bella. Kept his body position well. Collins, rock solid. Hits the target in Miller. Now Miller will sweep it across the ground. Squares it to try and open up the other side. Markov, he's everywhere.
15 this will be for Markov.
The former Tiger. Goes in short. That's 75 metres around from goal. Will Brodie starting to get some good touches. Fair bit of air in that footy. Not an easy one to mark. Dave flew early. Now the Smalls go to work. Brisbane, Starcevic almost pinned in the tackle. Got it out, Rao. You can't pin him. Got the handball clear to his good mate in Anderson. 360 he was slung, but he still got it clear to Weller. Just escaping the tackles easily here. Powell, gee, he had time to line up there and he's absolutely shanked that one out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, I was just watching Cam Rayner. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. He sort of half jumped to try and sort of half kick in the air, and I think his knee popped. He looks in a serious amount of pain.
So a little development here for Brisbane. He does not look in a good way if the body language tells us anything. Here's the replay, Coons.
He jumped in pain after. I thought he sort of half kicked in the knee, but the knee buckled as he went to change direction. So let's have another look at it. Unfortunately, that is the classic mechanism for an ACL. He's in a serious amount of pain too. So he buckled under him and then jumped in pain after. So
he's standing upright at the moment. The trainers around him, but that right knee, a lot of pain at the moment. They're going to call for the stretcher here. He can't walk off the ground at the moment, Cam Rayner. So he's sort of hobbling now with the arms around a couple of the trainers, trying to get off the ground. But he knows it's not flash. He spent a fair bit of time in the midfield so far tonight.
He has.
The centre bounces. I suppose the next stage of his development.
Yeah.
To play more midfield minutes, and he's now walking without having to put his arms around the trainers, but very, very slowly off the ground. So this will take a little bit of time. We'll reset here. Gold Coast 6-4-40. Brisbane 3 straight 18. So still got over 10 minutes to play the second quarter. But that's the development here. Cam Rayner.
Yeah, I think he knows too. He's just about in tears, the young fella. Shocking. Done a whole pre-season. Get through a quarter and a half of a pre-season hit out, ready into round one. And unfortunately, something like that happens. He's, just getting a bit more midfield time tonight. So you're right, that was the next stage of him to become the big body, the big ball midfielder in there. So devastating news for Cam Rayner and the Lions.
He's gone right down the race. So we'll follow that story over the next hour or so, but it could not be good news for Cam Rayner from the look of it. That one out of bounds on the fall for Brisbane from the kick deep in defence. We're just getting some vision of Cam Runner now going to the rooms. Pretty emotional at the moment, as you would understand. All the work you do. And we'll continue to monitor that one as the game will continue to tick over in this second quarter. As they Gold Coast through McPherson, go towards the top of the square, looking for one over the back. Berry able to clean up here for Brisbane. Puts into the path from McCarthy. Harbrow makes up the ground, puts the pressure on him. And McCarthy did get it over the boundary line. Harbrow appealing for deliberate. Umpire will throw it back in.
Just doing all the testing at the moment in the rooms. We're seeing the vision on the screen. Doc's physios. Bit of Blanche there. The old Essendon physio doing all the testing. But, yeah, it's not good news, I don't think, for Cam Rayner, unfortunately.
Free kick will go back to the Gold Coast today. He gives it off to Weller with that sweeping right boot that he's got, Lockie Weller. Big fly at the back there from Greenwood. Here's the crumb for Rao. Gave it to Miller. Miller trying to open up. He has to work back. He does nicely. Hits up Brody right on the 50. Not the 15 to Ellis. Umpire says play on. Just working outside the arc. Almost on the juggle. Butterick tries to put it in the path here for Jack Bowes. He got on the boot quickly. Dangerous territory here for the Brisbane defence. King couldn't quite take it cleanly. Payne was able to get it in his hands. Rich now gets it on that left boot, clears the back 50. It's a wide kick. In fact, it floated too wide in the end off the boot of Daniel Rich. They can't clear that area at the moment, Brisbane. Ballard worked it back to Butterick.
They just can't find a target coming out of defensive 50. They're kicking it out on the full. They're kicking it straight back to the Suns players who are setting up really well. They're under siege, the back six of Lions.
Butterick long inside forward 50. He's Weller, tightish angle, trying to curl it back. Ambitious, that one. Goes into that right forward pocket. They'll have it thrown in right next to the right point post.
Markov's had it 15 times, along with Tuke Miller, Berry 14, Ellis 14, and Rao up to 14 now. Matty Rao, they've all been prolific.
Only 25 metres around for the Gold Coast goal. They led it by 22 points at the moment. Here's a little kick out of the pack. It's landed in the hands of Sexton. And Sexton's going to line up here directly in front, about 40 metres out. So everything turning to gold for the Gold Coast.
Yeah, it is. Had a good night too, Sexton. Kicked the couple. This will be for number 3. So have another look at this stoppage here. It was Lockie Neal, who's been really quiet. Got that ball out of a stoppage and just kicked a 15-metre nothing ball into a really dangerous position. Straight 40 metres out, directly in front from his opposition goal.
So Sexton's kicked 2. They've both been around the corner. This will be the regulation drop punt directly in front, and that one has gone out to the right. Alex Sexton should have been bread and butter from there. 6-5-41 the Suns. Brisbane 3 straight 18. McCafe Barista Made Coffee bringing us all the action from Metricon Stadium tonight. Brett Phillips and Adam Cooney.
Just the 4 disposals for the Brownlow medalist and Lockie Neal.
There's Rich with a left foot thumper. Clears the back 50. Ballard with a big spoil. We'll get it back towards the boundary line. That's a good result for the Gold Coast. They kill that footy. They can reload from the boundary throw-in.
They've been able to either kill the footy or win it back on the wing, sort of half back. So many times, Gold Coast Suns. They need to find another avenue here at Brisbane because they just keep getting hemmed in their back half.
It's Fullerton who was in the ruck on that occasion for Brisbane. They get it forward, the Gold Coast. Archie was under all sorts of pressure. Spiralling ball there from Birchall. Clears the back 50. Buttery couldn't take it cleanly. Mitch Robinson threw it on the boot towards half forward. Here's Hipwood going to work. Ballard with a strong tackle. Still able to release by hand. McCarthy. Danaher trying to fend off, looking for someone coming past. Here for young Coleman, who worked it back to Joe Danaher. He's dragged down in the tackle, just freed up the arms. Back to young Coleman, under all sorts of pressure here, Brisbane. And Butterick, they defend well, hits the target on the stretch. Good mark taken by Lukosius.
Yeah, just defended that really well. Just kept coming at them. Pressure.
There's that casual kick from Lukosius. He came back inboard. It'll be okay. Almost could have been turned over. Brody with that long ball towards half forward. King couldn't get in a position to mark. Drop mark there by Payne, though. Still alive here for the Suns with their pressure. They do get out of the squeeze, though. Lockie Neal with a right foot kick up the line. Good mark taken by Powell. Well, rock solid Will Powell playing that half back role.
Turnovers are they up to here, Brisbane? 36 for the match so far.
Long kick down towards Day, and there's a hold here, Sam Day. Will go against Payne. So Day now to try and send the Gold Coast inside forward 50, and there's going to be a 50. Now, was that... We need to look at the replay of that. Not sure if Payne just moves slightly off his mark. It'll bring Day, though, right close to goal for an absolute certain goal. Good look at that on the replay very shortly.
Inside 50 count update for you. 40 inside 50s in a quarter.
Wow.
And 6 minutes to go.
Yep.
8 for the Brisbane Lions. 8.
You can feel that dominance. Day should be bread and butter here for Big Sam. The kick is second. He does. Courtesy of a 50. Gold Coast have kicked 7. 7-5, 47. Brisbane stuck on 3 straight 18. 6 to play in this second quarter. For Tyre Power, your premiership favourite for Toyo Tyres.
Well, they're stuck on 3 goals, and they're stuck playing this game in their back 50 to 70 metres. They just cannot get the ball forward of centre. I think it might have been Bailey who came past in that protected zone. That's the only thing I could think of why they... It
might have been...
50-metre penalty. Was it Bailey?
No, it might have been young Harry Sharp.
Oh, Harry.
I'll have to have another look at that one.
Yeah, so it wasn't very sharp, was it?
The man yet to play a senior game, try to impress the Brisbane coaches tonight. Yeah, appeared because Jackson Payne was certainly still on the mark. Running into that protected area, and it's a costly 50. Sam Day's kicked his second. Sexton's kicked 2. There's the multiple goal kickers here for the Gold Coast. Witts flew, didn't get a hand to it. McInerney got a soccer forward. Talking about soccering the ball forward, Mitch Robbins able to do so deep into that attacking zone, but it'll roll over the boundary line. We'll have it thrown in.
Yeah, there you go. They're in there. Third inside 50 for the quarter. 16 for the Gold Coast Suns. So they're in there. They've got another stoppage. They get someone a little block on, get the ball going forward. Have a go at it.
So Fullerton, the young Brisbane Lions, rucking it against Witts. Witts won it down to Rao. Through on the right boot into space. Clears the back 50. And running out of room on that occasion, young Sharp.
It's too easy. Again, it was just a tap down. Matty Rao in the right spot. Clears the danger zone. They're outside 50.
Umpire to send it back in. Witts and McInerney to go at it. 29 points the lead here for the Gold Coast. Just under 6 minutes remaining. Witsy works his way to the front. Big fist forward. Swallow can't run onto that footy. We'll have another reload from the boundary throw-in. So the names out tonight. No Atkins, no Isaac Rankin. It'd be great to see Rory Thompson come back and play some senior footy, but you sort of wonder...
Hasn't he had some issues?
Absolutely. 3 years of injuries. Whose spot does he take, though? He's the one to certainly assess there. He's young Sharp. Gets a nice possession. Kick towards 50. There's Jack Bowes with a big fist. Doesn't kill it totally. Fullerton trying to run onto it. Tough round the ankles for the big man. Good take on the second occasion. Away to Bailey, who kicks his second. Kicked an opening goal with a snap in the first quarter, and he kicks another one, Zach Bailey, and that's a much-needed goal for Brisbane. An understatement. 4 straight 24. Gold Coast, 7-5, 47 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Yeah, they desperately needed that one. Just good forward momentum through the play, and Bailey is a crafty little player. He spent a bit of time in centre bounces too tonight, Zach Bailey, but he's done most of his damage forward, 2 out of their 4 goals. So Fulton, it was, following up.
Yep.
Kept the ball going with that forward momentum inside 50 and got the dish out to Bailey. So much needed goal. It's an understatement. They find themselves 3 and 5 points down, and they have been absolutely outworked, outclassed and outplayed the majority of this match.
Well, can they build some momentum? Still plenty of clock time here in the second quarter for Brisbane. They'll get a couple of clearances here and close the gap towards half-time. Witts and McInerney to go at it in the middle again. Anderson in that bounce with McCarthy. Here's Witts taking it out of the air. Kick towards the wing. Bailey. Ellis lost his footing. Got up, made it a contest. Nice little tap onto Miller. And Miller's kick towards the 50, towards the boundary side. Big fist in there from Harris Andrews. Spelt to Swallow. Deep King out of position, though, and the big fist by Payne gets it over the boundary line, but we're right in that right forward pocket here for the Gold Coast.
He just plays the wing role so well, Brandon Ellis. Just knows where to go, knows when to go into the contest and to stay out. I think he's up 4 or 5. Just staying out and keeping his width as a winger this evening.
Witts went his way to the front, gave it to Sexton for a right foot snap goal. He knows where the goals are, Alex Sexton. And Witts, outstanding. Work ethic, sensational from the co-captain. And Sexton has kicked 3. Good quick reply from the Suns. They get it back out to 29 points.
Gee, I was having a look at the replay. It was playing on Starcevic, and there was no body pressure on Sexton whatsoever. He was almost sort of coming up to provide a bit of cover at the back of that stoppage. Starcevic didn't track him in. No body pressure on him whatsoever. Sharp was involved as well, but between the two of them, they had to work out and communicate who was actually on Sexton. They let him go, weave straight through the stoppage, bit of ruck work and nice finish, but from the Brisbane Lions defensive coach, I'm showing that vision tomorrow morning and saying what was going on here in terms of communication between two players.
Just getting some more vision of Cam Rayner down in the rooms. That is the big story with a right knee. To what extent? We don't know the full analysis at this stage. We're just having a big ice pack being wrapped around that right knee, and he's pretty emotional. Just got a little bit of vision down in the rooms at the moment, Cam Rayner. So we'll follow that story throughout the evening. And a free kick is going to come back to Brisbane. Gold Coast had got it forward.
He called advantage, the umpire, and then whistled and brought it back after the tackle.
Back to Rich. Right foot towards half forward. Alive at ground level. Fullerton did nicely. Handball back in towards the corridor. Under pressure. Here's Fullerton again. So Brisbane trying to get a second goal for the team. He tumbles one towards half forward. Nice little spin there from McCarthy, but he couldn't quite hit Bailey with the handball. Jack Bowes, rock solid. Now they'll go to work to clear it here. Ellis around the corner. Doesn't get the elevation, though. Straight down the throat of Fullerton.
Had a good 2 minutes, Fullerton.
He's keen to make the most of this opportunity. Hits the hot spot. Danaher flew. Took the mark. That's where he likes it, Joe. We're going to have a run and jump at the footy. Try and kick Brisbane's second of this second quarter. Plenty of goal face to work with here for Joe Danaher.
Got himself involved in the last goal with an assist, Fullerton, and now another assist here coming up. Good kick to Danaher, so he's been in the play forward of centre. Tommy Fullerton.
Yeah, 200 centimetres, the 92 kilos. Trying to cement himself in this Brisbane team. Here's Joe Danaher. Plenty of the uprights to look at. No problems there. Straight over the goal umpire's head. And Brisbane stay in touch. 5 straight 30. With 3 to play in this second quarter. Gold Coast 8-5-53 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Yeah, just started to turn the tide slightly in the last couple of minutes. Brisbane winning some ball, getting inside 50, which has been deplorable, really, their forward of centre work. And then Tommy Fullerton, who was involved in the last goal, and then another passage of play, well set up. Quick kick from Ellis was turned over, and that's where you want the ball, with Hipwood, McInerney, and Joe Danaher down there. Pump it long, 20 metres out, directly in front, and they'll get the run, they'll get the jump, and more often than not will mark the footy. It's been just an avalanche of inside 50s for the Brisbane Lions. They're up to 11 now. 41 for the Gold Coast Suns.
She's looking very lean and slender. At one stage they might get into double figures, but a couple of goals, 2 of the last 3 goals here for Brisbane to be within 23 points. Witts and McInerney sort of nullify each other. Witts got a second little hand on it to Anderson. They've got it quickly on the boot towards the half forward. Rolling ball here. Sexton coming out to meet it. He's immediately tackled there by Lester. Ball pinned. Umpire says, I'll take it. So we're just forward of centre here for the Suns. We're led it by 23 points. Witts won it down to Ellis. Hooked it around the corner. It's a rolling ball inside 50. Rich there. He was met heavily. Weller. Little fend off from McPherson. Got rid of the handball. Only as far as Bailey, though. Bailey's got a turn with a left foot little spiraler.
It's his second left foot inside-out torpedo I've seen this evening. And both have hit targets.
Lockie Neal had to work hard, but he did take it to Birchall. Birchall with ball in hand here on the wing. He just cop a little knock there, a little corky there from
the buttock.
Lockie Neal will keep an eye on him, looking a little ginger.
Nothing wrong with that.
Long kick up the line, that is true. There's a fist in over the boundary line. Well done from the Gold Coast defence. Ballard with that big spoil. Got it over the boundary line. We'll reset from the boundary throw-in.
He's the one who's locked down that full back row with Rory Thompson out. Yep. Ballard, hasn't he?
Yep.
A bit undersized, but gee, he does it well.
Yeah. Great competitor. Umpire with the boundary throw-in. Ellis. Witts trying to work it down. McInerney as well. Ball inside forward 50 here for Brisbane. Also done by Butterick through the traffic.
Butterick, isn't he?
Rock solid. Their back six is really good, the Gold Coast. Ellis to Weller. Weller says, let's just settle it down a bit. Message will be coming from the bench inside the last 2 minutes. Don't want to give up this good lead that we've built, and Weller will just go the percentage kick up the line here. Ellis in the Greenwood it was in that front position, and he was...
Someone's got a hold here.
A little man-handled, I think. It'll come back to Hugh Greenwood.
Gee, I'm not sure what that free kick was for. It was yeah, I thought they might have given it away for Harris Andrews, who came in with a great spoil, but it was actually his teammate that was holding on to Hugh Greenwood's Guernsey.
Hugh Greenwood, the left hand towards King. McInerney flew as well. Now they go to work at ground level. McCarthy fed it back to McCluggage, who clears the back 50. Beautifully weighted kick to Charlie Cameron.
Been quiet, Charlie.
Always darting. Just going to work it further afield. Running onto this one is Zach Bailey. A couple tonight. There's the one multiple goal kicker for Brisbane. Bailey will turn and go on his right. To the shallow part of the 50. Worked out of it was Danaher. Lost his footing as well. Taken here by Miller. And kicks towards the boundary line. So 2-on-2. Bowes, Cameron. Clock ticking now towards the last 30 seconds. Bailey, little toe poke that goes over the boundary line and will have it tossed in.
Went for the big body check, Joe Danaher, to try and get some separation, and completely missed his opponent and hit the deck.
Umpire throws it back in. Can Brisbane snare a late one here? McInerney trying to come over the top of Witts. Oscar going to work again. Witts in there. The two big ruckman working hard in the air and on the ground. Little clearing kick out of the congestion from the Suns. Only lands as far as Birchall. Standing start kick towards the half forward from Grant Birchall. There's the fist of Ballard again. Just kills that footy over the boundary line. And we'll have it thrown in the last 15 seconds. Gold Coast by 23 points.
Going to hold up here for Gold Coast at this last stoppage. Can't afford an easy clearance and another shot at goal before half-time.
Witts, McInerney trying to palm it over the back into space. Bailey, he's set upon immediately. Ball spills out. Zorko, clock ticking. Kick inside forward 50. Can they pluck a mark late here? Coming in it was Danaher. Couldn't take it. McCarthy trying to run onto it, but Bowes was there. Miller, Harbrow. And they don't allow another scoring opportunity for Brisbane. So Gold Coast go into half-time with a 23-point lead. 8-5-53. Brisbane, 5 straight 30. And a big story for Brisbane tonight. It looks like certainly a pretty serious knee injury for Cam Rayner, who's got a lot of ice across that right knee. Looks, well, I suppose he's trying, Coons, to put on a brave face.
Yeah, tough though.
There's some raw emotion.
Yeah, you can see how upset he is. You can see it in his eyes. He knows it's a serious knee injury, and all his teammates coming over now to console him. But it's a tough position because you want to stay positive for your teammates whilst almost trying to hide the devastation.
Yep, we'll keep an eye on that. Some work to do for Brisbane in the second half here on AFL Nation. For McDonald's, smooth barista-made coffee from the cafe, available 24/7.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. 3 votes during the massive Easter sale.
Want to win free coffee for an entire year? That's a lot of lattes. Just order a McCafe coffee on the My Macca's app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. But hurry, limited time only. Ends 23/03/21. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
It's a dirty job. but someone's gotta do it.
Are you living a life of grime and grime doesn't pay? Get rid of it fast with Spitwater, Australia's #1 pressure cleaners. Right now, the tax man is on your side too with the instant tax write-off. Instant clean, instant write-off. Get it? Be quick or you won't get it. Clean to the max and get the tax. Call 1-800-SPITWATER now.
You know, cooking can be so tedious.
Which is why we now...
A couple of days ago, this ad was still being written, and today it's reaching millions. In uncertain times, you can maximise your advertising by maximising the speed and flexibility of radio. Because right now, the one thing you need in your marketing plan is the ability to change it. For speed to market that gets results, visit radiolive.com.au.
If you suffer with aching, painful and swollen joints, an osteoarthritis assessment with one of our doctors at Australian Osteoarthritis Clinic could be the answer you're looking for. Australian Osteoarthritis Clinic offers many different treatment options for your aches and pains. Inquire about an assessment today. Australian Osteoarthritis Clinic, keeping you active every day. For more information, visit AustralianOsteoarthritisClinic.com or call 9270 8080.
This is Rob Slade from Slade Bloodstock. Join the all-conquering Mar Eustace stable in an outstanding Zoustar colt. The stable are taking racing by storm. The colt is Magic Millions and Bob's, an ideal colt for the $2 million Magic Millions 2-year-old classic. 5%, $8,950. Finance available. Buy a share yourself or form a syndicate of friends. It's that easy. Contact me now on 0417 036 865 or go to sladebloodstock.com.au.
AFS 226 373.
Hello. Over 2 years ago, National Tiles permanently slashed the price of Australia's largest selling tile from $25 to under $10 per metre every day of the year. 2 years on, National Tiles price is still under $10 every day of the year. Go to our website now to see for yourself why National Tiles is renowned for having the guaranteed lowest priced quality tiles in Australia every day of the year.
2020 was tough. We weren't where we wanted to be, but you gave it your all, and I'm proud of every single one of you. And now we're back at the G, and it's a new year. So it's time to get in there and get comfy. Settle into the best seats, enjoy that awesome view, and grab a mini meat pie. Give your colleagues and clients something to cheer about. Step back into greatness and lock in your MCG Premium experience this AFL season at mcg.org.au/premium.
Transport.com.au.
G'day, it's Russell Robertson here letting you know Fight MND's Socket to MND round is back on June 19 and 20 in 2021. And the socks are on sale now. Whether you play football, netball, soccer, hockey, basketball, any sport at all, Socket to MND is open to all clubs around Australia of any age or level. Purchase the famous blue Socket to MND socks for $15 a pair and wear them with pride at your club in 2021. Order now. Head to fightmnd.org.au for more information and let's sock it to MND.
You're listening to AFL Nation for McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. Available 24/7.
To Markov. Plenty of air in the Sharon inside forward 50. Birchall, Swallow at front position. Set upon there was Daniel Rich. Look at the hook here from Weller. The beauty. Lockie Weller, this young sharp, gets a nice possession, kick towards 50. There's Jack Bowes with a big fist. Doesn't kill it totally. Fullerton trying to run onto it. Tough round the ankles for the big man. Good take on the second occasion. Away to Bailey, who kicks his second. Kicked an opening goal with a snap in the first quarter. And he kicks another one, Zach Bailey. And that's a much-needed goal for Brisbane. An understatement.
The Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show. The Choices Flooring Watch Your Lifestyle sale is on now.
It's the Gold Coast 8-5-53 leading Brisbane 5 straight 30 at half-time. This final game of the AAMI Community Series on AFL Nation for McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from the cafe. Available 24/7. Brett Phillips and Adam Cooney. Tonight, there's plenty to pick apart in this first half for Choices Flooring. But, of course, that scoreboard ticking over nicely for Tyre Power, your premiership favourite for Toyo Tyres. 8 goals in the opening half, although Brisbane clawing their way back, Coons. They could have looked a lot uglier. Got 2 of the last 3 goals and stay in the contest.
Yeah, the tide just started to turn slightly in Brisbane Lions' favour. They finally kicked a well-needed goal. Gold Coast Suns answered straight back, but then they got another one through Joe Danaher. So they'd be not happy at all with their first half, but just a little bit more confident leading into the second with the way that they finished off. But in saying that, it was just a dominant performance from every facet of the game from the young Gold Coast Suns team. Total disposals, they're plus 75. They've had 237 disposals in this first half, 162 for the Brisbane Lions. The most damning stat is obviously the inside 50s. They're plus 29, 43 inside 50s to 14. They were stuck on 8 halfway through the third quarter, Brisbane, so they actually got it in there 6 more times to give Joe Danaher and the like some opportunity. But I've just been so impressed with the maturity of the Gold Coast Suns. They knew when to attack, they knew when to hold up and go into slow play. They moved the ball really well. Once they got it inside 50, if they didn't score, it was coming out, and they were just set up almost the old school wall style at the back. It was Grant Birchall had 3 opportunities where he just couldn't find a target coming out of the back half, and he usually does. They were under siege. Daniel Rich couldn't find a target out of the back half, and just terrific work from everyone. Midfield to defenders, forwards locking in there and putting pressure on. So just a dominant performance all round from the Suns, and they find themselves well in front in this contest.
Yeah, what it can turn into in 2021 is intriguing. 5 wins last year, you said at the start. I mean, if they can get to around that 9-10 mark even, if they can have a good run injury-wise, if they can sustain this right throughout the year, it's exciting. They're so watchable, the Gold Coast, the way they move their footy, really solid back 6. You know, if Day and King can combine up forward and they stay injury-free, I mean, they're going to be around the mark. Their challenge, obviously, is to go on the road and be able to emulate what they can certainly do at home, where they play some very good footy at Metricon Stadium. Macca's moment of the first half, Coons, for McDonald's McCafe barista-made coffee. Well, certainly from a big picture point of view for Brisbane, the knee injury for Cam Rayner is a tough one to swallow at this stage.
Unfortunately, the Macca's moment of this game is the injury to Cam Rayner, which is a bit of a negative. I understand that, but it will be the talking point of this game so far. It's just a young player starting to make some really good strides, a number 1 draft pick, played some midfield minutes, so it looks like he was really fit and ready and firing to spend some more time through there and become that sort of midfield ball that goes forward and kicks goals. But just unfortunately, the first half was soured by that serious knee injury to Cam Rayner. It looks like they did all the ACL testing and he's got a heavy ice pack on there now, so it doesn't look good for Cam Rayner, unfortunately. For the Brisbane Lions, he'll miss the rest of tonight and probably the season. Yeah, they've been doing, of course, the dreaded ACL test. So he does, from what we can see and observe, and there's plenty flying around on various outlets as well. He appears to have suffered a serious right knee injury in the incident. To what extent, well, we'll certainly find out. But pretty distraught, pretty emotional, Cam Rayner, as you would expect. And this was sort of going to be a big step-up year. I mean, he's always been built strongly from the time he entered the AFL. He's had to obviously build the engine and build the body to withstand the rigours of playing senior footy. But I think that he was always earmarked, wasn't he, as that guy that could go in the middle, that inside guy who could just use his physicality. Yeah, the mould of the power player, Dustin Martin, Jordan De Goey, now we've seen move into the midfield. Christian Petraka made that development. And the progression in his development from sort of pinch-hitting midfielder to dominant midfielder and Brownlow contender. And that's what you're expecting from Cam Rayner in 2 to 3 years' time. Not to win the Brownlow, obviously, but to push up to be that ilk of Martin. Fife, the big body midfielder with a super amount of power that can take the game by the scruff of the neck. And I think it was just his tank in his first few seasons of footy, which is why he didn't get there. But it took Martin 6-7 years. Petraka's in his 5th year now, so maybe 5th year that I'm speculating there. And De Goey's in his 7th year to be able to push up and dominate in the midfield. So it does take time.
Just getting some vision of Chris Vegas. Not quite that spray of last year where he really gave it to his charges, but he's got a little head of steam up here at half-time.
Little bald spot on the back of his head, just starting to turn pink.
Just up close and personal, a little bit of eyeballing, so we'll keep an eye on that. The fresh faces for roll, family-made Vietnamese served fast and fresh. So what have we made? We'll start with the Gold Coast. Oleg Markov, who, there's always going to be some good players who are going to miss out through this Richmond era, who played very good footy in their VFL team, have had a lot of success, but he's looked nice off half-back.
Very, very nice. Clean, takes the game on, reads it well, kicks the footy brilliantly, how he has done tonight. He's had 15 disposals, hasn't put a foot wrong, 7 marks, been rock solid in the back half, so that would be wrapped. He would be wrapped. Of the contribution that he's made in his first half for his new team, he's been terrific. Butterick, I know he's not a fresh face, but he's a young player. I think he's been terrific. Sharp for the Brisbane Lions has been pretty quiet. Fullerton has had a couple of good moments, so he's the one who the big fella trying to push his case for how many key forwards or backup ruck options they have down there. Danaher's done a little bit of work in the ruck when Big Oscar has been either forward or on the pine. But Fullerton, at a couple of moments, he's had 2 goal assists. So with limited opportunity they've had in their forward half, he's done okay.
And that's the ruckman of these days, isn't it? You're not only doing the work in the air, you're immediately... I suppose Shane Mumford sort of...
the big sausage.
He's done that role where he would win the tap and then he was after you. And
he's after you. I'm not sure if he's after the footy on the deck, but he's happy to take out a couple of bodies on his way through.
And Jared Witts, I mean, he'll never get the absolute huge accolades, but and some people, when he was appointed captain, co-captain a few years ago, thought that's interesting. But you can see it. He leads that team, and the Gold Coast have actually done some great... Their media department in the off-season have done some great vision of their pre-season, really taking you inside the club, and you can see the respect that he has. And it's purely, by his work ethic tonight, setting up that goal opportunity for Sexton, just works his backside off.
As well. Yeah. You speak about the big fellas not getting down below their knees. Well, he's one who is happy to chase the footy as well, throws his weight around. He's had 22 hit-outs and 11 disposals in this first half. He has been an unbelievable acquisition at that footy club and a terrific leader, and looks like the culture shift has certainly been nothing but positive in the last 12 to 18 months for the Suns.
No doubt. 8-5-53, the Suns at half-time. Brisbane 5 straight 30. We'll come back with more on this game. Any other footy news that is floating around here on AFL Nation. That has been our half-time floor show. Thanks to Choices Flooring.
You're listening to AFL Nation for McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. Available 24/7.
Want to win free coffee for an entire year? That's a lot of lattes. Just order a McCafe coffee on the My Macca's app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. But hurry, limited time only. Ends 23/03/21. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
A bingy strike by strike. She's a mighty filly.
This is Rob Slade from Slade Bloodstock. Join the all-conquering Mar Eustace stable in an outstanding Zoustar colt. The stable are taking racing by storm. The colt is Magic Millions and Bob's, an ideal colt for the $2 million Magic Millions 2-year-old classic. 5%, $8,950. Finance available. Buy a share yourself or form a syndicate of friends. It's that easy. Contact me now on 0417 036 865 or go to sladebloodstock.com.au.
AFS 226-373.
Footy is back at the G this AFL season, and it's time to get comfy. Give your colleagues and clients something to cheer about and book your MCG Premium experience this AFL season at mcg.org.au/premium.
Our pets can do no wrong, even when they're
5,
doing wrong.
4,
So
3,
why not give
2,
them the perfect
and you're still here. Which is why brands like these choose radio. You see, every impression you pay for makes an impression. There's no countdown, blocker, fast forward or skip button. Your message is guaranteed to get through. And right now, with so many people tuning in to feel more connected, it's the right time to connect with your customers. For cut-through that gets results, visit radiolive.com.au.
We've been waiting for it. The return of the game we love, rugby league. As sports fans, our rite of passage is to cheer as loud as we can for our team. And this season is about going the extra mile. It's time to... For a full cinema-style experience, have your TV wall-mounted with Hang My TV. In line with all health practices, installs are available. Call 1300 Hang My TV or book online.
Hang My TV. That's
That's what we do.
Red Energy is giving away 2 million Qantas points. For a chance to win one of 4 weekly prizes of 250,000 Qantas points, simply switch your household energy to a Qantas Red Saver plan. The sooner you switch, the more chances you have to win. Plus, go in the final draw of 1 million Qantas points. Call 131806 or switch online today. Eligibility criteria and T&Cs apply. See redenergy.com.au/win for full details and Qantas Red Plan fact sheets. Competition ends 11:59pm, 28th of March 2021.
This is Ben Reid. There are fantastic opportunities for buyers of property in Melbourne right now, but you have to know where to look, when to buy and what to pay. If you've seen a property which you're considering buying, you need to speak to an Ian Reid buyer advocate first. We'll provide a free independent assessment of that property to help you make the right buying decisions. Ian Reid Buyer Advocates, a better way to buy property. Call 9430 0000 or visit ianreid.com.au.
It's time to prepare for the seasons ahead. When it comes to hay, silage, tillage and seeding, Kubota Implements, Great Plains and Krone have all the equipment you need. Built tough for the Australian conditions and offering high performance and ultimate versatility. Whether you're mowing, baling, cultivating, sowing or spreading fertiliser, you get reliability row after row. And with extremely low finance rates available across the ranges, now's the time to buy. Visit the Kubota or Krone Australia websites or contact your local dealer today for all things pre-season.
Why haven't you heard of a grand utility vehicle until now? Introducing the all-new 8-seat Kia Carnival with a bold and modern SUV-inspired design, class-leading tech and advanced safety features. Don't compromise on space, comfort and style. We didn't just make an 8-seat family car. We made a grand utility vehicle. Book a test drive and experience the thrill of the all-new Kia Carnival GUV.
Kia, movement that inspires.
You're listening to AFL Nation for McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. Available 24/7.
Monday night, it is the Gold Coast leading it at half-time, 8-5-53 to Brisbane, 5 straight 30. And just a little bit of news coming through at Collingwood. Coons Steel side bottom remaining a 50-50 chance for round one after scans revealed a small nick in his calf. Collingwood are reporting through their social media.
Yes, we expected that. It didn't last too long in that game against Richmond. Just had a couple of touches and then it's calf tightness, but it's very rare that you get some tightness and awareness at that age with the old man injury in the calf. So small tear in there. He'll be touch and go. 2 weeks' time. Getting older now. Maybe give it an extra week just to... It's not the be-all and end-all, round one. There's a long season to go after that, so you want him cherry ripe for round 2, 3 onwards.
No doubt. We'll keep an eye on Cam Rayner, the knee injury tonight. No further details at this stage, but we'll continue to monitor that story. If you're just turning on the radio, injuring his right knee, looks to be the ACL, but we need exact confirmation. But pretty distraught, got the ice around the knee. Pretty unfortunate, but we'll follow that through the evening. What can Brisbane do here? What do they need to do just to start this third quarter? They need to get some territory.
They need to get some ball into their prime movers' hands. Lachie Neale been extremely quiet in the first half. Very unlike him. It's not like they've been smashed around stoppage. It's just been the territory battle. Gold Coast Suns have got the ball in their forward half and managed to lock it in there and get a mountain of re-entries off the back of that. So win clearance, get it going your way, and when they do find themselves hemmed in their back half, they haven't switched the footy a lot. Use that 45, get the ball out to the other side of the ground and try and get some territory that way, because a long kick down the line out of defence has not helped them this evening.
Here we go. Started the third quarter. Of course, for McCafe Barista-Made Coffee, our AFL Community Series coverage here on AFL Nation. And Brisbane get a free kick out of the middle to Lachie Neale, who's kicked a floater inside. Tough one to mark. Now they go to work the Gold Coast defence. Rao is wrapped up. Anderson it was. It wrapped up in the tackle. So a shallow part of the 50 here for Brisbane. Witts winning it down. Sharked by Anderson. He got it on the outside of the boot. 2-on-2. Weller's lost his boot, but he was able to get a handoff to Ellis, who steamed off half-back. Tough one there. Coming full tilt was Day. McPherson running onto the footy. Getting in his path was Rich, and he's wrapped up in the tackle. Right on the true wing position.
Been pretty good, Noah Anderson, tonight. 15 disposals. He's working well with his little mate, Matty Rao. He's had the 15 himself.
23-point lead for the Gold Coast, early stages. Witts won it down. Greenwood taking it high. Got his kick, just an up and under. Witts trying to work his way through. Zorko's got nowhere to go. Neil, nice deft hands. Gave it to McCluggage, who kicked it out of bounds on the full in the end.
A couple of moments tonight, McCluggage, that he's just looked a bit panicked when he's got ball in hand. He's usually really smooth, classy player. He's had a couple of blues tonight.
Looks like they've put all the crowd into one area of the ground.
Nothing on the far side, is there?
No, they've bunched everyone into a little area of the ground. There's no one sort of on the members' side.
Not great social distancing, is it?
No, Brandon Ellis has had to get over the fence himself to actually retrieve the footy to get it inside 50, but Harris Andrews was able to take the mark. Half volley here for big Oscar McInerney, who kicked it on the right boot, up the line. Working his way to the front. Good body work. Nicely done by Hipwood. Quick to go on that left. That sweeping left boot. It's a 2-on-2 inside 50. It's Danaher. Territory's got it. Good quick kick in. Joe Danaher, a little bit of room. Should be able to convert here. 25 metres out directly in front.
And that is the value of those two players right there. Been in strife. The long kick down the line. Hipwood had a good one-on-one victory. And just knew he had Joey in there waiting. 55-metre ball wasn't really to his advantage either. Joe Danaher did some nice body work to get it to his advantage, and good contested mark.
So Joe Danaher trying to kick his second directly in front. No problems there. So Brisbane convert and kick the first of the second half. 6 straight, 36. And trouble getting it in there consistently throughout the night. But as you said, Coons, they've got a great strike rate when they do get it in. Gold Coast, 8-5-53.
Well, if they hit that spot more often than not, sort of 25, 30 metres out from goal, he's going to do some damage, Joe Danaher, because he's a big boy. He's got good body work, just pushed off, just strength, upper body strength. Had 2 or 3 goes at it, got himself in the right position, and it's a young fella, Caleb Graham, on for a run. He's got the job on Joey. Going to be a big one this second half, because put it 30 metres out from goal, and Hipwood and Danaher will more often than not mark the footy.
So the 8 disposals, he's clunk 4 marks, give a couple of goals. Joe Danaher keen to make a good impression. First official outing as part of the AFL Community Series. Witts jumping early. McInerney able to win the tap. Coming hard, Cameron saw off Rao. Little underneath handball there from Zorko. Fed it back to McCluggage. Worked his way out of the traffic nicely. Hits the target. Cameron. Now they're streaming forward. Neil. Zorko right on the 50. Keeps it low. He sent it right though. Good build-up from Brisbane. Not quite the finish. In the end, their first blemish, 6-1-37, Gold Coast, 8-5-53. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robot's got it. Gold Coast, quickly from the kick-in, just past Swallow. Neil kept it alive just inside the boundary line between half-back and wing. Nicely trapped here by Anderson. The Cluggage has got him. He gave the handball off to Rao. Back to Lukosius. They flip it around. Butterick. Little short ball to Weller. Little handball over the top to McPherson. Tracks that boundary line. Highest point there for King. He couldn't quite take the mark. Ainsworth running out of room. Boundary line beats him, but the Gold Coast have got it to half forward.
Yeah, they did well. Lachie Neal's starting to work his way into this game now to 11 disposals. He's had 3 or 4 ready to start this third term, so pretty quiet first half for the reigning Brownlow medalist, but see, when he gets into the game, the Brisbane Lions, good things happen.
Nice work, McInerney. Worked his way to the front there on Witts. Neil, Lions, they break away here to McCluggage. Weaves his way through nicely. Got on the right boot, Hugh McCluggage. High ball towards half forward. Danaher with a big fly. Now McCarthy goes to work in that front and square position. Beautifully turned on his left. Spots Cameron. Good passage of play for Brisbane. He knows he's on a tight angle. He doesn't waste any time. Good centering ball to Berry. He should be able to convert from here. Good build-up for Brisbane. Now looking for the finish.
We spoke about the big dogs getting involved. McCluggage, Lachie Neal having quite first halves, both getting involved in that last passage of play again. Joey Danaher crashing the pack too, which is what Brisbane Lions supporters would love to see.
So Jared Berry looking to kick his first, and Brisbane looking to kick the first 2 goals, and he shanked that one. Just sneaking in for a behind. 6-2-38 should have been a gimme there. Gold Coast 8-5-53.
Charlie Cameron marked in the pocket and he unselfishly gave it off to Berry. Next time he might think twice. Maybe Charlie's better off the motorbike celebration from the pocket.
Mose goes in short to Graham. Right on that boundary line, squeezes one nicely outside defensive 50 to Ellis. He says, let's just work our way through here. Ellis chips another one over the top, keeping position here. The Gold Coast Suns to Weller. You know, it can be so destructive with that right boot. He's turned this one over, though.
Destroyed it, all right.
Trying to pin one on the line to Anderson. It was chopped off by Rich, who sweeps a kick across his body, trying to open up things here for Jared Berry. He chips a little short one to Harris Andrews, who's run from behind. All the numbers are back here for the Suns. Just a small pocket of fans in at Metricon Stadium tonight. Harris Andrew works it towards half forward. Big fly from Hipwood. Graham was there with the spoil. Trying to come through Powell. Looking for a little handball outlet. Only goes as far as Lyons, who gets on the right boot. Screws it around the body. Dangerous territory here. McInerney trying to run onto it. The Lions through Danaher, they couldn't. Nicely done by Harbrow. Back to Witz. It was awkward. That's when you probably shouldn't be kicking as the ruckman on the last line of defence, and he's turned it over straight down the throat. And Jared Berry trying to get a bit of redemption with a second shot at goal in a matter of moments.
Oh, he's had plenty of the footy, Berry. This will be disposal number 17. He was easily their best player in the first half the first quarter certainly, and probably the first half. 16. He's had a cider. Is it cider or cider? Cider?
A cider, yep. Cider.
He should kick this one after the cider.
Well, he goes past the 50 now. Haven't even got the 50 marked. Jared Berry's going to go left again. No. So a couple of blemishes for Jared Berry. They get a little closer, though, Brisbane, who are dominating a bit of possession at the moment. 6-3-39. Gold Coast 8-5-53. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
Kicking like he's had a couple of ciders. A couple of berry ciders.
Here's Ballard. Harbrow always dancing around, trying to make something happen. Little paddock to work through here, and he's got to stop in his tracks for a moment and just square the ball back to Graham. So they're switching it around here, changing direction, but haven't really made any ground up. Nice ball from Ballard to Ellis. He wants to get it moving now.
Nice.
Umpire said play on. He wasn't ready for a Jack Bowes. Didn't expect the handball there from Ellis, and now just holds the footy up.
He had absolutely no idea that Ellis had handballed the footy to him, Bowes. He had his back to the player, was almost running to create the next contest, and the Sharon just dribbled past his feet.
Dane Zorko just pleading with the umpire that he got some high contact. Surely they're going to award the free kick, and he didn't. Umpire tossed it back in. We go back out of bounds again from that boundary throw-in. So 14 points the lead here for the Suns. AFL Nation from McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe, available 24/7. His final hit out on a day where the Bulldogs were far too good for Melbourne. Here's Harbrow at ground level, storming through Fullerton, who laid a nice tackle. Powell. Now the clearing kick for the Suns. High ball towards half-back. Ball spills out the back to Birchall. Away to Lyons. Drills one onto the throat of Charlie Cameron. He'll kick from right on the 50.
Well, it was a story of the first half that the Lions just could not get the ball out of their back half. Suns had set up really well, and now it's the Gold Coast turn to have their issues. They just cannot get it out of there. Joe Danaher was set up well down the line, but they can't hit a target.
Well, Charlie's kick one. He's trying to make it 2, trying to cut the margin back to 8 points on the runway. It's as straight as you'll get, right over the umpire's cap, and Brisbane demanding a real charge in this second half with a couple of nice goals. 7-3-45. Gold Coast 8-5-53 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robot's got it.
Well, quite often it's your leaders that you turn to when things aren't going well, and the third quarter, Berry, Neal, Cameron, McCluggage, Lyons have all lifted. That kick was not going to Charlie Cameron. As we have a look at the replay there, Lyons was trying to kick that long into the pocket. It almost actually missed his boot, to be fair. And Charlie Cameron, Butterick's stiff. He's had a good game, but Charlie playing in front and nailed the opportunity. So working his way into the game, Charlie Cameron, and the Lions are right back in there. So now we look to the Gold Coast Suns and see what they can produce, because they've been under siege in this third term.
Well, trying to get some clearance and territory back here out of the middle. Going to be Witts. Tries to flick it towards the Matty Rowd direction. Gee, Brisbane really getting their hands on the footy now. Bailey. Now the kick inside forward 50. Long down towards full forward. Going back, Caleb Graham takes a nice mark on the last line of defence here for the Suns. Trying to build from the back half. Gee, buffeted out there was Brodie. Good body work from Lockie Neal to drive Brisbane back inside 50. Quick to play on. Top of the square. Well, that's gone very, very wide in the end, the kick, and it's a comfortable mark for Ballard. So not suiting the forwards, that kick on that occasion.
They are deep in defence, though. Again, the Suns trying to chip their way out of defensive 50, but hemmed right in here. Lukosius in the back pocket.
Calls the cavalry to come to him.
That's a good kick.
Good centering ball. Jack Bowes got a couple of metres to play with here. Drills one through the middle, but he's turned it over. Cameron, long kick inside forward 50. Fullerton trying to fly. Graham once again. Last line of defence. Takes the mark. Gives it to the dancing Harbrow. He sends it wide with the kick towards Witts. McInerney right there with him. He's sharp at the back, trying to get a good possession. Kicks it beautifully. Precise, just over the head of Touk Miller into the hands of McCarthy.
Again, the turnover.
Gave it to Rich. Umpire's going to make him come back, though.
Tried to give off to Rich, who would have ran through the mark. And I don't think you're allowed to do that. But they just can't get it out. Hemmed in. Lukosius on the previous play. Really nice ball, which opened up the ground. But then the kick after that was horrible. Turnover. They were out, the Suns. And takes one good kick, but they just cannot get into their forward half, which is a completely different story to the first half for the Gold Coast Suns and the Lions.
Coming up for his sixth disposal, Lincoln McCarthy hasn't hit the scoreboard tonight. Be right on his range. He runs on that little right arc from 52 metres. He's pulled it well wide. Just sneaks in for a behind, but they're getting closer. 7-4-46 the Lions. The Gold Coast 8-5-53. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Lukosius runs out of his defensive goal square. Kicks a fair bit of air into that footy. Long down towards King. Sharp was able to get a handball in there. Nice hands by Ellis. Ainsworth back to McPherson in tight traffic. Working up that boundary line. He just pushed the kick a little too wide though. Looking for Sexton.
There was no one on the mark then when Lukosius kicked out. He could have run another 10 metres. It went 70 metres out, and then you just get good representation. We're seeing that quite a lot in the first round of the Community Series, that there's no one on the mark, so players are taking that extra 15 and pumping it almost to the centre circle at times, and you're out of danger then. So that's just another little implementation of the new rule.
Good switch of play from Brisbane across the half-back. Robinson has got it to Zorko, so ball sort of a little momentum they had stopped on the wing here. The Gold Coast getting their numbers in position. Long ball towards half forward, looking over the back for McCarthy. Harbrow, though, gets in his path, trying to find the boundary line. Buffeted out beautifully by McCarthy. Left foot snap. He's just across the face. So, margin, one straight kick. 7-5, plays 8-5. Gold Coast lead it.
Another one who's quiet first half, McCarthy, working his way into the game now with a lot more opportunities, it must be said. The graveyard shift in the first half with limited inside 50s.
Jack Bowes right in the back pocket to Miller. So they're absolutely hemmed in here, the Gold Coast. They haven't got the freedom they had early in the game.
No.
Hugs the boundary line with the kick, really hugged it and went too wide again.
They just kept kicking it out on the full.
Here's young Sharp. Sends it back to Archie, who can penetrate back inside. Darting ball quickly through the air. Going back on the juggle. Coleman's got it. It was a quick ball through the air. Tough one to defend. And this to try and square it all up. Keaton Coleman played the 5 games last year. He can just run around on the right foot here. A couple of steps out to the right. His 5th disposal. Trying to nail this goal. And he's gone across the face for a behind. Margin 5 points. Doing all the scoring here, Brisbane. Scoreboard dried up considerably through the middle part of the game. Oh, he's turned it over. Markov, he's had such a good night. He took the mark from the kick in. He's just overcooked the kick looking for Weller and straight down the throat of Zorko.
Well, I won't use the word pandemic, but I'll go with epidemic. That is what it's an epidemic at the moment. The Suns turning the footy over. Last two out on the full, even experienced Tuke Miller before, and then horror one from Markov.
And Zorko has put Brisbane in front. It's turned like that. They've done all the scoring, all the attacking in this third quarter. 8-6-54. The Gold Coast now are stuck on the scoreboard. They haven't moved for a little while. 8-5-53.
I'll be happy that they actually kicked a goal, Brisbane, because the Gold Coast Suns will get it into their forward half here, but just a horror turnover from Markov. One-step kick. Missed the target by about 2 metres, sailed over the top, and Zorko, a nice finish. It's 14 inside 50s they had in the first half. They've had 14 this quarter, Brisbane. So the discrepancy there is back to 16 now. So it's fair to say it's been a dominant performance this third term from Brisbane, this is the Brisbane that we expect. But it's not the Gold Coast Suns that we want to see.
No.
We want to see the attacking, hard at it, pressure side that we saw in the first half, and that's the one of the big issues that the Gold Coast Suns have faced in previous seasons. The real drop off, not only in games but in the back half of seasons.
Well, they get the clearance on this occasion. Nice ball to Sexton, pops it up for King, sharking here. The Ainsworth fumbled the handball there from Tuke Miller. Went back to Miller, right foot snap missed.
They're all at sea, aren't they? It's one player fumbles and then it just reverberates through the whole team, and that was a walk-in goal from Ainsworth.
54 apiece, just their second inside 50 of this third quarter, the Suns. As Birchall runs outside of his defensive goal square. Nice mark taken by Powell. 75 out from goal. Goes on the left boot to Ellis. Gives it off to Brodie, trying to straighten on his right. Towards the top of the square here. Miller got a piece of it. Now going to work at ground level. Handball's forward. Greenwood's going to come back. Is it going to be a free kick to Miller? He's impeded with...
Yeah, fell into his back. Big fella, Payne. Got the handball out, Miller. And then just a bit overzealous with the tackle, Payne. And this will hurt.
Gee, they need this, the Suns, against all the momentum. Already 21 disposals tonight for Tuke Miller, and that is a horrible kick off the right boot.
That's just yuck.
That has almost missed the entire boot.
Yucky stuff. Hasn't kicked the ball well in the third term. Tuke Miller had a great season last year. Become a real leader of this group, and good first half. But sheesh, he's had a couple of stinkers, Tukey.
Puts them in front. 55 plays 54. 7.5 of game time to play in this third quarter. For McDonald's, smooth barista-made coffee from Macca's. You can get that. It's available 24/7.
Zorko, shocking kick.
But now they're getting a little bit of possession in their forward half. But it's messy stuff going inside. Ellis just slapped on the boot, straight down the throat of Zorko. He was interfered with.
50.
And he's off to the races, Dane Zorko.
That releases the pressure valve too.
Quick to go. Can he find the target inside? 50, Cameron Flew. He's Fullerton, the big ruckman, goes to work. Coons, have a look at that. Oh, the big man. Stayed down low, 200 centimetres, took it cleanly and snapped like a true rover.
He showed some good signs. Fullerton, front and centre work there. He's
great goal.
Below the knees, been involved in 2 goal assists. And
okay,
let's just have another look at the replay. It was Ainsworth who knocked Dane Zorko over inside the Gold Coast Suns forward 50, and they've been so good at keeping the ball in that area and getting re-entries off the back of it. Jesus, it was as soft as butter. But the 50 had been given away, and Zorko streamed forward, and from there, nice contest from Charlie Cameron too. Good leap, and Big Fulton, the big boy, the front of the pack, curled it around on the left. Great finish. Done some good things tonight.
Have a look at that. He was in a beautiful spot, front and square, and never looked in doubt.
Just a cardinal sin, though, that was a soft 50, really, but Ainsworth just unnecessarily made contact after Dane Zorko had taken the mark when they had been so good all night at locking the ball in their forward half.
So Brisbane led it by 5 points. Berry trying to actually effectively get on his boot. Good body work there from Weller. Fed it back to Jack Bowes. Across to Miller. It'll chip forward towards McPherson, who's going to be paid the mark. Didn't have the full grasp of that one. Daniel Rich says, kidding?
Well, within his rights to question that one. It wasn't a mark, and it certainly wasn't a free kick because he fresh-aired him. Rich didn't make any contact with McPherson.
Just up the line. They'll cut this off, though. Lockie Neal takes the mark at half-back here for Brisbane. Leading it by 5 points. Of course, these two met a week ago in the scratch match, and it was Brisbane who kicked, I think, 7 of the first 8 goals. So they got the jump. Tonight coming from behind. Let's see what the Gold Coast, you're right, Coons, what they're made of down the final stretch of this match against one of the star teams of the last couple of seasons. Look at the little dance step there from Charlie Cameron. It was beautiful. Took a bounce, sprinted. Now the kick inside forward 50. McPherson, he's fisted it towards goal, and Sharp has kicked a nice one. Didn't kill that footy. Kept it alive, and Sharp. Game number 1 in the pre-season, game number 1 in Brisbane colours, has kicked his first goal.
Let's have a look at this on the replay. Another good bit of bodywork from Charlie Cameron, and then the dance step. He sold that to a few players over the years, so don't be too upset about that one from Caleb Graham, who's done a couple of good things, but just stepped around nicely. He's a crafty player, Charlie Cameron. Good bodywork up on the centre wing, stepped around, got it going forward. The young fellas have started to come to life, haven't they?
They have. The
Sharp's been good, Fullerton been good, so all pressing their case for a round 1 game.
The fresh faces for Roald, family-made Vietnamese serve fast and fresh, if you don't mind.
Big news is Cam Rayner out with a knee injury, so one spot does open up.
Little conference here in the middle. What's happened here?
Zoom meeting or something.
A little stop. McInerney and Lockie Neal and McCarthy and Berry just having a...
It's on tonight, boys. Where are we going post-game?
Bit of a briefing.
Monday night. Probably be pretty quiet in Brisbane, I would have thought. No Bundies tonight.
Melbers?
Is
that still going?
That's on the... Melbers is on the Goldie.
Yeah, I know. Well, they might stop in there.
No, they're not going to go back tonight. They might stay.
Put the bus out the front.
Yeah.
Good old Melbers. Yeah. Here's Coleman. He's wrapped up in the tackle by McPherson. Ball quickly came out of the middle, went to the far wing. So all the momentum with Brisbane at the moment. 10-6-66. Gold Coast 8-7-55. The scoring has dried up for the Suns. McInerney starting to get some nice advantage in the ruck. Palmed it forward. Markov was there first. Good chase by Berry. Might really cause the turnover, and it could really go against the Gold Coast. Away to McCluggage. Squeezed a nice little kick to Mitch Robinson. We can open up the angle here on his right side.
Been a tale of two Olegs tonight, hasn't it? First half looked so assured. Good with ball in hand, and second half looked all at sea.
So Mitch Robinson just to open up the angle here, run out in that right arc. Kick from 49 metres. Mitch, tell you what, looks magnificent. Never in doubt. They are powering away now, the Lions, in a big reversal. We saw some signs towards the end of that second quarter. They kicked 2 of the last 3 going into half-time, and they've come with all the momentum. 17 points, 11-6-72. Gold Coast 8-7-55 for Robot Building Supplies.
Yeah, that gave them just a heartbeat, those 2 goals before half-time, and just a slight bit of confidence going into the third term, and they've gone on with it from there. Oleg Markov got the footy, tried to turn back inside, was just too slow. Berry was breathing down his neck. It was a great tackle, great bit of defensive work from Jared Berry, who's had a really nice night, 18 disposals and been everywhere. But Oleg Markov has looked really assured with ball in hand in the first half, to turning it over a couple of times with horror ones, really, in the second half.
So what can they respond with here? The Suns still a lot of game time, 4.5 minutes of this third quarter. One more quarter to go. They've got to find a gear again. Here's Rao. Quickly to Weller. Now away to Lukosius. Lukosius with a high up and under inside forward 50. Swallow trying to work his way to the front. And it's been going against him. It looked like he was going to get the free kick.
Giving it to Starcevic. Both players wrapped their arms around each other, but Starcevic wasn't watching the footy at all.
Quickly here, Coleman, McCarthy, Lions, a data through, but Graham there on the last line of defence. Wasted the last kick there for Brisbane.
She's opened up a bit though, the game. That went really quickly from defence to attack.
Margin 18 points favouring the Lions. Just over 4 to play in this third quarter. Howe with the mark, about 20 metres out from his defensive goal. Force wide into the pocket. Trying to get out of the squeeze here, Graham.
They've just been forced wide for the whole quarter out of defence. They've had no options. So that 45 kick's been closed down. It's dried up for the Suns.
Weller up the line. Rowett was set upon. Ball into the hands of Rich. Back to Birchall. High left foot towards the half forward. Big fist in there from Ballard. Gets it over the boundary line. We'll go from the boundary throw in again. So the Gold Coast not really making any ground. Brisbane certainly not keen to give them any ground in this last 3.5 minutes. Two ruckmen have toiled hard all night. Witts worked his way to the front. Nicely sharked there by McCluggage. 2-on-2 deep inside 50. Good fist in there by Graham over the top of Joe Danaher. But they're nice and deep. Brisbane once again.
Yep. Another entry inside 50. McCluggage getting busy around the stoppages. Matty Rao opposed to Lockie Neal at this stoppage here, so better have his defensive hat on.
Witts will go against Fullerton on this occasion. Witts has worked his way to the front. Can't palm it to an advantage. Neal across the lines with the right foot snap. It hits the post. Charging at full tilt. Margin 19 points for Brisbane. 11-8. Plays 8-7. McCafe Barista Made Coffee bringing us the third quarter. This AFL Community Series final game. As Jack Bowes comes out of his defensive goal square, high ball towards the wing. Day territory. Wrapped up Berry in the tackle by Greenwood. Ball will stop almost on the wing here in neutral territory.
There's just no clean ball coming at the moment.
Nothing.
For the Suns. Everything is pressured. It's to a contest. They're not getting any numbers free. They haven't been able to spot up a target over sort of 15 or 20 metres. The short kick has been wide in defensive 50 and then the long one down the line, and bit of representation from both sides, and from there it's been a stoppage and then a re-entry more often than not for the Lions.
McInerney got into the front position there on Witts. Went back into the hands of Harbrow. Misses Lukosius with the handball.
He's been deliberate.
Wow. Yeah, stiff. Like another angle on that one. He's McCluggage. He takes the free kick long towards the top of the square, flying high. On that occasion, might have been Joe Danaher who got right up, and then Harbrow's brought down. It was Powell. In fact, let's try a third time, Kearns. It was Jack Bowes.
Yes,
who was brought down in the tackle.
Wireless headphones. Joe Danaher, the leap there was unbelievable. Took two out and got nowhere near the footy. So there's got to be a free kick against, doesn't it? It's not a realistic attempt to mark the ball.
Surely. Witts down to Rao, threading the needle of the boundary line here with the kick that's going to drift. Not quite wide enough. It was touched right on the line.
Skittled a few, Big Joe, for some hang time, but he was about a metre away from touching the footy, wasn't he?
Charlie Ballard just...
he caught one right in the grill. It's got to be a free kick against, doesn't it? I mean, you have to get hands on the footy to make it a realistic attempt. It was a nice fly, but he's never going to mark it.
Witts unopposed in the end, slapped it forward here for the Suns. Going to work Rao. McPherson on hands and knees, trying to win some clean footy. Rao back after it again. Also in there, Greenwood. Ball spills, though, to Lockie Neal, who kicks towards half forward as a 3-on-3. Fullerton had the front position. Nice fist in there from Graham. Harbrow went to work. So does Powell. He's caught in the sandwich, though, of young Coleman. And also Zorko. So ball stops just outside 50 for Brisbane. They led it by 19 points inside the last 2 minutes of this third quarter.
Hasn't it?
Yep. McInerney won it down. Taken out of the air there by Ellis, trying to slap it forward. On that occasion was Ballard. Nice evasive work there from Lockie Neal through the traffic. Long ball towards half forward. Hands on it from Power. Greenwood away to Harbrow. Just threw it on the boot quickly. Trying to get some clean footy. Harris Andrews charging at the ball. Weller. And he's been pinned here. Holding the ball against Lockie Weller. So just no flow. Nothing going right for the Gold Coast.
No, it's just a hack forward to a pressured situation. Lockie Weller was pretty unlucky. He had no prior opportunity, but nice tackle from Harris Andrews. Spilled the footy out and won the free kick back.
Birchall, Scott Richard coming past. You always give it to him when he can sweep on the left foot like he can. Flying from the side. Hipwood, beautiful goal by Zorko. He got the crumb. Hipwood created the spill. And Zorko was in a great spot. He's kicked his second, the captain. And it's going all the way at Brisbane in this third quarter. 12-8-80. The Gold Coast, 8-7-55. Just over a minute remaining for Robot Building Supplies.
It's all smiles now. The pressure valve is off. Joe Danaher having a good laugh. Now they're all smiles. Happy days. Harris Andrews worked his way into the game with a nice tackle on Weller. From there, you give it to the users. Birchall off to Rich. Bang. 50-metre ball to that hot spot where you want Hipwood jumping at the footy. Did what he needed to do, bring the ball to the front. And Zorko, that's your classic crumb. That is schnitzel.
Beautiful. Schnitzel.
Schnitty. Put it in some oil.
Nothing better than a nice schnitzel.
Bit of tomato sauce.
I can't do the Parmas anymore, but
it's a bit heavy, aren't they? The Parmas.
Nice schnitzel.
Schnitty with
bit
gravy.
of gravy.
Yep.
Some chippies.
Lovely.
Bit of salad. We went straight to McInerney with the tap. That's sort of what the second half's turning into. There's no good ball here for the Gold Coast. Here's Graham inside the last minute to Harbour. Ran out of room close to the boundary line. We'll have it thrown in. Once again, Brisbane are already at their 50. Inside 50s. There you go. 23-5 in this third quarter.
They're going to end up even in the inside 50 count after getting absolutely smacked. They're only 11 behind now.
So Witts and McInerney to lock horns again here from the boundary throw-in. Witts working his way to the front, palms it back towards the boundary. Butterick hooked it around the body. Neal set underneath it. Good hands from Greenwood. Can I get a late one against the flow here? Ball right in the middle of Metricon Stadium, just outside the stretched hands there of Day. Nice work by Archie to mop up to Birchall. Back to Neal. The voices will be coming. Let's not give it up here. It will chip it backwards to Birchall. 30 seconds and counting.
Shut up shop here. Lions just maintain possession. Done what they needed to do.
Umpire waves Birchall on. He'll just kick for percentage up the line here towards the half forward.
Oh, nice.
Nice shark there from Lyons off the pack. It was McInerney and also Danaher competing at half forward. Hipwood putting his head over the footy, but it evades him away to Greenwood. We go it to Harbrow, only as far as Birchall. With a three-quarter time siren to blow, it's a commanding advantage now for Brisbane. 12-8-80. The Gold Coast 8-7-55. We'll come back with the thoughts of Coons and well, hopefully a final quarter where the Gold Coast can show something for reward for their first half, which was very, very good. And Brisbane, of course, with that knee injury for Cam Rayner. But maybe it's hard-inspired the boys to find their best form in this third quarter because they've come out full of gusto. We'll take a break on AAMI Community Series action here on AFL Nation from McDonald's. Smooth, barista-made coffee from McCafe. Available 24/7.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. 3 votes during the massive Easter sale.
Want to win free coffee for an entire year? That's a lot of lattes. Just order a McCafe coffee on the My Macca's app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. But hurry, limited time only. Ends 23/03/21. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
Hi, my name is Melanie. I'm a registered nurse. Australia's COVID-19 vaccination program is underway with Phase 1A, including those most at risk in our community. Healthcare workers, quarantine, aged care and disability workers and the people they look after in care accommodation. To ensure the best protection, they must be given 2 doses. To find out when it's your turn, go to australia.gov.au.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Around the
country, state to state, we're quick as, and we know freight. From a small envelope to multiple pallets, Quick As make it easy as to deliver anything around the corner or around the country. Quick As can deliver anywhere you need, from Bonnie Doon to Balhalla. We're an Aussie company through and through, trusted to get the job done. When you need to get things moving, Quick As are always ready. Google Quick As today. Quick As, we know freight. Around the country, state to state, we're quick as, and we know freight.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have slashed the price on DIY Kimberley hybrid flooring to an unbelievable $29.95 every day of the year. That's right, DIY lay and click Kimberley hybrid flooring slashed to $29.95 every day of the year. Go online now at nationaltiles.com.au and save on Kimberley hybrid DIY lay and click flooring. It's child's play. National Tiles. Now you can.
This footy season, the competition is wide open. When you're travelling on the wide open roads over the holiday period, ensure your tyres are 100% safe with Tyre Power. The massive Easter sale is on now, and Tyre Power has you covered for tyre safety. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected passenger and SUV Toyo tyres. And like your team kicking a goal to win, the free 5-minute tyre safety check offers tremendous peace of mind. Find your local independently Aussie-owned Tyre Power at tyrepower.com.au.
Business owners, grow your business with Timelio's fast, flexible funding. Why? Because Timelio knows that just like our passions and early ideas, your business just needs a little support to grow. Timelio's helping growing businesses by paying your customer invoices early. Timelio's quick and easy online application means you get paid faster with access to funds within 24 hours of approval. Money today, growth tomorrow. Timelio, a better way to finance. timelio.com.au.
Stride by stride, she's a mighty filly.
This is Rob Slade from Slade Bloodstock. Join the all-conquering Eustace stable in an outstanding Zoustar colt. The stable are taking racing by storm. The colt is Magic Millions and Bob's, an ideal colt for the $2 million Magic Millions 2-year-old classic. 5%, $8,950. Finance available. Buy a share yourself or form a syndicate of friends. It's that easy. Contact me now on 0417 036 865 or go to sladebloodstock.com.au.
AFS 226 373.
You've been through a lot with your partner. The good times and the bad. You've seen each other at your best, and you've seen each other in the same coffee-stained trackies for 6 days straight eating ice cream for breakfast. But if you can get through ISO together and you're still in love, I'd say it's about time you put a ring on it. But before you get your trackies in a twist about size and cost, have a chat to the Diamond Guys and find a ring that says, "I so in love with you." The Diamond Guys. Diamond experts so you don't have to be.
Want to win free coffee for an entire year? That's a lot of lattes. Just order a McCafe coffee on the My Macca's app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. But hurry, limited time only. Ends 23/03/21. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
You're listening to AFL Nation. For McDonald's, smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. Available 24/7.
Throw to Zorko. He was interfered with 50, and he's off to the races. Dane Zorko releases the pressure valve too. Quick to go. Can he find the target inside 50? Cameron flew. He's Fullerton. The big ruckman goes to work. Coons, have a look at that. Oh, the big man. Stayed down low, 200 centimetres. Took it cleanly and snapped like a true rover. Welcome back, Brisbane. What a third quarter. 12-8-80, the Gold Coast 8-7-55. Tom Fullerton was a great goal on the left. You love when the big man get down and dirty, and he just looked like a man who was very, very comfortable below his knees. Speaking of knees, a lot of cameras on Cam Rayner tonight, just trying to read what's going on inside that young man's mind. That right knee continually with bandaged and heavily iced as he makes his way off the ground. Pretty disconsolate, but geez, team, not so. They've got smiles on their face, Adam Kearney, at three-quarter time.
Yeah, they're pretty happy. Crisis averted. At three-quarter time, they've got control of this game. They had the lazy 25 inside 50s for the quarter. It was dominant. It was a complete turnaround to what happened in the first half, where Gold Coast dominated time in forward half and re-entries and inside 50s and pretty much every major stat there was. But Lachie Neale got himself involved. Jared Berry, who's been terrific all night. Birchall getting a bit of run off half back. Lyons, Charlie Cameron coming to life. A couple of youngsters, Fullerton getting involved again. Work really did well to get his team back into the contest with 2 goal assists in the first half, which breathes a bit of life into the game. And from there, they've run on with it. And we're just looking at the Brisbane Lions midfield huddle here. There is nothing but smiles and a bit of a jovial laugh between teammates. So they're pretty happy with their lot at the moment.
Well, let's see how the Gold Coast can finish off an impressive first half. The scoreboard has certainly dried up. McInerney jumped early, still won the palm down. Weller first hands on it, gave it to Miller. Slipped as he kicked, only went as far as Berry, who misses Coleman with the handball. Might ricochet back to him. It does. Nice little underneath handball there to Berry, who weaves his way through the traffic. Taken beautifully by Lockie Neal. Little underneath handball. They get nice meterage here. Inside 50 from Lions. Shark by McCarthy. Bends it back for the first goal. And only took 25 seconds for Brisbane to put a little more icing on the cake. Once again, just surging it forward. 13-8-86. Gold Coast 8-7-55 for Robot Building Supplies. I'll tell you what, Robot's got it.
Yeah, nice finish. It was Berry again, just weaving his way through traffic. Lockie Neal, who has really come into this game, particularly in the third quarter. McCarthy, who's had a couple of opportunities, would be feeling a little bit more relieved after nailing that one. But yeah, it's just all Brisbane at the moment. Now they know that they're going to win the footy. Players like Neal, Lyons can run forward. Now just get a little bit forward of the footy because they know that they're on top and getting some nice delivery inside 50.
Yeah, can't stem the flow here, the Gold Coast at the moment. And he's all the way of the Lions who are finding their mojo as this game has gone on. So Witts and McInerney again. Witts won the palm down. Straight down the throat, though, of Lockie Neal, who got on the right boot towards half forward. Be chopped off, though, by Jack Bowes. Launch something off half back here. He's going to work it right at the middle. Nice kick to Miller. Looking for a runner coming past. Weller provides that. He provides a nice right boot if he can get a target. It bounced off the chest of King. That was a good Came kick. To meet it. McPherson gets to a nice position to take the handball. Hooks it back towards the hot spot here for Anderson. And Day, as Brisbane to get the numbers back. Payne away to Birchall, but it'll be coming back because the mark has been taken by Ellis just outside the 50 arc. Chips one over the top to Weller. The man you want the ball in hand of, particularly on the run. Set shot, though. Tighter angle. Tough kick, but the Gold Coast desperately need a score here.
Tough night for Ben King as well. And he's kicked the one goal, but not a lot of opportunity. And that kick absolutely lace out to him. Dropped an easy, uncontested mark. Got to take those.
Coming up for disposal, number 22, Lockie Weller. Looking to kick his second. Goes past 50 now. It's going to go just across the face. Danaher getting hands on it. Got it through for a behind on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Gold Coast, 8-8-56. Brisbane, 13-8-86. Margin 5 goals. Once again, they've worked it outside defensive 50. Nicely played. Neal and Zorko combining. Just didn't quite hit Jared Lyons, and Alice was in there quickly. Nicely fed by Miller. Back to Weller. Weller's kick fell short, though, into the hands of Daniel Rich at half back. Rich, here's the voice. As he squares the ball to Jackson Payne. He squares the ball further afield to Leicester. Coming across their defensive goal square here, the Lions. Leicester in two minds, going to just chip one over the top to Zorko. They can just own a bit of possession here. Quick to go. Lightning ball through the air to Berry. It was good delivery. Now Berry goes wide, though. Missed Joe Danaher by a fair way. But they've got it to half forward, Brisbane.
Well, I suppose that's a positive. They got it from deep in defence to half forward with relative ease. It was just a lovely kick from Zorko, and Berry just continues to work hard through the middle of the ground.
86 plays, 56. McInerney. Here's Brodie. Sold the dummy. Beat the handball. Missed Took Miller.
That's ugly. Will Brodie, who's fighting for a spot in this midfield, he's made a couple of blues. And he needs to hit regulation handballs like that to his teammate in Took Miller if he wants to make every stride for a round one spot. 15 disposals tonight, Will Brodie.
McInerney at front position there. He's Bailey away to Zorko from the stoppage. Standing start kick. Inside forward 50 from the captain. There's been a hold. It'll go Brisbane's way.
Joey Danaher's
I was a little confused, and players were, but Joe Danaher will get the free kick.
What do you think in that situation where there's a big pack of players, the whistle goes, and no one knows whose free kick it is? I'm not sure how Joe Danaher got that free kick.
He's got look at the hold he's got on. He's
got a whole
jumper.
fistful of jumper on the Gold Coast Suns logo, and ends up with the free kick.
Jeepers. God. Coming out for his 9th disposal. Joe Danaher. A little bit of an arc. Straight as a die. Joe converts. And he's kicked 2. And Brisbane continue to kick away here at Metricon Stadium. 14-8-92, the Gold Coast. 8-8-56.
You could understand if the umpire paid that free kick from behind, if the umpire was seeing the numbers on the players, because it looks like Ballard has locked up Joe Danaher's arm, but the umpire is front on. He can see the chest of both players in the contest, and it's as clear as day that Danaher has a fistful of Ballard's jumper and end up with the free kick. I suppose it's pre-season for them as well, so they're allowed a couple of blues. They are good at giving votes, I'll give them that. Yes. They never get that wrong.
No, not in your Brownlow year at all. But you would love an explanation, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
we know it's a tough gig and all that. We're not here to umpire bash.
As to how they came to that conclusion.
It's just those ones where you go, tell us why. McInerney palms it down. Here's Lyons. Nice little handball over the top to Bailey. Just couldn't control it below the shoelaces. Coleman, little toe poke forward. Anderson tracking back from the middle and now has to mop up and gets on his boot quickly here for the Suns. High ball towards half forward. Day was caught behind on that occasion. Pinned in the tackle. Starcevic. Now it spills to Brodie. Brodie got the crumb. Hooks it around the body. Long down towards full forward. King trying to get a look at it. Swallow running onto the footy. Looking for a little handball inside here. Feeds it back under the pump immediately. Mitch Robinson came for McPherson and wrapped him up. Oh, it's not a free kick, surely.
What?
Was he? Oh, well, it's gone against Mitch Robinson, who just sort of winded himself a little with his shoulder.
Well, the umpire made the
sling tackle motion.
It's ridiculous.
Anderson's hit the top of the square with the kick. Not a great one for Day to have a run and leap. Here's King going to work at ground level. Trying to fend off. Ellis couldn't take it cleanly. Ball spills just outside. Attacking 50 here for the Gold Coast. A free kick for a throw. It'll go back to the Gold Coast and the advantage. Looking to hit a target. Bullet-like pass inside. Tough one to mark there for Sexton. McPherson dragged down Coleman in the tackle. Ball spills to Zorko. A tumbler for Meterich. Rolling ball towards half forward. Ballard trying to be clean. And Lyons has closed the space on him and then wraps him up in the tackle. Ball is pinned here. And it will be a free kick.
They're having a couple of moments they'd rather forget the umpires, aren't they?
Lyons goes very, very wide with the kick. Hipwood had a real task from behind to try and mark that. And it goes out of bounds.
An explanation from the Mitch Robinson tackle. Came in, crunching tackle. McPherson had the footy, head down. Oh, that is the worst decision of the pre-season so far. It's just a textbook tackle.
Just no feel. I mean, I don't get that.
No, I don't get it either.
Coleman, Hipwood, trying to work his way through the tackle. He's dispossessed. Umpire says play on. Shoveled out there by Robinson. McCluggage on a tight angle. Can he curl it back? Not quite enough. Hugh McCluggage on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. It continues to tick over for Brisbane. 14-9-93. The Gold Coast is still stuck on 8-8-56.
Lachie Neale leading the way for Brisbane now after a quiet first half. He's up to 23, Berry 22. Grant Birchall, some work off half-back with 18.
Well, Kocius, that little kick across his body, finds Weller at half-back. Sweeps the handball to Harbrow, who loves to accelerate and run and take on all comers. Feeds the handball wide. Markov took a bounce. Now steadies. Kicks towards half-forward. King, tough one. He was caught behind. Didn't really have any elevation, the kick, to give a little run at it. Here's Sexton, quickly, bullet-like pass towards the goal square. Outnumbered here, the Gold Coast, although nicely done by McPherson. Dragged down was King trying to get a boot on ball. Ellis in there, it's a little sloppy. Then the extra number comes to the Lions. Lions was able to feed it out.
Well, you mentioned that Ben King was caught behind. I was watching him forward of the play. He just refused to lead up. He just didn't work. He needed to work in really hard to provide an option, and he just stood there flat-footed. You need something from your key forward.
Look at the take there by Charlie Cameron going at full speed. He was clean. Gave it to Danaher. Danaher's long kick inside 50. They can fly. Hipwood did. McCluggage looking for the crumb. Ball spills. Berry trying to turn on his right. He might kick the goal here. I think he will. Held his feet nicely. And Berry around the body hits the scoreboard for Brisbane. As they near the ton. 15.9.99. Gold Coast. 8.8.56.
Really good night, Berry. He's been one of Brisbane's best. He's a good size. It's taken a while to develop, but good size midfielder, big body, strong. Came straight through, picked the footy up and danced around well up. Kept his feet in the tackle, brushed it away, and pretty classy finish. So he's had a very, very good night, Berry.
A very, very good night.
Very, very juicy.
It's very much not a great night for the Gold Coast Post half-time here. So they play Brisbane 2 weeks in a row, and well, the gap is still there. It's a fair gap still to bridge for the Gold Coast. Their list looks better. Certainly close to their best 22 tonight. But it's a work in progress. Wits. It was Greenwood able to get first possession out of the middle. Nice juggling mark by Miller at half forward here for the Suns. He's quick to turn. Yeah. Looking to hit the top of the square, but not to the favour of Ben King at all. And don't tell me there's a free kick. There's a free kick now being given against Payne, who pleads his case. Another look at just a little different angle on that one.
Oh, I need another angle because the kick from Miller was horrible. It was... If Ben King was standing on the shoulders of Max King, he wouldn't have marked it.
So Ben King, it's been a dirty night. Should be able to convert this one directly in front, and he kicks the goal. Much needed goal for the Gold Coast. It's been a while. 9.8.62. There's a little hooter. Brisbane 15.9.99 for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it.
All right, let's have a look at this replay here because they've had a few shocking moments in this last quarter. So the kick from Miller was, pretty fair shove in the back from Payne, but he's pleading his case. It wasn't going to affect the contest because the ball was actually 5 metres over Ben King's head, so it was just dumb from Payne, just completely unnecessary.
That's a very fair call.
I don't know why he did that. Why did he do that? Payne didn't need to push him at all. The ball was clearly sailing over his head, but a rush of blood.
Stewie Dew coaching down at boundary level tonight, as is Chris Fagan. McInerney, a little flick over the top right shoulder was nice. Anderson, they were able to shark it. Swallow. Lukosius. Chain of handballs. McPherson.
Has to be a goal, sure.
Steps inside. He's going to kick it beautifully on the outstep there from Alex Sexton. Looked like it was going to be a regulation drop punt. And then the pressure came on the outside of the boot, and he's converted, and 2 in a row for the Suns.
Well, sorry for half interrupting your call there, because I thought that they had 3 players running inside 50, and I thought they were just going to chain with handball into an open goal, but Sexton stepped around the defender and completely torched 2 or 3 of his teammates, it must be said. But when you kick him like that, check side, why not? So I apologise for interrupting you there.
No, it's totally okay, Kurt. It's pre-season. Any rules apply?
Yeah, I'll just take over the play-by-play calling as well. Handy finish from Sexton.
Well, he knows how to kick a goal, Alex Sexton, that is for sure. He's had the 10 disposals, kicked 4 goals, 2 tonight.
Good work from Noah Anderson and Matty Rao too out the middle. They've had 14 clearances between them for the evening, which is a positive for the Suns.
Nice palm down again there from McInerney. They're on it here. Berry with that strong body that we've talked about, and he's been pinned this time. He just took that step and the pressure came. Pinned for holding the ball. Go Brody's way. Can they kick 3 in a row here, the Suns? And short to Swallow. Swallow goes wide, just inside 50 to Lukosius.
Got the leg.
He has. Goes quickly back. Jack Lukosius, still 11 and a half minutes to play this final quarter.
Margin currently 31 points. Quite the Michael Holding run-up, but he's gone a fair way back. Jack Lukosius looking to get some real momentum through the ball here. He'll kick from right on the 50 and hangs out to the left here, right down towards full forward. Gee, Witts has got it. He was in a good position. He's tough to out-muscle in that situation, Jared Witts. A tight angle here with that left boot to try and kick the banana. Eyes darting inboard, nothing really on offer, so he's going to have to go the banana here. Can he convert? I think he's gone narrow, he has. Very, very, very narrow. Never looked like it.
Never looked like it, did he? It was just, it's almost like he didn't want to kick it. Should have backed himself in, run around on the right, the big ruckman, cover yourself in glory.
Inside 50's looking better for the Suns, 9-4 in this last quarter. Margin 30 points on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. 99 plays 69. That's Brisbane's way. There's young Coleman to Starcevic.
At least haven't given it up. No white flag from the Suns, which is a small step forward. We lamented the effort in the third quarter, and they needed to lift going into round one, because you don't want to have a poor half of footy and get demoralised before the season started. Just the doubts start to creep in already.
Ball up for grabs here on the wing. McInerney got it to young Coleman, hooked it around his body towards half forward. There's a big double fister there from Graham. Only went as far as young Sharp on that occasion, surging it forward. Cameron trying to run into the footy. Oh, he's trying to evade everyone. Look at the bodywork of Charlie Cameron. Back to Sharp. Sharp kicks down towards full forward, only 20 metres out from the Brisbane goal. Hipwood trying to go to work. He's bodied over the boundary line there by Holman, but we're deep in attack again for the Lions. Just under 10 minutes remaining here at Metricon Stadium. Grant looking in very, very good condition. They've just forgotten to, they haven't done the 50 markings. I'll get that sorted out for round one. Not a major issue for pre-season. Berry.
No numbers.
No. Here's Starcevic. Did nicely. Held his around there. That should have been pinned, though, in the end. He just took that one extra step. Ball inside here for the Lions. Only 20 metres out from their goal. Little handball over the top from McCarthy. Stopped by Markov. Gave it back to Ballard. Always got a little bit of time. Charlie Ballard trying to hit the target. Coming back up the middle to Anderson. Ricochet back and slung in the tackle. Dragged down was Harbrow. McCarthy trying to get through. He's full of it, and again he might get another goal assist. Back to Charlie Cameron. Little sidestep onto the right boot for a goal. And Charlie kicks his third. And they reach the ton, the Brisbane Lions, 16-9, 105. Gold Coast, 10-9, 69.
It's getting slightly worried in the first half about the performance from Brisbane, but this is the Lions that we expect in the second half. It's their guns, their X-factor, hard nuts inside, and then the class of Charlie Cameron, Joe Danaher forward, Eric Hipwood leaping at the footy. So this is much more like the Brisbane Lions we're used to. We'll put that down to just a little lack of concentration in the first half. But the kick coming out of defence from Ballard, big key defender, just tried to bite off a little bit too much there. Just play the percentages, should kick that wide, long, get it outside 50. It came back with interest.
The 14 disposals, 3 goals for Charlie Cameron. Big second half by the Brisbane Lions, who lead it here by 36 points. Weller was able to free up the arms. Back to Brodie, still right in the middle of Metricon Stadium. Back to Miller. He was pushed off his kick. High ball inside 50. Was it downfield, I think? Was there a little hold here on McPherson? It was. McPherson, he shanked it. He was trying to get it to Greenwood, who was 20 metres closer to goal. Ordinary stuff. Fell to Brodie, though. Brodie, I think it's Brodie out of that pack of players who's been able to get the loose footy, and it was who kicked the goal, Will Brodie. So they cut the margin back to 30 points, the Suns. 11-9, 75. Brisbane, 16-9, 105.
It hasn't been their worst tonight, Will Brodie. 20 disposals. It's his first goal. Could have had a couple. Did mention earlier, looks nice on your sheet in the morning when you've had 20 disposals and kicked 2 goals. So just made a couple of mistakes, and with Rowell and Anderson getting a heap of clearances in there, he's right on the precipice,
Yeah.
isn't he, of that spot in the...
Yeah, it's just a couple of things to tidy up, but...
I like it, though. I like his endeavour.
Yeah.
He's got something there.
Yep. Well, it's his year. I mean, it's a year he's got to make a bit of a statement. Been around for a little while. Still young, but been in the system a little while now. Just the 9 games the last 2 years. There's Burgess, who's come in. Of course, the squads of 26 for both teams. Burgess getting a late run in this last quarter. Went to half forward, though, for Brisbane. It was Miller and a clip. Sorko's given away the 50 right across the top of the bonce there of Will Brodie.
This happens every now and then with Dane Zorko, doesn't he? Just an errant sort of swinging arm.
Goes to Rao. Rao, nice squaring ball to Markov. Markov looking to hit a target inside 50. He does to Sexton, who had plenty of space. Tight angle, though, for Alex Sexton, where he can lay it off here. Looks like he's going to go back and have a shot at goal. AFL Nation for McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. It's available 24/7. If you're listening to us across the SEN network tonight. So 11th disposal coming up for Alex Sexton. And a chance to kick his 5th goal from 35 metres out. He's pushed it across the face. It'll go through for a behind.
Yes, it's been a pretty good night for Alex Sexton. Mentioned it. It was his 2nd in the goal kicking last year, but pretty high standards he's set. He'd want to get 30 plus and 4 in return tonight. It's a pretty good effort.
Brisbane come up the corridor, almost a turnover. They threaded the needle through. Hipwood's taking the mark at half back. He'll just chip it back to Danaher. Can just chip it back to Rich. A little bit of clock ownership here for the Lions. Almost inside the last 7 minutes. This game on their boot at the moment. Daniel Rich in about 2 or 3 minds here. He now pulls the trigger. Just measures a nice little one to Berry.
50.
And a 50 against Harbrow.
Clip around the ear after the mark from Harbrow.
Berry quick to get on with it too. Bending off. He wants to move. Back to Mitch Robinson. Standing start kick. Robinson to the top of the squares. Or a high flyer. McCarthy did fly. Here's Fullerton. I tell you what, he's done it again. The man who's built at 200 centimetres, who does some of his finest work below his ankles. Tom Fullerton, if you don't mind.
I haven't seen him take a mark tonight.
17-9, 111. Gold Coast, 11-10, 76.
Everything he's done has been on the deck. He's played it like a forward pocket. Genuine little crumbing forward.
He has.
Tommy Fulton at 200 centimetres.
He's mounting a very good case.
Kicked a couple.
Pick me.
Given a couple off too. Has he? I think he's had 2 goals and 3 goal assists.
Look at him. It's his positioning too.
Yeah, he gets in the right spot.
So when he's not in the position to mark, he is playing the Rovers role beautifully, front and square. Just reading it off the hands.
Could be a nice place to be for a big fella when you've got Hipwood and Danaher down there.
Yeah.
Yep. The 3rd best defender.
Yep.
Might have to take a small defender if he keeps roving the way he does.
He's looked very, very comfortable. Joe Danaher's gone in for this centre bounce and got it to half forward. Coleman was just buffeted out of the contest. Gold Coast repelled towards the wing. Boundary line, though, is going to win out. It's a comfortable lead here for the Lions. 17-9, 111. The Gold Coast, 11-10, 76. What are the takeaways, Coons, as we count down here for you? What are the key takeaways out of this one tonight?
Oh, I think the form of Danaher in pinch hitting in the ruck as well is the option going forward. Oscar McInerney, their lone man, and Joey helping out. But Big Fulton has been certainly a success. But if you want to look at positives, the first half from the Gold Coast Suns is what we should expect to see from them now. That's the way that they should be playing their footy for 120 minutes.
Yep.
And it was dominant. And we've seen it in fits and spurts. And we've seen it at the start of the season when they play really well and break away really badly. So the challenge now is exactly the same as what it has been in the past for the Gold Coast Suns. They're chock full of talent. Rowell and Anderson have had good games. Their clearance numbers have been superb. But it's just the drop away and the lapse which can't keep happening. And Stuart Dew and these players need to address it and address it quickly, because the talent is there, the work is there, the spine is really nice. The Gold Coast Suns now, it's just getting that to that level where there is no drop off, and they don't allow 25 inside 50s in a quarter. That's the challenge for them going forward.
No doubt. Ellis had his kick smothered. Ricochet back to Jared Berry, who kicks high towards the half forward, and McInerney and Graham will see it over. Hipwood was in that contest. Still 5.5 to play. 17-9, 111 to 11-10, 76. Here we go. McInerney. Burgess competed against him. Brodie fed the handball, charging hard. McPherson trapping it. Weller just inside the boundary line, hooks it back on his right. Good body work day. Gave it away to Ellis. Ellis looking to measure one. Nicely did lower the eyes on that occasion to Sexton. Nice hit up. Sexton looking to hit the scoreboard again.
Good build up there from the Suns. We haven't seen that a lot in the second half. First half it was everywhere. Running rampant. Brandon Ellis was terrific. Getting plenty of footy in the first half. He's up to 30 now, but like a few of his teammates, certainly dropped away when they needed them most. So nice delivery to Sexton though for his fifth.
Beautifully done from Alex Sexton. Look at the umpire. He said beautiful. A smile on his face. Not as big a smile as David Roden when he signals a goal, but Alex Sexton tonight.
Doesn't he get up and about when he gets to get the fingers out there?
Very distracting when you're doing a game when David Roden's goal umpiring, let me tell you.
The pearly white's out.
Yep. 17-9, 111. Gold Coast 12-10, 82. So another good goal for Sexton. Good build-up on that occasion. That was better.
Yeah, good ball use. They haven't had many clean passages of play from defence to attack since half-time, and Ellis has worked pretty hard. He's just a consummate professional in that wing. Knows when to go in to the contest, knows when to stay out, stays out more often than not and gets his fair share of footy, but works up, works back, and good lead, a tick lead from Alex Sexton. Just doubled back and pushed back up to the kicker at the right time. 5 snags. Pretty good.
Done very nicely indeed. Brandon Ellis with the 31 touches tonight. Took Miller's had the 29. Jared Berry's had the 26. Lockie Weller's had the 26. Lockie Neal's had the 24. Will Brodie, trying to stake a claim for a regular senior game in 2021, has had the 22 disposals. McPherson's had the 22. Some of the leading stats getters tonight. Berry will give it to Rich. Right on the wing. Just chip one over the top to Sharp. Plays on. No one standing the mark. Sharp now drills one towards the 50. Berry, it spilled off his chest. That's Fullerton, I should say. And Fullerton now wrapped up in the tackle.
That was his moment, the big fella. Fullerton. He's been a rover all night. He had an uncontested mark. Straight in the pud. Spilt the beans. Not used to marking the footy. He's doing everything around bootlace level.
Bit of fatigue setting in. So this one is just about all done from Metricon Stadium as Harbrow works it across to Butterick, who just overcooked the kick. Taking the handball, there was Marcus Adams, who's come on for a late run here for Brisbane. He's, trying to have a year where he's injury-free, Coons.
Jeez, really late.
Very late. Scored a 26, been stretched right to the end of this match. Anderson just pushed off his kick. Still hit the target, though, in Brodie.
Not ideal for the amount of injuries that Marcus Adams had. Come on, been sitting there cold all night. Give us your last 3 minutes, mate. Give us your best 3 minutes of your life.
And it's ended up Brodie to Sexton. He might kick another one here, Alex Sexton. So he's going to have a night out.
Alex Sexton.
Very much. Fresh faces for rolled. Family-made Vietnamese served fast and fresh. Who's been the absolute standout of the newies?
Oh, can we give it to our man Fulton? We haven't seen a lot of him.
We can.
Oh, God, he was been terrific.
We can.
A couple, gave a few off. Enjoyed his work.
We can give it to Tom Fullerton. Alex Sexton's going to kick another one. I'll tell you what. Umpire says you can keep kicking over my hat like that. I like those. It's another goal for Alex Sexton. I've run out of room on my sheet here. It's a very narrow team sheet that I've been given. That is sucks. 88. What's 88 and bingo?
Two fat ladies.
88. 17,911 Brisbane. We're about to sign off, Coons.
Terrific work from you, BP.
We have to get out of here, and this one is, done and dusted at this stage. 88 plays 111, but Gold Coast have at least played this out. Brisbane, though, with a big second half, and they'll take a bit of confidence, of course, heading into round one of the season proper. Thanks for joining us on AFL Nation for McDonald's.
You're listening to AFL Nation for McDonald's. Smooth barista-made coffee from McCafe. Available 24/7.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it. Or on the SEN app.
Soldiers means no one left behind at the table. Soldiers means feeling fresh with rice paper rolls from Rolled Vietnamese. For a limited time only, enjoy 4 rolled soldiers for just $12.50 or 8 for only $20.50. Soldiers, the ones of the front line. Feeling fresh value deals? That's how we roll. Rolled. Fast, fresh Vietnamese. Order yours today in store or via the meals deals section on rolled.com.au.
Albert here at State Transport and Warehousing. We have a huge fleet servicing all of Melbourne with 4 food-grade warehouses. We are certified HACCP, dairy and organic. Our quality is assured. Try us to experience the difference. Head to statetransport.com.au.
Mate, you finally going to build that man cave out the back?
Yeah, sure am. Just on the Robot Building Supplies website now.
What do they sell?
Everything I need to build the best man cave a bloke ever hid from his family in. Steel wall sheeting, corrie sheeting, purlins, steel, insulation, Rio mesh, bolts and screws. I can order it on the website and get it all delivered.
Save time and money with Robot. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or order at robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
Hi there, business owners. Coach Nick here. Are you keen on growing your business with my assistance? Some of the industries I work with include manufacturing, trades, professional services, retail, sports, importing and wholesaling businesses. There is practically no industry that I haven't helped. Your time is valuable, so don't waste it. Go to coachnick.com.au. Your first consultation is free and it might just change your business forever. Visit coachnick.com.au.
Make your garden spectacular with Toro. Each week you could win a leaf blower, string trimmer, chainsaw or hedge trimmer from Toro's new 60-volt battery range. Or the major prize, a Toro 60-volt mower. For your chance to win or for details, visit iCanWin.com.au.
Strike by strike, she's a mighty filly.
This is Rob Slade from Slade Bloodstock. Join the all-conquering Mar Eustace stable in an outstanding Zoustar colt. The stable are taking racing by storm. The colt is Magic Millions and Bobs, an ideal colt for the $2 million Magic Millions 2-year-old classic. 5%, $8,950. Finance available. Buy a share yourself or form a syndicate of friends. It's that easy. Contact me now on 0417 036 865 or go to sladebloodstock.com.au.
AFS 226 373.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore at Lead Express. If your business sells its services to other businesses, speak to us about ways we can transform your lead generation process to deliver qualified opportunities to your sales teams. As B2B experts, we work with companies to execute effective strategies that lead to results that are guaranteed. So don't waste your marketing budget. If your business needs more business, go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
Want to win free coffee for an entire year? That's a lot of lattes. Just order a McCafe coffee on the My Macca's app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. But hurry, limited time only. Ends 23/03/21. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
Breakfast with Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
but keep my feet on the ground.
We've had the St Kilda Unconventional preview of the year, got butchered by Simon O'Donnell. We needed to do it again, but we also wanted to speak to this man because he's a 304-game star, 120 with the Saints, and then the rest with the Hawks. Triple premiership player, 3-time All-Australian. He would have played on you a lot, I reckon.
Oh, we played against each other, not necessarily on each other very often. He was a great player, Russell Green. You know what? We're talking about players that got banged up or banged up post their career. He was banged up while he was playing. Like, he had all sorts of butchering going on with his knees, didn't you, Russell? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Tim, and good morning, Gary.
You were banged up while you were still playing. How many operations did you have on your knees?
I've had 45 general anaesthetics over my
45?
career and post.
No.
Yeah. But anyway, I do it all again tomorrow. It was an amazing time, and all of us have been very fortunate to have been involved at the highest level, and it was just amazing to be involved at two clubs. I've got a lot of time for St Kilda and certainly for Hawthorn.
You're the third in our series of just chatting to old blokes about their injuries and other things. We've had Wayne Johnston and we had Mickey Conlon. You're the clubhouse leader with 45, Russ. That is, I don't know if that's going to be beaten.
Well, I've got a mate called Kevin Taylor who I grew up with in Frankston. He's had about the similar amount of operations. But anyway, that's another story. But now listen, I wish you could have had me on after Gary O'Donnell, but you put me on after Murley, who was absolutely outstanding. So I hope you don't expect any of that from me.
No, we don't. We're not even going to get to that just straight away because we just want to reflect on your career. Just the 45. At what age were you when you had your first knee operation?
I had my lateral cartilage out in my left knee when I was 18.
Right.
Started from then. So then, bit by bit, then arthroscopies came into vogue, and each year I would have both of those done. I've had bone grafts on my wrists, osteotomies, which are three type of operations you have before you have knee replacements. I've had knee replacements. Look, as I've mentioned, I do it all again tomorrow. All I wanted to do was play one game, and I was fortunate enough to play a few more. And it was, as you both know, and anyone who's played at the highest level, it's just a dream come true for the young fellas.
Unbelievable. You had a great career, 304 VFL games, including 120 with the Saints. That's where you started, and your departure from there, I know you've told the story before, but a lot of people listening new to the game, perhaps they wouldn't understand what took place back in the day. 1 minute you're a St Kilda player, the next week you're a Hawthorn player. How did that all come about?
Yes, Tim. We played Geelong down at Geelong as a St Kilda player. I think I played on Mickey Turner. I think he had about 4,000 possessions and I didn't have many. And then Alex Jezelenko was the coach, and we trained all week, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, and selected to play, and drove home from Linda Crescent to our house, Roxy. Our house. It was probably a 5 or 6 minute drive. I've been selected by Jezza. He's saying he's playing on Dougie Hawkins. So I drive home. Roxy says, Don Scott's on the phone. And I said, well, who's Don Scott? She said, he said he's from Hawthorn. I said, look, I know a Don Scott from Hawthorn, but why would he be ringing me? So anyway, 5 minutes later, I didn't go anywhere, just sat down, waited for the phone call. Scotty rang. Don Scott here. Be down at Moorabbin tomorrow. Ian Drake's got your boots. You're playing for Hawthorn on Saturday. I said, who is this? You're kidding. Who is it? And so it was fact. So Roxy and I, most bizarre situation of all time. We drive into, as you boys know, where the players park. I get out. Bloke on my left is Stephen Nick, who was the best man. He was playing for North Melbourne. He was the best man at Roxy at my wedding. He was on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side was Lee Matthews. We all kind of got out together, and it was like a Mexican standoff, just kept looking at each other. And I said to Icky, mate, I'm with him. And Lee's going, you serious? I'm going, yeah, I am. So then we went and had to sit in the grandstand, And we're close proximity to both North Melbourne and Hawthorn teams. And I've been playing for 7.5 years at that stage. And is that him? Is that Russell Green that plays? No, it can't be. So anyway, I at 5-1, in those days you only had to be in the rooms an hour prior to the game. So I walked down onto the ground, up the race, and a whole new world evolved. It was, I'm not even sure who I met at the actual entrance. I said, "Here's your number, mate," and I had a look at it. It was 29, so I thought, oh, well, at least that hasn't changed. So, look, and the best thing about it was Ron Cook, who was the president of Hawthorn, he was in hospital at the time when this transition took place. 6 weeks after I arrived at Hawthorn, I haven't had a kick. Hawthorn have gone from being 6-2 to 6-6. Things aren't going too well. And Ron Cooks walked up to me, put his hand out. I didn't know who he was at that stage. I shook his hand. He said, "I'm Ron Cook." I said, "Oh, good day, Ron. I'm Russell." He said, "I know who you are, and I've got to tell you the truth. If I wasn't in hospital, you wouldn't be here." Turned his back and walked away. So I'm going. I haven't had a kick for 6 weeks. President comes up and tells me I shouldn't be here. So, but then fortunately Tim and Gary turned around and started getting. Actually, my very first victory for Hawthorn was against St Kilda. Most bizarre. I don't wish it upon anyone. I was at St Kilda for 7.5 years, running out on the ground. They're the blokes I've been with for 7.5 years, and it was the first. The only time I've ever thrown a punch was Grant Thomas, who's a great friend of mine. I don't even know why I did it. We kind of rolling on the ground, and I went whack, and then he's giving me 2 on the back of the head, and I said, no more, that's enough. So it was, bizarre. And look, I was very fortunate. I've experienced the highs and lows of footy, 3 wooden spoons, and I was, as you mentioned, Gary, in the introduction, I was very fortunate to play in 3 winning premierships, and I still have one grand final that haunts me. Is the Timmy, you were involved in this, the '84 grand final. Everyone, any Essendon supporter sees me, they yell out. Have you caught up with Baker lately? He was number 4. I can still see his number when he snapped that goal, and then that started a series of 8 virtually unanswered goals. So, but to experience highs and lows really makes you appreciate things.
Absolutely fantastic. Love listening. Could listen to them all morning, these stories. We're speaking with the great Russell Green, a 304-game superstar, 120 of the Saints, triple premiership player, 3-time All-Australian, captain of Victoria too, from memory. And I think was the Wisp did you captain the Wisp in that game?
Yes, I was. Look, the reason why I captained, I was vice captain, and Terry Danaher pulled out through injury. And Terry Danaher is one of the best players I've ever played with, or in state sides, but against. He was just an absolutely super player. Tim was the vice captain, and I lasted about 3 seconds. I was playing in the back pocket, and Simon Beasley and I think Gary Pert fell on top of me. I did my medial ligament, so that was it. Oh. Then Tim took over, and I think it was a record win. I think we won by about 80 or 90 points. Yeah, so I lasted about 5 minutes as captain.
Tim's taking a little bit of credit. He's just bumped himself up quite a bit there. Right? Hey, let's get into I know you still love your footy and you watch, and you got great connections with both the Saints and the Hawks, but we asked you to do the Saints because Simon O'Donnell butchered it, so you got to try and retrieve this for us. They were good last night, so here's a few questions for you and for the Saints supporters. Which player do you think might be a surprise top 5 finisher in the best and fairest?
Well, the word I've got, Gary, is that Josh Battle is going to have look, I was at work last night. I work at a high needs school in Cranbourne, and the school's known as Marnabeck, and the specialist, I'm involved in the PE department there. I didn't see all of the game, but what I saw of Josh, he's a really good size, made a lot of inroads last year, and I think, he could be a bolt in the top 5, but there's, plenty of them who could be. You got Max King last night. I mean, I don't know how tall he is, 6'7", 6'8", and he's got arms like Inspector Gadget. And he actually did a front and centre. The only goal I saw all night, front and centre, bang left foot. I mean, he's going to be an absolute superstar.
He's as agile as any bloke out on the ground. What will be the biggest distraction, do you think, for the club this year, Greenie?
Well, the biggest distraction, Tim, I think will be when they're won 15 and only lost 1, and for the coach to keep the boys Brett Ratton, to keep them on, because I think like last year, as you know, Tim, I think you've got to do your apprenticeship before you can really launch and be a serious contender for a premiership. Last year they did exceptionally well. A lot of young fellas, they've recruited well again. You know, apparently Tom Highmore from South Adelaide is going to be a really good acquisition. Brett Allison, his nephew, Matty McLeod-Allison, apparently it's an half forward flanker, 18-year-old, put on about 7 kilo over the Christmas period. And he's also related to Peter Bazzusto. So we've got two uncles. Wow. Brett Allison was a dual premiership player, and Peter Bazzusto. Things are looking pretty good there. A
lot of people put on 7 or 8 kilos over the Christmas period, but not all muscle, though, Russell. Which player on the list are you a bit unsure about will win you over in 2021?
All right, now this is the Smoky.
We want a Smoky.
Someone will put their hand up and you go, God, where did that come from? Look, it's Kilda, Paddy Ryder getting on a little bit in age. They've gone for a backup ruckman called Paul Hunter, who was on the Adelaide list for 4 years. Apparently the word is that he's absolutely flying. So I'm always in for the underdog, and I hope something like that, because if that will add another dimension to their game. I mean, if you can play Paddy Ryder and Paul Hunter if he comes on. So
it'd be nice. That'd be very nice for the Saints supporters if they could add a little Smoky like that. I like it.
Absolutely.
And now 4 players, dinner party. You and Roxy, you just you've trotted out the salmon and you're ready to go. Which 4 would you like to have round?
All right. Now this is a bit. I'm diversing a little bit here, Gary. I don't want 4.
All right.
All I want is Jack Higgins and Blair Hartley. Blair Hartley, as you know, is the list manager at Richmond.
Yep.
And Jack Higgins was an ex-Richmond player. Had some really, serious injuries with the bleeding on the brain and so forth. But at Marnebek, we had a really extremely sick young girl who had brain cancer. Contacted Paul Connors, or it might have even been my son, Stephen. She was fanatical, absolutely fanatical Richmond supporter. Within a heartbeat, Jack was around there. Blair Hartley, what he did for that family was just unbelievable, what they did for that. I can't say exactly what they did because Blair might get the sack. But they did amazing things. And also, I want Jack there because I want to hear all those jokes he tells at quarter time and 3/4 time in the huddle. So apologies to the other 2 gentlemen, but there won't be any time. They would fill up my evening listening to those boys.
That's a great story. We are talking about time. We are running out of time. But if you had a quick chat with the coach, one suggestion you might give him?
Absolutely. Get Norm Goss back as chairman of selectors. The only bloke who I've ever known to light up a smoke in the coach's box and then apologise to the coach.
Just quickly too, really sad this week, the passing of Michael Gudinski. You would have known Michael, yes?
Yeah, but not. I know he's a great mate of Molly. I know Molly exceptionally well. He's godfather of my daughter, Angie. But I've met Michael over the journey and look, absolutely shattering to. They're talking about that. I'll be very, very quick. I hear you boys talk about Keezer. I go there 2 or 3 times a week. It's absolutely fantastic. And absolutely. Any ex-player who gets the opportunity to go should go. Where I work also, people like Jerry Ryan, I do so many things with these kids and there's so much generosity out there. I should have expanded on that a little bit earlier. People from Phillip Island, Jeremy and Craig, who let our kids bowl for free. Molly, Cameron from the Cranbourne Turf Club. There's so many, Marino, Angelino, there's so many generous people out there who support people. I'm meant to mention that with Jack Higgins also. I mean, there's so much love out there. People
That's
who
great.
just want to help other people.
You're doing
Great
great
to hear.
stuff, Russ. And we loved having a chat with you this morning. Our audience love it as well. And we hope the Saints can get the job done for you and for others that are heavily invested. And we really enjoyed you being a part of the program this morning.
Really appreciate it, Tim and Gary. Thank you very much.
Russell Green, what a great man, what a great chat, and doing some amazing things out there in the community. And that's the point that he was trying to make, that he is selfless. He doesn't want to say that about himself. He does amazing things, but the support he's getting from different organisations to help him just make some kids' lives a little bit easier is a great thing. So well done to Russ. He was here for Keezers, and that wasn't a set-up. Struggling with back pain, now's the time for Keezer. Now open in Mornington and Ocean Grove, and that is a great endorsement from a man who's benefiting from Keezer.
Dwayne's World with Dwayne Russell.
The bottom line is, whatever Michael Christian does with this, it's the template for the season. So if Zach Williams gets a week, anybody else who does exactly the same thing for the rest of the season has to get a week for consistency. If Zach Williams gets off and a fine, then anybody else who does the same for the rest of the season has to get a fine. So it's a big call for Chriso, because this is setting the bar for the rest of the season. Join me on Monday with plenty of your calls on Midday Madness. You call, you get on.
Hurling stride by stride. She's a mighty filly.
This is Rob Slade from Slade Bloodstock. Join the all-conquering Mar Eustace stable in an outstanding Zoustar colt. The stable are taking racing by storm. The colt is Magic Millions and Bob's, an ideal colt for the $2 million Magic Millions 2-year-old classic. 5%, $8,950. Finance available. Buy or share yourself or form a syndicate of friends. It's that easy. Contact me now on 0417 036 865 or go to sladebloodstock.com.au. AFS 226 373.
Welcome to Athena Home Loans.
Hi, I just got a text from you guys saying you've dropped my rate. Is it a funny joke?
No, it's no joke.
Come on, it has to be. I didn't even ask for it.
You don't need to. With our automatic rate match, when we lower our advertised rate, every existing customer on the same loan automatically gets the same lower rate.
Wow, seems too good to be true.
That's Athena.
So you're really not joking?
Nope, we leave the jokes to the other lenders.
Switch at athena.com.au and we'll give existing customers the same low rate as new customers on like-for-like loans. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
There's a new name in DIY, and this weekend the coffees are on us.
Instead of another ad that'll help another business, here's one that will help yours. We know business is tough right now, which is why this radio station and every other station in the country wants to help you get word out that you're open for business. And with 95% of all Australians tuning in each week, radio's alive with new customers at a time you need them most. For reach that gets results, visit radioalive.com.au.
Hungry Jacks NBL 21. Expect superstars. Expect fierce rivalries. And expect non-stop entertainment.
Take the shoot, the three.
Don't miss this big NBL Cup doubleheader at John Cain Arena this Wednesday. The best bid, all GA tickets at $10 plus booking fee. Watch the New Zealand Breakers battle the Cairns Taipans, while Southeast Melbourne Phoenix clash with cross-city rivals Melbourne United in Throwdown 6. The NBL Cup. Buy $10 GA tickets now at nblcup.com.au.
Very nice.
These blokes love it when a new car model comes out.
Lovely.
Sure, they like the sleek new lines, but what really gets their engines revving are the filters. The guys at Ryco can't wait to make filters for the latest cars. And because they design and test them in Australia, you can rely on your Ryco filters to provide you with genuine performance. So for the widest range of quality filters, insist on Ryco filters, the professional's choice.
Are you one of the 80% of Australians who will suffer from back pain? If so, you'll know that pain inhibits your natural movement patterns, and over time your muscles start to weaken. Keezer is a unique approach where our physiotherapists use our exclusive Swiss-engineered equipment to safely isolate your problem area, test your strength, and rebuild your muscles. Welcome to the science of Keezer. Book your initial Keezer physiotherapy assessment online at keezer.com.au today.
Last year he turned 130k into 500 grand for punters. Inside Track Club with Troy Little is back. With Inside Track Club, you're part of an exclusive punting group with Australia's best greyhound punter. Join Troy Little in live chat and video analysis for every greyhound race each Thursday and Saturday nights. SEN Inside Track Club. Join now. Book for one session and try it out, or get early bird deals and jump on board the year. sen.com.au/SEN Track.
Club banter, terms, fees and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Breakfast with Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
Carry me, but keep my feet on the ground.
You said this morning that you had 6 takeaways from the game last night.
I just wrote these things down.
Give me your number 1 takeaway from that game last night.
Callum Wilkie may well be an All-Australian defender by the end of this year. That kid, not a bloke, he's a bloke. Number 44. The story is wonderful. He didn't come through the conventional, under 18 elite TAC. He's found his way into that team. He's now a member of their leadership group. That's how highly regarded he is. He's an outstanding defender, Tim. He's an outstanding defender. I think he could be an All-Australian defender.
What's an outstanding defender for you?
He takes Dusty, he took Cripps last night when he goes down there. He just doesn't get beaten. He rarely gets beaten, Callum Wilkie.
I think he's got one of the best one-on-one records in the game in a contest. Number 2 takeaway?
The half-back, the old half-back flank where you go when you need a little lifeline, has got another victim, and that is Jack Sinclair. So Jack Sinclair, who's been a bit in and out, this and that, and a bit of midfield, a bit of a goal kicker, talented kid, goes to half-back, looks like Russell Green.
Is he doing a Caleb Daniel?
Had 28 possessions there. Looked like he'd been playing. Half-back is the place to go, Wispy. I'm telling you, how long I've been saying. It's not hard, half-back.
Okay, what did Adam Sard think about half-back last night?
He had his tongue hanging out. Adam, I'll get to him.
3.
This is just this might sound really stupid, but I rate this. Jack Silvani tries hard every time.
Right.
Basic.
A lot of people will laugh at that because they'll say everybody's supposed to try hard when they play football.
They're supposed to and they don't. And he just wills himself to contests. He's not the best player in the team, but he tries hard. And if you're a coach, having a bloke who tries hard every time, he won't die wondering. He was great last night.
4.
Zach Fisher's got 40 goals in him, at least.
40?
I reckon. He's a clever... So the story is, and it emerged late last year, that Zach Fisher, they said to him, look, I don't think you're going to be a midfielder, or David Teague doesn't think you are, but you can be a damn good small forward. And it took him a little while, but the penny dropped and he said, right, I'll embrace it. So, again, I was just able to watch him because I didn't have to watch the whole ground, and he's worked at his craft as a small forward. He was very hard to defend. Too many small forwards are easy to defend.
Why was he hard to defend?
Constantly on the move. He was darting in and out of sort of traffic. He was turning. It was Jimmy Webster, I reckon. He was flipping him around, turning him inside out. I think he's got 40 in him.
40? That's a big call.
Well. Hunter Clark.
4?
Hunter Clark's as good as everyone says he is. It's pretty simple, but he just looks like he's going to go to another level.
The game just stops when the ball's in his hand, doesn't it?
And the last one is Sard and Doherty will get slaughtered if they are as loose as they were in the first quarter. Now, maybe it was just the nature of that game, the fast tempo. Adam Sard looked like he had his tongue hanging out. After half-time, he was so much better. But they've got a balancing act there. So Doherty likes to play off and dictate and be that man in the hole, and Adam likes to run and gun, and the small forwards for the St Kilda team slaughtered them last night. Slaughtered them. So, they're going to have to weigh up whether one of them has to play a little bit tighter than perhaps they would like to.
Nick's in Strathmore. We'll put the call out there about PE teachers. Good morning to you, Nick.
Yeah, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. Nick, who was your PE teacher?
Back in the early 70s, we had 2. We had an American baseballer, Bruce Yardley, and we had Lindsay Tipping, who used to play for Hawthorn. And we had the pleasure of our footy field was Red Scoria, so you can imagine what we used to get up to.
Would have been tough out there, Nick. Thanks for your call. Tim's in Mentone. Who was your PE teacher, Tim?
Mine was Paul Callery.
Paul Callery, who played at Melbourne and St Kilda, yeah?
Yeah, we were all taller than him. But I was a Mad Saints fan, so he was great, and every week all we did was play footy. No other sport.
Good on you, Tim.
Now, I wanted to ask you about Nathan Buckley's comments about Adam Schlaw. So Bucks has spoken on afl.com.au, and then I hadn't heard this, but I read it. Buckley yet to connect with disgruntled ex-Pie after the salary cap squeeze. So I read it here. He says, Coach Nathan Buckley says yet to connect with Adam Schlaw, blah, blah, blah. And then I'll play you this little bit here, and I want to get your immediate thoughts on it, so I don't think you've heard this. This is him talking about Adam Schlaw and Tom Phillips.
And obviously there's been a lot of focus on ads and the way that
sort of transpired, but the very same conversations were being had with Tom Phillips, and he handled it a whole lot differently and saw that it wasn't a personal decision, it was a professional decision.
What's your immediate reaction to that?
My immediate reaction is this. It may have been the same conversation, but completely different circumstances around the same conversation.
Well, in the interpretation I'll get too, but I just felt that it was unfair on listening and reading on Treloar. So my take on it, and you tell me if I'm wrong, is he's saying, well, Adams cracked it. He's taken it personally when it was a business decision. And look at Flipper. He goes on to say that Flip came down and watched our practice match a couple of weeks ago and like he's going really well, but Adams cracked it and took off and I can't get a hold of him.
True.
It's a fair difference between Treloar and Phillips, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, I went to the next step in that, and I think that Treloar and what transpired, the fact that they dragged him out of GWS, they put him on this long-term contract, he was a high profile.
I'm Gerard Waitley for the cutting-edge analysis of the modern trends.
Are we seeing the Martinising of a few players? Looks to me like they've signed off on this. Dustin can do it, well, let's just challenge these guys to be able to do it as well.
And fearless predictions to spark debate.
The pressure goes up another 10% when there's someone in the waiting ready to come back into coaching. I've got no doubt Ross will be coaching in 2022.
David King with the means tests tomorrow from 9.
Born and bred in Melbourne. That's Red Energy.
The new 50-metre free kick rule will take some getting used to. But Glowbird Energy's free 50 rule is one you'll love. If you don't save on electricity, you'll get $50 free. You can't lose. Talk with the Melbourne team on 13 3456. Free to join, free to leave. No locking contracts. Join that Glowbird team. Save on electricity or get $50 free.
Visit glowbirdenergy.com.au for full terms and conditions or call 13 3456 for advice on the best plan for you.
Make your garden spectacular with Toro. Each week you could win a leaf blower, string trimmer, chainsaw or hedge trimmer from Toro's new 60-volt battery range. Or the major prize, a Toro 60-volt mower. For your chance to win or for details, visit iCanWin.com.au.
At Faraday West, we believe in keeping it simple for the self-employed. Call us about a mortgage and we can judge your low doc loan eligibility over the phone. Faraday West, mortgage experts for the self-employed. Call 8862 3800.
ACL 382 373. Group 1 racing is back and Betfair wants you to win. Yep, you heard right. The Betfair Hub is packed full of tips and tools to help you sharpen your edge this autumn. There's a weekly form guide, race previews and pro punter insights. And of course, Betfair's better odds. All this combined means Betfair is offering you better opportunities to win. Betting on racing this autumn? Bet with Betfair. Visit betfair.com.au. Always gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
I think he's stride by stride. She's a mighty filly.
This is Rob Slade from Slade Bloodstock. Join the all-conquering Mar Eustace stable in an outstanding Zoustar colt. The stable are taking racing by storm. The colt is Magic Millions and Bob's, an ideal colt for the $2 million Magic Millions 2-year-old classic. 5%, $8,950. Finance available. Buy a share yourself or form a syndicate of friends. It's that easy. Contact me now on 0417 036 865 or go to sladebloodstock.com.au. AFS 226 373.
Last year, he turned 130k into 500 grand for punters. Inside Track Club with Troy Little is back. With Inside Track Club, you're part of an exclusive punting group with Australia's best greyhound punter. Join Troy Little in live chat and video analysis for every greyhound race each Thursday and Saturday nights. SEN Inside Track Club. Join now. Book for one session and try it out or get early bird deals and jump on board the year. sen.com.au/SEN Track. Club enter terms, fees and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
You don't dig wearing thongs. You don't dig during a lightning storm. You don't dig drunk or under the influence of drugs. And you don't dig blindfolded. So don't dig without checking Dial Before You Dig online first. It's the best way to make sure that the next hole you dig isn't the last hole you dig. Avoid high-pressure gas mains and high-voltage electricity cables every time. Search Dial Before You Dig online every time. And avoid digging your own grave.
This is Ben Reid. There are fantastic opportunities for buyers of property in Melbourne right now, but you have to know where to look, when to buy and what to pay. If you've seen a property which you're considering buying, you need to speak to an Ian Reid buyer advocate first. We'll provide a free independent assessment of that property to help you make the right buying decisions. Ian Reid Buyer Advocates, a better way to buy property. Call 9430 0000 or visit ianreid.com.au.
Breakfast with Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
But keep my feet on the ground.
Melbourne Storm we love. We're proud of the Melbourne Storm. We covered them. We're not bandwagon jumpers because we're on them from day one. And a young man came along one day and they said, here's a kid that might be worth having a chat to, and we couldn't pronounce his name, and we thought, really? And we got him on, and then from that moment on, he never looked back, to the point where he's dominated a grand final, won the Clive Churchill medal. Had he played in the State of Origin, maybe the result would have been different instead of sitting on the bench. His name's Ryan Pappenhausen, and he's come in the studio for us today ahead of the Storm season getting underway. Pappy, welcome.
It's good to be back. It's been a little while, so back in studio, and it's good to see you.
Missed you last year. We didn't see your handsome face because of the whole COVID situation, but didn't stop you, boys. Well done. Congratulations. That was unbelievable last year.
Thank you. It was a very tough, unpredictable year, so to come out with a premiership at the end of it was a massive reward, and really happy that I got to experience that, but hopefully this year's a little bit different.
Did you celebrate for a little while after that? Did you manage to let your hair down a little bit after that as a team?
Yeah, a little bit. The funny thing was we had to fly back that night, so we ended up leaving Sydney at about 2 a.m. on a charter flight back to Sunny Coast, and as we landed, we went back to the team room and watched the sun come up and partied on until about Wednesday, I think it was. So a couple of big days of celebration, but we had to go into Origin camp. Well, a few of the boys had to go into Origin camp after, so had to keep it a little bit low-key.
So what was that Origin experience like then? Because you had an injury, didn't you, during that period of time, and that held you back, yeah?
Yeah, so I had a calf tear. I was sort of playing with that throughout the finals, and then in the grand final, niggled it again, and it sort of set me out for a few weeks, and I thought I'd probably be back for Origin, but just one of those injuries that kept sort of nagging me, and I couldn't get back in time. So hopefully this year there's a chance, but yeah, I missed out last year.
Our hearts were in our mouths when we were watching that grand final, because we were starting to think it was all over, and then they got closer and closer, and then we started to think, this game goes for another couple of minutes.
Crikey,
our Storm boys are going to get swallowed up here.
It was a pretty scary last 20 minutes. Like, we had 11 on the field, so without two players defending the best attacking team in the comp, there was a few nervous lads around the ground, I reckon, but to our credit, that's what we train for. That's why Bellyache's the genius he is, because you prepare for those situations, even though they rarely ever happen. And
were you prepared for that? Had you been prepared for that?
I don't think you can ever fully prepare mentally, but in terms of training, we've done that before, where we'd train with 11 and verse 13 and just scramble around the field and try to stop the ball. So you just flicked into that mode, and that last 20 minutes there was pretty much a pre-season training game where we just had to defend, and when there's a premiership on the line, you do anything.
Hey, what did you enjoy more? The fact that you'd won the premiership and you're bringing it back to Melbourne, or the fact that it wasn't going to New South Wales and you knew how much that annoyed everyone in New South Wales, and most particularly all the media up there?
Yeah, well, I remember at the start of the year there was a lot of sort of people writing us off, and that was probably the great thing, because I screenshot a lot of things at the start of the year, and
you do that, do you?
To look back at them, yeah, and even throughout the year, saying we don't have another gear to go to, and looking back at all those things, it's pretty amazing. And
you could have done Tom Brady and just put out the little social media post where everyone doubted you through the year, and you say no more. You just whack them out there and let those that wrote or those that said sit there and stew in it.
Yeah, I think he's earned the right to do that. I'm only in my second year, so if I did that.
It's a very good point, Tony.
You bring up the name of Tom Brady.
I do, indeed.
Yeah, and nicely put too, and there's a great little segue. Cam Smith, do you see him doing a bit of a Tom Brady and coming back and then having another crack at it? Not at the Storm, but somewhere else?
From knowing Smithy, I feel like he would, but the longer it drags out, I'm not too sure. He's everyone's sort of asking the question, but I guess if he's still fit enough and thinks he can play, then by all means he deserves to. So,
hey, this we talk all the time, AFL. We talk about the rule changes. We're trying to free up the game and make it more attacking and leads to higher scoring, that type of thing. Rugby has done the same thing. NRL has done exactly the same thing. How have you experienced those new rule changes? Do you think that we're going to see something completely different to what we've seen in the past?
Yeah, I think last year was a bit of a step up in terms of the pace of the game, but this year's another level to that.
Another level?
Yeah, it's going to be very quick, and we've based our pre-season training off that. So I think, not to bore anyone listening, but to go on a little bit of the statistics, last year increased ball in play time from about 5 minutes increase.
Yeah.
I reckon from last year to this year, it's going to be another 10 minutes ball in play. So,
Are you starting to see then, as a result of that Bellyache and the recruiting people at Storm are starting to go for slightly lighter players than the heavier style player of the past? Is it going to lead to that, do you think?
I think there's more of a balance now. I definitely think it's probably beneficial to me and all the other small lads in the team. But I think you still need those bigger lads to be in the side and doing their job, because they're really dangerous as well. And if it's for a shorter period of time, then that's still effective. So, there's a bit more of a balance. But, I'm licking my lips because it's more time with those bigger lads on the field, and I get to do my thing.
I think the Pat might be the biggest NRL scorer in a single season of all time as a result of these rule changes, Gary. That's my prediction for this season.
I'd go harder than that. Just before we got to go into some diverse areas, are you on social media? You do Twitter and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah.
There's an acronym that I think is LMAO, right? Now, only reason I bring this up is because I want to share it with our audience. What is your understanding of LMAO? What does that stand for?
No, it's I.
Sure. What do you think?
Laughing my ass off.
Yeah, well, there's ass.
Yeah.
LMAO, laughing my ass off. What was your understanding of that acronym, please?
Are we going to talk about this, huh?
Right now. Tim, I'll talk about it. Tim goes, you see that, do you know what that IMAO is? I said, no, I don't. What is that? He said, it's an acronym for in my arrogant opinion.
Well,
is it?
It is.
Oh, is it?
It is, yeah. I looked it up yesterday.
So it's not LMAO.
You know who Joel Embiid is, don't you? Yeah, okay. So he tweeted yesterday about Donovan Mitchell after the game they played against the Jazz.
Right.
And he had tweeted...
What did he say?
IMAO.
On the back of what did he say, though?
Doesn't matter what he said. So I looked it up, and it's... because I didn't know what it meant, and it meant in my arrogant opinion.
Do you think?
It did.
So you reckon Joe
You wait and see all the support I get,
right.
okay?
Okay.
You judge it. You be the independent judge.
I actually think I've seen that quote.
Yes.
Now, I don't remember the IMAO, but I know what it was referencing to, because it was Donovan Mitchell getting fouled out of the game.
That's right.
He got ejected.
In overtime, yeah.
So you might have thought it was a joke?
Yeah, there's part of me that agrees with you with the IMO bit, but I'd never heard the IMAO. In my opinion, I've heard.
In my opinion, yeah.
But yeah, I'm not too sure.
Okay, in my arrigant opinion, that's what it was.
That's a new one. Are you starting that?
I am.
Was it LMAO? IMAO.
What was it?
Oh, no. Don't tell me.
Now, we need to talk about other stuff.
Magpies.
Yes, we do.
No, not magpies.
No, greyhounds.
No, all right, greyhounds. I was going to say kangaroos, but you go greyhounds.
How are your kangaroos going?
You got two greyhounds. We've got none, but we're sort of half adopted one called Wispy Watson. But what's the saying again? He goes up with the lids.
His lids pop up.
He goes up with the lids. Are you aware of that?
What does that mean? He goes up with the lids.
Well, he probably gets a bit excited, so once the lids go up, he goes with it and misses the jump. That's what I get from that. So, yeah, not ideal.
Is that a bad problem for a dog to have?
Oh, if it's got some good speed during the race, no. But if it needs to lead, then it's big dramas.
Somebody suggested that we put a sleeve inside the box and make the dog crouch, and that will stop the problem. And it's not. No.
Yes. So would that help?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you could try it and see how it goes, but I haven't had that problem with my dog, so...
What's the name? What are the names of your dogs?
So I've got Absolute Ruby.
Yes.
She races over in WA, and Kiss Me Kate, who races in Geelong, actually. So they're pretty handy. Oh, I mean, not handy, but race in the lower grades and top three a lot of the time. So it's a lot of fun having them, but I'm not making thousands of dollars from them.
So. No, it's just a bit of fun.
Melbourne Storm giving us 6 double passes, by the way, to Thursday's game between the Storm and the Bunnies. Wispy, be one of the first 6 callers through. 1300 736 736. That'll be a good game because the Bunnies they're always competitive. How are they shaping up?
Yeah, they're always pretty competitive, and a few new recruits in the off season. So they're going to be really dangerous, and there's no better way to sort of start against a team like that, and you sort of see where you're at. So it's going to be a good game, and pretty sure nearly sold out. So
Ooh, six double
passes. Yeah,
Gold.
get on it.
Well, we're going to be talking about the double agent at some stage too this morning.
Who is?
The Cronkster.
Oh, yeah. You're both right. I don't know. I think this is one of your beautiful daughters that sent this through. You're both right. LMAO's been around, but IMAO is a newbie, probably as new as about 10 minutes ago. Well, it's Cooper Cronk. He's got a contract with the Roosters, which was where he finished his fantastic career, having started at the Melbourne Storm. And now he's bobbed up at the Melbourne Storm. He's coaching them as well. How does that work?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. We had our season launch the other night, so I think he was down for that. But he'd been here for quite a few years, so I think he's been helping Hughesy out, been helping the leadership team out as well. So, I don't know. I don't really look into it. I think he's sort of helping. As
we understand it, he's got a contract with the Roosters to coach their halves?
Yeah.
And then he has a sort of ambassadorial contract with the Storm. But whilst he was down there for the launch, they sort of dragged him out onto the field, which I don't reckon the Roosters would have enjoyed too much, but we certainly did. So I think that's how...
He's a great past player, though, of the Melbourne Storm, isn't he?
And it's not like he's telling us their secrets or what's happening.
No.
He gives you the information, and what you want to do with it's at your own peril. So that's how we look at it.
Somebody's got a greyhound out there too. It's been racing, or will be racing in a few months' time, and they've named it Flying Pappenhausen.
Oh, how good! How good! You're gonna have to send me a message. I'll have a little look at that. But there's actually a really good dog running around at the moment called Pappy Go Fast. He's a very quality dog, so it's a bit of an honour to be named after them, actually. There's a lot of dogs running around, and not many of them are great ones, so it's a bit named after a good one. I'm stoked.
Drive with Bob Murphy and Auntie Ma.
This is close to Bob's heart. Richo, man.
But I don't think he's a Bambi-man.
No, well,
I don't think he is a Bambi.
He is now.
No, but that doesn't matter.
No, I know.
Good Lord, will you listen to me? He can't be a Bambi-man because people are going, he's a sook.
I don't have a massive punch-up during the break here.
Is now, wasn't. Right.
Drive with Bob Murphy and Auntie Ma.
G'day, Doug the Tradie here. The right insurance is the safety gear you need on every job site. With IMAR, you'll get the cover you need, like public liability, tools, and personal accident and illness quickly. And for a limited time, save up to $120 when you buy all three online. Save some quick bucks in a few simple steps. Head to imar.com.au and get a quote, get covered, get working.
Now the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
I think he's stride by stride. She's a mighty filly.
This is Rob Slade from Slade Bloodstock. Join the all-conquering Mar Eustace stable in an outstanding Zoostar colt. The stable are taking racing by storm. The colt is Magic Millions and Bob's, an ideal colt for the $2 million Magic Millions 2-year-old classic. 5%, $8,950. Finance available. Buy a share yourself or form a syndicate of friends. It's that easy. Contact me now on 0417 036 865 or go to sladebloodstock.com.au. AFS 226 373.
At Faraday West, we believe in keeping it simple for the self-employed. Call us about a mortgage and we can judge your low doc loan eligibility over the phone. Faraday West, mortgage experts for the self-employed. Call 8862 3800. ACL 382 373.
On KO, you can stream every game of every round of the NRL Telstra Premiership live and on demand with no ad breaks during play. KO, sport lives here. New to KO? Start your 14-day free trial.
G'day, it's Russell Robertson here letting you know Fight MND's Soccer to MND round is back on June 19 and 20 in 2021. And the socks are on sale now. Whether you play football, netball, soccer, hockey, basketball, any sport at all, Soccer to MND is open to all clubs around Australia of any age or level. Purchase the famous blue Soccer to MND socks for $15 a pair and wear them with pride at your club in 2021. Order now. Head to fightmnd.org.au for more information and let's sock it to MND.
This is Ben Reid. There are fantastic opportunities for buyers of property in Melbourne right now, but you have to know where to look, when to buy and what to pay. If you've seen a property which you're considering buying, you need to speak to an Ian Reid buyer advocate first. We'll provide a free independent assessment of that property to help you make the right buying decisions. Ian Reid Buyer Advocates, a better way to buy property. Call 9430 0000 or visit ianreid.com.au.
We've been on course for over 20 years and now we're online 24/7. Melbourne, Goulburn, Sydney, Atherton, Ingham, Perth. Yep, we're all Australian. Bet locally, everywhere and anytime with BBet. Just download the app now or search BBet online. Next time you are going to put on a bet, think BBet. BBet, the home of real betting. bbet.com.au. Gamble responsibly. If you think you have a problem, call 1-800-858-858.
The new 50-metre free kick rule will take some getting used to. But Glowbird Energy's free 50 rule is one you'll love. If you don't save on electricity, you'll get $50 free. You can't lose. Talk with the Melbourne team on 133456. Free to join, free to leave. No lock-in contracts. Join the Glowbird team. Save on electricity or get $50 free.
Visit glowbirdenergy.com.au for full terms and conditions or call 133456 for advice on the best plan for you.
Breakfast with Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
Carry me, but keep my feet on the ground.
One of your favourites, Miss?
Oh, Gary, back in the day when I had hair, I used to love to get split ends.
You can't believe you got little Pappy on. Chachi from Ringwood, he's excited about having little Pappy here. Hey, Pat, before we get into, we've had a good chat about the Storm. We love them. Harry Grant, do you want to repeat that question you asked off here?
About Harry Grant? Yeah. About whether or not he's going to be able to step up and be the Cameron Smith, or how far off Cameron Smith he is in terms of being able to orchestrate the game. Is he nearly there?
Yeah, in terms of being a footy player, he's great. I think you've seen that last year with the Tigers. He was pretty much their best in that side, and he was leading the Dally M count at the start of the year. So definitely playing talent's there. It's just about sort of getting that experience now and getting those combinations working, which was what Smithy was really good at, and calming the side down. So he's got big shoes to fill, but the talent and the work ethic's definitely there.
So will he play the hooker role similar to what Cam Smith played the hooker role?
I think they'll be very different, actually, in terms of I think Harry's a lot faster out of there, so he'll be getting out a lot more and bringing guys onto the footy rather than Smithy sort of deceiving the line and then passing it. So it's those little differences that we got to get used to, but with these rule changes, it probably helps Harry a little bit.
I think the halves are going to... Well, the halves will realise how good they've had it with Cam Smith.
Two halves make a whole, Gary.
Ryan Pappenhausen, his little Pappy. Boys, you may like to ask Pappy about the NBA top shots you were talking about the other day. Indeed, we will, because you are a card collector guru, aren't you?
Yes. So
NBA, mainly.
NBA card collector, mainly. But yeah, this new Top Shot thing that's coming out. What do you think? Very interesting.
Just recap, Tim, for you. What is what is this?
Oh, Gary,
Pappy, you tell us.
You tell us, Pap.
Yeah, so it's pretty much a digital moment, and you own it.
Right.
So rather than the physical card itself, they've come out with this thing that you can own a moment, and obviously some moments are more exclusive than others. And
so $208,000 was paid for by one man for a LeBron James dunk.
Yep,
ridiculous.
It's sort of. I sort of go down the same channel as your cryptocurrencies. I think it's something that's in the blockchain, something that you own, but the way the sort of world's going, that people think that that's going to happen. So the Top Shot's the way to go. Me personally, I'd rather have a card in hand.
Because if you do own a moment, you haven't got exclusivity. Like, it is just still out there, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it can still be played, yeah.
You've still got the moment, but I think it's just sort of associating yourself. Like, it's got your name on it, it's registered in your little Top Shot. But yeah, it's quite interesting. It just keeps surprising me how much money is spent in that industry, and to own a moment, and there's quite a few of them that happen every day. So,
what's your best card? What's your best NBA card? Your most expensive NBA card? Because you are a serious collector, aren't you?
Yeah, I've probably a LeBron Topps rookie. I think that's probably my main card. And
how did you access that?
Well, when I first got into it, just sort of speaking to people, they said obviously cards will go up and down, but this is something that'll always be there because it's LeBron. He's proved himself. So I thought it may as well jump in. It wasn't cheap.
Shoots? How many shoots did you have to rip off?
But then I look back to when I bought it and now, and it's just like...
Has it doubled in value?
Tripled in value.
Tripled in value.
So...
smart buy.
I think I'll hold on to that because he's still got plenty of time by the looks of things.
Do you collect anything else?
Andy wants to know, do you do Pokemon cards? Because he's after a shadowless first edition Charizard.
I actually do. I bought some the other day because they're the next big thing.
What?
Pokemon cards.
They're the old thing, aren't they?
Yeah, so... The thing is keeping them in good condition. So there's not many that were kept in good condition, and Pokemon cards are on the up, and you can probably buy... There's some cards that worth 6 figures.
Wow. 6 figures?
Of the Pokemon scene, so...
A Charizard?
Yep, Charizard, first edition. Yeah, there's lots of different variations.
Hey, all the tickets, by the way, got snapped up.
Did they? How
in
good.
about 3 seconds. So Chachi from Ringwood, sorry, brother, we just missed you.
Hey, Cam Smith, just one more question on Cam Smith. Did he just disappear from the locker room? Like, did he actually say goodbye to you all at some point?
It was quite a weird one because we were up in the sunny coast, and a lot of people that are from there stayed up there. So it wasn't really a goodbye. It was just sort of, that was it, and then off into the sunset. So, I didn't really get to say goodbye, but his lockers, he's still got his name on his locker in the shed. So.
Has he cleaned it out at all, though?
No. So I might take a few of his boots. Might take a few of his boots, yeah.
Just rub your boots against his boots. There might be some magic in his boots, actually.
Yeah.
So you're not expecting him back, though, are you?
No, I'm not. So, yeah, it's quite a weird one, but...
It is an odd one. Yeah. It is odd. This season, the same teams, do you think, will be knocking on the door again?
Yeah, I think so. I think round one definitely is a big game because the Rabbitohs are top side this year.
Yep.
Roosters, Raiders. We were talking before about the Titans, and I think potentially, just obviously depends how the first rounds go, and I think you get a good read on that. But yeah, Panthers, I think those teams will still be up there, but then again, the Bulldogs just got a new coach, and he was the attacking coach from the Panthers last year, so they're one of the best attacking teams in the comp, so whatever he brings to them will be interesting to see as well.
Danny's got a Jordan and a Magic Johnson card from the late 80s, early 90s. Ask the Pap, are they worth anything?
Yeah, potentially. If it's his Flair rookie card, Jordan, then he's sitting on a gold mine.
Ryan Pappenhausen's here. Quickly, Pap, would you just tell that story about your jumper that you wore in the grand final, your Clive Churchill medal jumper?
Yeah, funny story. So it was obviously a wet night out at ANZ, and finished the game, got back to Twin Waters, got all the boys to sign it, and then just shoved it in a bag and didn't think about it until after Origin, which was a couple of weeks' time. So when I pulled it out of my bag to show Mum and Dad my grand final jersey, it was all mouldy.
You've had to wash them all off, have you?
Yeah, so Mum put it in the wash and had to do a few rinses with it, and the signatures are a bit faded now.
Hey, you love the Kangas. Let's whip through these because we'll get our other man, but you're here, so we're going to ask you, which player do you think might be a top 5 surprise finisher in the BNF?
I think my mate Cam Zurhaar.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's going to have a big year this year, and he's a bit of a bully in that forward line, so...
He needs to. For the Kangas to get where they need to be, which is maybe somewhere around eight wins, he'd have to be in the top 5. If they're going to be a distraction, what do you think it'd be? It might not be.
I think probably their depth in terms of if they get a lot of injuries or not. I think that's probably something that every club probably stresses about, but especially this year, new turnover and new coach and everything, so... probably injuries in the depth.
You got a new player on that list that excites you most?
I think it's hard to go past Jaden Stevenson.
Yeah, interesting.
Exciting to sort of see him come along, and excited to see what he can do. So he's got a bit of an X factor about him. So if you can put it all together, I'd be keen to see that.
Are you unsure about one that you think by the end of the year you'll be given a big tick to?
Oh, I don't know if I'm unsure about him, but Cunnington, I think... If he can stay injury-free, I honestly think that's a massive benefit for the Kangas this year. So, once again, it sort of ties back to the depth thing. But
everyone says that he's the most important player there. So, if you can get right, that's important. 4 players. You got the dinner party going on out at Richmond. It might be an interesting one. There could be pizzas. But which 4 are you asking over?
I think I'd go the old heads. I reckon. I'd go Zeeble, Cunnington, Goldstein. And probably one of my other mates, Lukey McDonald, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
nice.
So probably just ask the old heads about their experiences and get a bit of a opinion on how they're going to go this year.
I like it.
You handy in the kitchen yourself?
No, not myself. I don't reckon I've cooked a feed since we went into lockdown last year, I think. It just became convenient to order food in. So, probably need to get back to the cookbooks and start to learn again.
New coach, David Noble, new coach of the Kangaroos. If you had a chance just to sidle up alongside him and just maybe give him a couple of suggestions, what might they be?
I'd probably try pick his brain, actually. I reckon I'd try ask what their goals are for this year and how he thinks they're going to go. But if I'd give him a suggestion, I'd say I'd draw out every team that the boys go for in the locker room, and I'd say just get the boys up for this week because I owed a lot of coffees last year, so hopefully I can be on the receiving end of them this year.
Is Bellyache, is he a theme type coach? Does he go into every new season with a new type of theme?
Yep.
And
yeah.
Are you able to tell us what this year's is?
So this year we sort of split it up into pre-season and the season one's just going to go off sort of how we're based. But this year was more just about not having that victim mentality. Shorter pre-season, we knew it was going to be tougher. So just not making excuses.
Just embrace it.
Yeah, just embrace it and get through it. Especially there might be more challenges this year, so just get through it. And last year was overcome and adapt. So sort of similar theme, but yeah, so just sticking to don't worry about the outside noise, just overcome it and move on.
Pap, it's great to see you. You're
Always.
our man. You have been since day one, and we're responsible for your great success. That's what we think. We're looking forward to a Gary and Tim celebration this year, which didn't quite get off the ground last year, but I think you've had a summer to work on it, and I think somewhere we're going to see it this year, and we'll talk regularly throughout the course of the season. Great to see you.
Beauty. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Good luck.
Yeah, Paps.
Melbourne Storms, Ryan.
Breakfast with Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
Former Giant, he sure spoke candidly about GWS's decision to drop skipper Stephen Coniglio in 2020.
I think he's in the best 22 and I want to win, so I want my best team out there. That's the way I feel about playing football and winning, and I said it was the wrong decision and was pretty strong in the fact that we needed to make it known that he was being dropped and it wasn't rested or soreness, because...
No sugarcoating.
Yeah.
We're back racing strong. Visit country.racing.com.
Weekdays from 6 on SEN.
Hello. Over 2 years ago, National Tiles permanently slashed the price of Australia's largest selling tile from $25 to under $10 per metre every day of the year. 2 years on, National Tiles price is still under $10 every day of the year. Go to our website now to see for yourself why National Tiles is renowned for having the guaranteed lowest priced quality tiles in Australia every day of the year.
Group 1 racing is back and Betfair wants you to win. Yep, you heard right. The Betfair hub is packed full of tips and tools to help you sharpen your edge this autumn. There's a weekly form guide, race previews and pro putter insights. And of course, Betfair's better odds. All this combined means Betfair is offering you better opportunities to win. Betting on racing this autumn? Bet with Betfair. Visit betfair.com.au. Always gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
It's Gordon Tallis here. Do you need access to your working capital? Then speak with us at Apricity Finance today. Apricity Finance provides a flexible invoice finance facility that grows with your business. There are no lengthy contracts or hidden fees. And what's best, we can pay up to 95% of approved invoices on the spot. Apricity Finance is made for business that works with big business. If you're working on a big contract, call us on 1300 APRI CITY or visit apricityfinance.com and turn your workflow into cash flow.
It's hot work up there on the roof. You want to get it done and get down fast. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre supply all your roofing needs. No need to shop around. All made with Aussie Colorbond steel. rscentre.com.au.
We went searching all over the world for better internet, even the ocean floor. Turns out Better Business Internet was right here. Summit Internet. From just $99, they're 5 times faster than the NBN with Australian phone support. Summit Internet. Better Business Internet.
You know, cooking can be so tedious.
Which is why we know.
A couple of days ago, this ad was still being written. And